In studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Hope you had a great weekend. Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We got a lot to get to, and we will get to all of it today. Good to be with you. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How was your weekend? Did you have a good weekend?
It was good. It was good. I had fun just trying to check in on the combine at times, and fretting over the size of guys' arms or whether they gave lustful responses at the podium. There was just all the nonsense that's come. I like. There's a lot of nonsense that comes out of the combine, and yet a certain percentage of the nonsense ends up being valid.
Well,
a lot of times people love to be the holier than thou and say, like, I can't believe they're talking about how bad this guy's interviews were, and then a certain percentage of those guys within 3 years are jackasses.
Yeah,
proven to be jackasses.
I think our show does nonsense pretty well. So that's a good petri dish or breeding ground for content for us.
I feel like we do nonsense pretty well, but we're more like Charlie Chaplin than Three Stooges. It's a restrained and refined nonsense.
Kids,
I would say.
Kids gather around.
Yes.
These guys you've never heard of before.
I say that without knowing if there's been some huge expose on how Charlie Chaplin lived his life or how he felt about various people or anything back in the day.
The Three Stooges, I think, are. I think you're in bounds there. I think youngsters, they at least know of the Three Stooges. Yesterday I went to breakfast with Sammy, my son. He's 26. Yeah. If I brought up Charlie Chaplin at breakfast with Sammy, do you think Sammy knows who Charlie Chaplin is?
Yeah,
do you really?
Oh, I'm sorry, Sean. Do you know Charlie Chaplin from your time watching him on television at breakfast? No, of course not. But do you know how things fade into the I do wonder that No. It's interesting because I'm watching Boardwalk Empire again, as you know.
Yeah.
And it's enough time has passed that it's all new to me.
Right.
But
I think the kids know about Boardwalk Empire.
Maybe, who knows?
Yeah.
But even in that show, it takes place just after World War I, and a few times characters are dropping reference about how my father died at Gettysburg or something like that, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, that's crazy. That was still present in their mind back then.
Right.
And then you realize, oh yeah, that's about the same amount of time that's elapsed for them as for us it's been since Vietnam.
Like Vietnam, right, yeah.
Yeah, so that say all that to say we're getting a little bit old. But yeah, I feel like Charlie Chaplin and the Three Stooges are kind of just mainstays of American culture.
Maybe, yeah.
They used to show replays on TV when we were kids.
And again, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying, do your answer then is yes. You think Sammy would know who he is? Charlie
I think Sammy would, but I also know that James doesn't know when he sees the word hors d'oeuvres.
Neither does Sammy. Remember that? Sammy was my he was my confirmation that James is an idiot. Yeah. And it turns out they're both idiots. They pronounce my two sons think that hors d'oeuvres, when they see it on a page spelled out, is hors d'oeuvres.
I think I bet I was like in my 30s before I realized, like when I saw that word, like, oh yeah, hors d'oeuvres, of course.
Okay.
It doesn't look right.
That's why they like you better than me. You're taking up for them right now.
I'm not taking up for them.
Yeah.
I guess I am.
You totally are.
Lowering myself to their level.
That's right. Did you have a good weekend?
I'm not taking up for them as much as I'm lowering myself.
We had our anniversary. Amy and I did this weekend, so we celebrated that. 6 years it's been since the big party.
Seems like longer. You guys have been together for so long.
We've been together for like 15 or 16 years. So that's
6 years though. It feels like. So that was that one of the. That was the year before COVID?
That was the week before COVID.
Okay. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
That was that.
Holy crap.
We got married on February 29th, 2020. And then,
That's right.
Yeah. And then literally.
We were supposed to go to Italy.
Literally the next day, we're at lunch with Amy's parents, and we're debating whether or not to go on our honeymoon because this coronavirus. which I don't even know if we were calling it COVID-19
I don't
yet.
think we were. I think we were calling it the coronavirus.
Yeah, we were out to lunch with Amy's parents, and that was the big debate at lunch was, do we leave on Tuesday to go to Italy? And we ended up not leaving to go to Italy. We went to California instead, where there was, I'm sure, zero COVID.
Right.
Yeah. So we still went on
the
a
important
honeymoon.
thing to remember is that if you just don't touch your face, everything will be fine.
Yeah, we went into. So we were supposed to go to Italy. I literally spent 4 hours on the phone with Expedia on Monday, trying to get as much of our money back as we could on our trip. I prepaid the whole trip.
Yeah.
And we ended up getting like 90% of it back. I was satisfied with that.
Oh, really?
We got back several $1,000s. And so I said, okay, well, I got the 2 weeks off. Let's go somewhere. So we ended up just booking a trip to California to go to Napa and San Diego and Disneyland, just up and down the coast. And we went on a wine tour in Napa in a Volkswagen van. Like the tour guide was, it was a kitschy little thing. Like, hey, get in a 70s van, and they're playing 70s music and blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't a private tour. It was us and like 3 other couples that had also booked the trip. So we made new friends. And it turns out, like, there had to be COVID in that van. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. It was, who knows?
Who knows?
I don't know.
Yeah. But we got.
I don't even want to revisit the whole thing.
Well, I won't bring up then how we got walked off the park at Disneyland.
Yeah. No. I think that part of it, though, as far as just that kind of, you would think no big deal of that experience to where all of a sudden it was going to be, those experiences are hard to come by for a while after that.
Yeah, they were. We were supposed to go to Lakers Rockets our last day in California at the Staples Center, and the day before is when the NBA said, shutting down.
Yeah.
So we just got on a flight and went home. We're like, we got to get out of here. I got hot takes. DeAndre Hopkins is getting traded in a few days. I got to be there to talk about that with Seth.
The biggest thing, if you think about how that affected the sports world, Tillman Fertitta obviously was one of the most focused upon because his business is a hospitality business.
Yeah.
And doesn't have revenue coming into the. It's one thing. Okay, maybe your sports revenue is going to go down, but at least you've got multiple interests and everything. Oh, like nope. Exactly the 2 things that are going to be affected most by this. The things that require attendance. Restaurants now sports, you still had the TV contracts. So that's what saves them.
You had a cushion.
He's got no TV contract for Papados.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, he's got.
Oh wait, no, that's not him. Sorry.
No, yeah, he's Landry's seafood.
Yep.
So he's got bigger problems now. His team lost to Miami on Saturday.
Yeah, no, it's okay because there's one thing with this Rockets team. It's that if they can't shoot, surely they'll play great defense as well.
Yeah.
Correct?
No.
I didn't get to watch the whole game. Was it I assume at some point they went on lockdown mode, Sean?
No, they didn't.
No.
They were getting such easy shots, Miami. They were getting I don't know if they were easy shots, but they were shots where the players who were taking them were getting it exactly where they wanted to on the floor. They just weren't denying anybody anything. Tyler Hero was 8 for 12. The beloved Tyler Hero, who remember he got in the fight with Amen last year.
And then there were a lot of people trying to do lip reading about what Tyler Hero and Kevin Durant were smack talking each other with.
Yeah.
It wasn't as funny as I think the viral one was people claiming that Tyler Hero said, "I know what your burner accounts are."
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I don't think that's what he actually said. It was just a really good joke.
Yeah. I didn't see that one. Yeah, it was interesting because after the game, Ime Udoka was blaming it on the defense. Kevin Durant was blaming it on the offense. And that's what I saw a lot of people doing. Like, well, when you shoot 25% from 3, this is just how it goes, and the shots weren't going down. Like, no. You guys are playing awful defense in this. Like, Jaime Jaquez was getting shots where he wanted them in the paint. They got killed in the paint in this game.
This is one thing. So defense, obviously, you'd like them to be able to lean into that, but they just haven't been the same or as consistent or as just kind of aggressive the entire season long, or at least since the past, month? And the other thing, though, about the offense is there's some times where even the averages look a little bit of a skew, where you might say, oh, the offense isn't as bad as it looks sometimes. This was on the Dream Shake. In the last 20 games, they didn't reach average NBA scoring in 75% of those games.
Yep.
The only games where they exceeded the averages were Indiana, New Orleans, Utah, and Sacramento.
Teams that aren't trying.
Terrible teams.
Teams that aren't trying right
They're
now.
either tanking or they're just bad. It's just right. So it's it's not like they're an average scoring team, but, kind of having competitive games against the good defenses or anything.
Right.
And I guess the thing about Miami is, you look at Miami and you're like, all right, are they a more talented team than the Rockets? No, but I think they're better coached. I just think they're a better coached team.
Well, they certainly play more hard-nosed defense than the Rockets do. Here was Ime Udoka after the game, just disgusted with the lack of defense by the Rockets in that game on Saturday.
I don't think it was the end of the game. I think throughout, they were the tougher team. They kind of put their heads down, shoulders in their chest, and got to the basket way too easy. And so, ending it was close. Kind of we battled back twice, but got deficits in the second and third quarter that we got back, made comebacks against. But like I said, 66 points in the paint, individual defense. We didn't stand up tough enough, and like I said, just putting your head down and getting to the basket too easy.
It was hard to watch, especially like two nights before that. Really nice win against the Orlando Magic. 21-0 run in that game to get back in that game. Like a really hard-nosed win 2 nights before. And this game, like Miami just hung around 10 points ahead of them the whole day. Like it just felt like, Miami was just – they were the better team, and they're not that great a team. That's the disturbing part.
No, and I mean the Rockets' offense. I haven't heard what Durant said about the offense.
Yeah, we'll play Durant. So Ime went defensive. Here's Durant. He talked about the offensive side.
I just feel like they play zone and just sat in the paint and dared us to shoot. They gave up a lot of open shots. I feel like we had some great looks. We just didn't knock them down. 9 for 36 from 3. I'm 2 for 8. I got to be better. Tara had a couple open ones. You know what I'm saying? I felt like we got good looks. I just felt like they kind of sold out to stop us in the paint, and it paid off for them tonight.
Yeah. It worked.
Yeah, and if you're not a great three-point shooting team, you're not a great three-point shooting team.
Yeah,
it's all these different things where teams are willing to concede certain things, and they'll just slack off Amen Thompson because they're not worried about him shooting. They'll concede three-pointers in general because the Rockets can't shoot.
Yeah,
but then when teams play zone and they play it well, all the things that you'd love to see your offense do to try to get over it. How about a little bit of movement off the ball?
Yep.
How about some cuts? Like all of this other drive and kick out.
Yep.
Just the basic stuff that you want to see, it's absent. It's gone.
And they took Reed Shepherd away in the second. Reed was a 0 in the second half. I don't know if he was a literal 0, but he was a literal 0 for most of the second half.
Yeah.
They took him away in the second half, and he's been their second best offensive player when they're playing well. He, just when he's knocking down shots, it changes things. So, bad day on Saturday. They play the Wizards tonight, so this is going to look a lot like these Utah and Sacramento games, if I had to guess. You and I will come in tomorrow, and the Rockets play tonight. You and I will come in tomorrow, and they're going to have won the game. And if they won the game, having turned the ball over 25 times, we'll be pissed off. If they won the game playing clean basketball, it probably won't count for much. And we'll wait for when they're playing a bunch of decent teams in their homestand coming up.
I really, really wish Rafael Stone hadn't said after the trade deadline that maybe this just isn't our year.
Yeah.
Because, that's everything that feels about the Rockets right now is that the front office conceded that maybe this just isn't our year. And it almost feels at times like they're out on the court saying, well, things will be different when we get our point guard back.
Yep.
Just you wait.
Yep.
And they're shaking their hands.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's like Spanky threatening me. I feel like it's
from the Little Rascals.
That's right. We're doing nothing but old school television references
Three Stooges,
today.
Charlie Chaplin.
We're not doing anything pre-1950 on this show today.
I love that. Oh my God. All right, so the Rockets lose on Saturday. They're back at it tonight. I think the Jeremiah Love dream is officially over for me.
Over for us, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I didn't think he was getting out of the top 10, and now who knows? 4.36 40.
Now 4.36 40, but now there's the times were fast all over.
It was
the
a
place.
fast clock this weekend. I wasn't following it all that.
Yeah,
close.
it was, and I saw all the draftniks debating or discussing why it might be so, and whether it's just new turf at in the Colts facility or whatever it is. But yeah, it seemed to be ridiculously fast on a lot of these.
Okay.
So suffice it to say, if he had run anything in the 4.4s or lower, no, that's not going to change. The only thing that could have helped with Jeremiah Love fall is if he somehow ran a 4.7 or something.
Yeah.
And even then, they would have treated him like Jerry Rice back in the day.
No. Right. Yeah.
Jerry Rice ran a 4.7 back in the day, and it didn't sway people from thinking Jerry Rice was a really good
he's
receiver.
still first-round pick out of a small school, too.
Yeah.
No, the only thing that would have dropped Jeremiah Love's stock is if he tore his ACL running the 40. That's it.
Yeah, that might have hurt him.
That's
Maybe.
it. Maybe.
And I don't know if he still might not have. That would be the classic where a lot of teams that are in the bottom half of the draft and that are competitive already might say, you know what, man, we're going to get a top 5, top 10 talent.
Dude.
I can get a Christian McCaffrey and just wait a year.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do with a normal Christian McCaffrey anyway.
That's right. Yeah.
At any given time.
No kidding.
Christian McCaffrey's so good that you know he's going to get injured at some point, but it's okay. That's okay. We'll just.
Do you want to guess a Pender poll this early in the show? Are you up for it? Okay.
I'm up for it.
Because once Jeremiah Love ran his 4.36 40-yard dash, I asked the people, is he going to be a top 5 pick in the NFL draft? How many people do you think? Well, first of all, what side do you think won? Yes or no, he will be a top 5, and then what percentage do you think said yes?
Okay, I think not a top 5 pick won. Tell me on that.
No, you think no. Okay, you think no, he will not be a top 5 pick.
Yes.
Won that poll.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
More people think he is going to be a top 5 pick now.
Okay, so I'm guessing it's, I don't know. I'm not going to veer too far off of my initial suspicions.
Right.
55%.
Holy cow. 55.9%.
Okay.
You're feeling it, man.
Well, I mean, I got to course correct. You know,
a little bit, yeah.
You let me
a little bit.
You widened the hoop for me.
Will
a
you
little
please
bit.
accept a compliment?
All right. Let's see. Look at the top 5 right now.
Yeah.
Do any of these teams feel like teams where you say, "Oh, okay, this team knows that what they need is Jeremiah Love,
right,
to be squandered with no quarterback to play alongside him."
Yep.
Las Vegas, they've already. I think Ashton Genty's potentially really good.
Well, and they're taking Mendoza.
Right.
Yeah,
well, most likely, even if they don't, I think Ashton. You don't double up on really good running backs.
No.
The New York Jets, no quarterback.
No, and they're going to franchise tag Breece Hall.
Yeah.
So they're
well, but they still might trade him away. So there's a chance.
Yeah.
Well, the Jets never underestimate what the Jets might do.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And
They should put it this way: they shouldn't take him. I don't think the Jets.
Right. That's okay. So and then Arizona, the Titans, and the Giants.
Well, we've seen the Titans in mock drafts take Jeremiah Love. I think the Titans could take him.
The Titans are the best chance.
I definitely think the Giants could take him.
Yeah.
What's the latest?
They've got They haven't had a running game since they lost Saquon. They've got their quarterback in Jackson Dart. They've got a new head coach. I think they're going to make big moves in free agency this year. Like there's talk with the Giants, and they're trying to reshape everything.
Yeah, and then you can move one down to the Browns. And as popular as Nick Chubb was in that town,
I think they like Quinshon Judkins in Cleveland.
Right.
And I know he's not Jeremiah Love.
I'd say out of the top 6, there's at least 3 viable options or potential.
I think he definitely could go in the top 5. So
he definitely could.
Yeah.
Will he, though?
Will he?
You call your shot right now.
No, I'm going to say he won't. I'm going to say he won't. I think he definitely could. I would have voted no in that poll. Just because I still think the NFL, I think those teams you just named have huge needs at other places. And my feeling is if you're a bad team, if you're a team that won fewer than 4 games the year before, you shouldn't be drafting a running back with your first pick. You've got too many other issues. You're going to burn 2 years of him trying to get to 7 wins.
The Giants, before Joe Shane got there, were the team that did it with Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
And they had no business drafting Saquon Barkley and squandered his entire rookie contract, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. And drove the poor owner to sitting there wringing his hands over whether he was coming back. What's the latest?
What's the latest?
What is the latest with Will Anderson Jr.'s contract extension? One of the most prominent Nugget hussies has a somewhat of a timeline for what we can expect for a Will Anderson Jr. contract extension. So we'll get to that. More fallout from the Combine as well. Also a take out there about what the Texans should do at quarterback. And I think this is a horrible, horrible idea that we will get to as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, so there we're talking about a young person getting what's the timeline for them getting a huge
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. This was Ian Rappaport at the Combine. I saw this yesterday. And we're getting to it. A week from today, legal tampering begins, baby. Noon or maybe 11 a.m. our time on Monday next week, teams can start going after free agents. They can start talking to them and agreeing to deals with them, and then they'll be official 2 days later at the start of the league year. I would imagine shortly after Wednesday, March 11th, the start of the league year, is when I'm predicting within a week or two after that, we're going to see a Will Anderson Jr. contract extension. I've been saying that. Here's Ian Rappaport with the latest.
Deals come together when they come together, and a lot of time these happen later in the spring. I wouldn't be surprised if this one happens at some point in the relatively near future, mainly because what the Houston Texans have done and what Nick Cacerio and D'Amico Ryans have established is a team that takes care of their stars. Right? Every negotiation is a battle. But if you look at what the Texans have done, they have paid their guys. I mean, Stingley was the latest, right? I mean, that was a huge deal, 3 for $90, one of the best corners in the NFL. I mean, they make it a priority to reward the guys who should be rewarded. You look across that defense, and they got a lot of guys who are really good who are going to make a lot of money. I would expect Will Anderson to be the first, and I would expect him to be very, very worth it. And as far as C.J. Stroud goes, wouldn't be surprised if that waits a year just to let him have a little better year under his belt before he goes.
And obviously Stroud is a much bigger topic than just the throwaway line at the end of that cut right there. But the crux of this is Will Anderson Jr. is going to get paid. He's going to get paid highly, and it sounds like, Seth, he's going to get paid soon.
Nico, who had more barriers perhaps to an extension because of his injury history, because he didn't have as long of an unblemished track record of extreme success. His was done by May.
Yeah, end of May. Yep.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, Nicole Lynn is Will Anderson's agent.
Yeah.
And I got to fact check myself on this, but I feel like with her, there's been less drama surrounding some of the extensions. With the exception of Myles Garrett, there was a lot of drama around his extension.
Yeah, because he was
also in a different situation than a lot of the other guys.
Yeah, well, and that was his third contract, and also he was with a bad team agitating for a trade. Once they came to the table with the money, Myles Garrett immediately put pen to paper. So I don't know that that's too unanalogous to.
Well, that's where, and it's almost. I'm trying to. One of the biases I got to check is I almost have like kind of a positive bias towards the fact that Nicole Lynn is a female, because I feel like she's somehow like less doesn't get her ego involved in it as much. But I'm not sure if that's
may or may not be true.
That might just be bias on my part.
Yeah.
I just the fact that Will Anderson is her client, and that Will has a good relationship with Myles Garrett, I've always felt a lot better than the fact that CJ's agent is David Mulligetta, and I don't want CJ to act the way some of David Mulligetta's clients have acted necessarily.
You brought up Nico, which is fair. Like, Nico was the first one of these guys that Nick, after 3 years, did an extension with. I think to me, the one that I look at is Derek Stingley Jr., who is a Mulligetta client.
Yeah.
And last year, Stingley's deal was done on March 18th, which was a week and 2 days after the league year had started. That's what I think. And he was made the highest paid player in his position. The contract was nearly fully guaranteed. I would expect Will may get a longer contract. Who knows? But I think it's going to be a similar situation. I think it would not shock me if by, say, March 20th, Will Anderson Jr. had a 3-year, $147 million deal that was 140 of it guaranteed or something like that.
Yeah.
Which would make him the highest paid non-quarterback in football.
The one thing about that is, with a lot of these guys that the Texans have given this extension to, it's Nick's not afraid to be right at or ahead of the curve a little bit because he knows where it's going. And so far, they've done it with players where they're players that do everything the way they want everybody to do, and they've produced it on the field. And I think that, they understand injuries are going to happen and everything. But it's hard to – a lot of these guys that they've extended, if you want to replace that guy at some point, you might end up spending 3 or 4 draft picks to get a guy of the same caliber, if you ever do at all.
Yep.
And you get that predictability of what your costs are going to be moving forward. I think that Will Anderson Jr. is 100% the epitome of everything they want on their team. And it's not going to be rocket science necessarily in trying to find the number.
And I think it helps that the three guys they've done that with, the three guys that they have given second contracts to after year 3 are Nico Collins, which looks like a phenomenal deal now.
Yeah.
Derek Stingley Jr., which I think looks like a good deal. He's a first-team All-Pro. He's the highest-paid, second highest-paid guy behind Sauce right now. That deal looks fine. And then Jalen Petrie, his contract, they did him in April of last year. That looks like one of the best deals in football right now. He's getting $13 million a year, and he should have been. He got All-Pro votes this year.
I would say with Nico, the one catch is that his injuries have remained an issue. They were an issue this year. He wasn't available at the final loss in the playoffs.
Yep.
So his injuries have been an issue, but the contract was already kind of modified because of that dynamic.
Yeah, yet I still think it's a good deal.
He's going to be, by the end of this offseason, I don't think he's going to be in the top 20 paid wide receivers.
Yep.
So that part of it, I still feel good about that extension, even though the injuries have remained a problem.
He was a first team pro. He was a Pro Bowl starter and a second team All Pro.
Yeah.
So however he got there, and now that this last injury was a concussion, he had 2 concussions this year. One in the regular season and one in the postseason. I think that's just something to sort of keep an eye on. But here's one more from Rappaport, and this is probably a big reason why Will Anderson Jr. is going to be probably the highest paid non-quarterback.
From my kind of understanding of where the Texans are, I think they thought he was awesome. They traded up for him, right? Great moment. I broke it. He has been, I believe, better than they thought.
Yes. Yeah,
sure. They thought he was great, and he's been better. Now, the fact that defense is so unbelievably good that they make everyone around them better. The Neil Hunters of the world, and you got everyone in the secondary seems going to get paid. that is a star-studded defense.
That last part he said there, Seth, is the most interesting thing to me. The Will Anderson Jr. contract is going to get done. That's going to happen. That's the most interesting thing to me of the core, 7 or 8 guys on that defense, and I think we can rattle them off chapter and verse. Everybody knows who they are. Who's the first one that they're going to have to make a hard decision on and say, I don't think it's going to be – I think Kamari Lassiter is going to be here long term. They just say too many things about what he means to that team in and out of the building. Could it be Kalen Bullock eventually, a guy like that maybe?
It's funny. I had mentioned something about Danielle Hunter being long in the tooth on a live stream a couple weeks ago, and one of the viewers made a very good point, which is is that really what long in the tooth looks like? On paper, he's getting old. And yes, but there's not a single thing about Danielle Hunter that looks like he's getting old. I guess the question would be, should I expect that he's going to look like that 4 years from now, or the injuries aren't going to mount up?
Right. Here's the thing. The guys that drop off, it's not like all of a sudden they drop off and you go, there's a beer belly on the guy.
It's at some point, is he not going to be worth the money?
Yeah, the twitchiness doesn't show up on an 8x10 glossy of a guy.
Right, but of all guys that could age really well, and there aren't a lot of speed. Bruce Smith, the first guy I'm thinking of that kept playing a long time, but he became a 6, 7, 8 sack a year guy.
Yeah.
And then the question is, okay, how much do you want to pay that guy? Or if Danielle Hunter gets to the point where, all right, he's only playing on 3rd and long or 2nd and long, what's that worth?
Yep.
And does he just want to stick around? And so I guess maybe this is me punting on the question of taking the easy way out. I think just by the fact that he's going to be 32 this year. He's got 4 years left in him at least.
You think at that position he can play at a really high level till he's 35?
I wouldn't say so, except that he's so strong too.
Yes, he is.
It's not blazing speed that's his calling card. No. It's his overall athleticism and strength and his technical ability.
Yes.
The technical ability, if anything, gets better with each successive year.
Yeah.
This is the story of most defensive linemen's career. I know this because I lived it. You get to a point around year 9 or 10 where you're like, holy crap, it's like everything is in slow motion out there. I know which plays are coming. I know how to beat everybody, but ow, I tore my ACL.
Yep.
or ow, oh wait, my legs aren't moving as fast as I want them to.
Ted used to say that. Ted's like, everybody asked how I got so much faster in 2003 and 2004 when we were winning Super Bowls. He's like, I wasn't. He's like, I was slower. I just knew what was coming.
He's just he's smarter. You're taking one less step to get there because you're not wasting a step early on.
Exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, a lot of headlines to get to from the weekend, from the Combine, from the Astros, the Rockets. We got a ton to get to in headlines, including former Texans coach found a landing spot, and why a whole lot of teams may be feeling pretty good about free agency coming up on Monday. We will get to all that in headlines coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. I actually hit a Prize Picks Combine lineup.
610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, here we go. Headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Let's start with the Rockets. They lose on Saturday. We talked about it in the open. Not a great afternoon of basketball against the Miami Heat. Here was Ime Udoka kind of disgusted with the lack of defense, especially in the paint in this game.
I don't think it was the end of the game. I think throughout, they were the tougher team. They kind of put their heads down, shoulders in their chest, and got to the basket way too easy. And so, ending it was close. Kind of we battled back twice, but we got deficits in the second and third quarter that we got back, made comebacks against. But like I said, 66 points in the paint, individual defense. We didn't stand up tough enough, and like I said, just putting your head down and getting to the basket too easy.
Yeah, not a great afternoon.
It's always a great feeling when after a game people are getting into debates about whether it was the offense or the defense that was worse and more to blame.
Yeah. And both make great arguments.
Yes. It feels like a divorce court between two bad parents.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you smoke in the nursery. Oh, yeah? Well, you were drunk at the school pickup line the other day. Yeah.
The determination is neither of you get these kids. The
Rockets were, remember that time, the story I told you about the time that when I was working in oil and gas as a landman and I pulled up to a county building and I pulled up, there was an empty space in the family court lot, and I looked to the right of me and parked in the family court lot was a woman with her she had just pulled in. Her kid was in the front seat with no car seat. And this was like a car seat age kid.
Yeah.
And she's smoking a Marlboro.
There you go.
And I'm like, windows cracked. I'm like, I don't think this is going to go well for her.
That
today.
Is a where are they now situation. If there ever was one.
And yet at the same time, our parents did it in the 1970s, and it was normal.
They didn't know any better.
That's what she said. She's probably like, Your Honor, I thought it was 1975.
Yeah, man. I'm thinking back to a simpler time and place.
My kids, I learned how to light my dad's cigarettes.
Well, this degenerate parent is still the 3 seed among parents in the Western Conference right now.
That's right.
So they do more good parenting than bad parenting, but it's the conference is kind of starting to take shape. Like Oklahoma City is the 1 seed by 3 games, then San Antonio, and then you drop 5.5 games and you get to the Rockets and the Timberwolves. The Nuggets are a game back of them. The Lakers are a half game back of the Nuggets. The Suns are the 7 seed, which means you're in the play-in. If anything, the Rockets have at least created a little more separation lately between them and the play-in, but they still got to win games, man, or else they're going to be on the road to start the playoffs. They're only a game ahead of the 5 seed right now.
Yeah, this is a stratified Western Conference right now, and the Rockets are not in that top strata.
No. But they're in a strata where they if they just keep winning, they're going to be fine. I'll take a 3 seed.
Yeah.
I'll take a 3 seed.
The defense, I don't get as frustrated with the defense because I figure, okay, Udoka's going to do what he does and they'll fix issues and everything on the defensive side of things. It's on the offensive side of the ball that it's every game it feels like is a slap in the face of being frustrated and wanting them to just do something.
Yep.
Do something that looks like organized offensive basketball, please.
Indeed.
Have an answer.
Yeah, have an answer. Yeah, exactly. Yordan Alvarez makes his spring debut today. It will be as a DH. It will not be as a left fielder, but he makes his spring debut. We get a little Christian Javier tomorrow, Seth. Over the weekend, we got some Mike Burrows had another nice outing.
Ooh, Burrows.
Their big trade pickup. Lance McCullers on Friday had a scoreless inning. Hit 94.6 on the gun. He looked good. He 8-pitch inning, and hey, man, better than the alternative.
Lance will be... Fun isn't the word this year, but I mean, it's as we've come to know Lance, it's that every outing, you're just waiting for the other shoe to fall.
Yeah. And
maybe this is the year where the other shoe doesn't fall. It remains perched up on its all season long. That shoe is up there.
I'm rooting for Lance. So I'm trying to look at this through a positive prism. The fact that this is the first normal offseason he's had in God knows how many years.
Yeah.
Where he's not rehabbing an injury, where he's not coming off some sort of truncated season the year before.
Hasn't had any death threats on social media in almost a calendar
that
year.
we know of. Yeah, that we know of. So there's that. So Astros back at it today. Jordan makes his debut. I think they're taking on the Mets. It seems like they play the Mets, the Cardinals, or the Nationals every single game. Gerard Johnson landed a job, Seth. He was not on the unemployment line for long. He had interviewed for the offensive coordinator job with, among other teams, the Philadelphia Eagles. He doesn't land the OC job there. They already filled that, but he is going to be on the coaching staff with Nick Sirianni, who he spent time with in Indianapolis back in 2019, 2020.
You know what's interesting about this is there's a little bit of symmetry in terms of the fact that Gerard Johnson doesn't get retained by the Texans, and part of it just seems to be that, all right, Caley wants some of his guys in there, guys that are familiar with what he wants to run, et cetera, et cetera. It's not always that, this guy's trash and this guy's awesome. But Gerard goes to Philadelphia, where they just parted ways with one of the best offensive line coaches this century, partly because I think they are heading in a different direction in terms of style and scheme, and they're going very Kubiak-Shanahan style, and it's just philosophically people diverged. And I think so with Gerard, it's not necessarily that they like him or don't like him or anything, but it might just be that overall, in terms of the structure of how they're doing things on offense, they moved in a different direction. Yeah,
I tweeted this yesterday when he landed the job. I'm super happy for him, obviously. Gerard Johnson's a great dude. I think it's one of those things like, hey, man, everybody probably needed a reset. It was time. He was the QB coach here for 3 years. Quarterback play was not improving. So it's, probably time for the quarterback to hear a different voice, and probably time for Gerard, who I think is still probably viewed as a rising coach in the industry, that he goes somewhere where, he gets another opportunity. So I think it all works out.
It's like if all of a sudden our station flipped to a country format. It's like, all right, well, Sean and Seth, I'm not sure that you're our guys.
Right.
Do you even know who the top country artists are right now? Or are you always listening to stuff from the 1970s? And I'd be like, well, is it going to be 1970s country format? No? Okay,
I listen to some of the new stuff. That may be one where I don't go down with the ship with you on that one. Yeah, I do. I listen to some. There's a few rodeo shows I'm going to this year because I like the artists.
Oh, yeah.
But that would suck. that would suck bad. The salary cap going up $22 million. The salary cap for the first time ever, Seth, is over $300 million.
Yeah, and that's not a huge leap.
Everybody gets it too.
Yeah, there have been. What's that?
Well, in all 32 teams, people see this and they're like, "Oh, the Texans will be able to sign somebody else now for $22 million." I'm like, well, all the other teams are getting this increase as well.
Yeah, going up by 7% is a 7 or 8% just isn't. That's not as noteworthy. That's more in line with historically. Okay, you expect it to go up at least 7 or 8% as revenue. There have been some leaps at times where it goes up by 20% or something. That's where now if they ever reach stagnation in the NFL with a cap, it would get ugly real quick. Because a lot of people build that into a lot of the contracts, the backloaded contracts.
And I don't see it happening anytime soon just because we're about to get new media contracts that have some monsters involved, that have streaming's getting involved. That's the next thing that's going to drive the cap up. It'll happen someday. I don't know if we'll be around to see it, but it'll happen someday. All right, Payne and Pendergast, those are your headlines. We got a lot more to get to from the Combine. An awful suggestion by an otherwise very intelligent person on what he thinks the Texans should do at quarterback. We're going to do the moron rating on this particular take because Nick Cacerio called all these things moronic. So we'll do that. Takeaways from the Combine, 7:20. We'll do Acknowledge Me. A lot of acknowledgments from over the weekend that we will get to. So a busy 7 o'clock hour. Stay there.
Hey, something that's the opposite of moronic. You want to go with somebody who's always a genius.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast. Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, this came down literally as the words "That's up next" on Payne and Pendergast were leaving my lips in the last segment. This is huge news. This is huge news from the Houston Texans, who have a lot of work to do on the offensive line. And we've been saying all offseason, well, the two things that we can count on that we think are going to happen, Ariante Ursary, probably going to be your left tackle, and Titus Howard is going to have a spot somewhere on this offensive line, either at guard or at right tackle. Well, that will not be the case. I don't know what he'll be playing, Titus Howard, this season, but it won't be in Houston. Sources, this is Ian Rappaport reporting this, the Texans and Browns have agreed to terms on a trade to send starting right tackle Titus Howard to Cleveland in exchange for a fifth-round pick. Much-needed O-line help for the Browns, plus Howard gets a new 3-year, $63 million extension in a deal done by his representation. So Titus Howard, who obviously is being viewed as a valuable piece in Cleveland because they're putting their money where their mouth is, he's getting several $1 million in new money, is on his way out of the building for a day 3 pick here. What's your initial gut reaction on this?
My initial gut reaction is excitement, just because I feel like with everything that we heard from D'Amico at the Combine, most notably just that he said that they've got to get better on the offensive line. And he said specifically we have to improve at offensive line and running back. They've now, very shortly after that statement, they've torn down one of the other guys who was a high-priced guy on your team, and that the overhaul on the offensive line is hopefully going to be more aggressive than it was last offseason. But I think last offseason, you can see where, it was going to be a 2-year deal. We're going to get rid of 3 of our starters from 2024, and now we're going to get rid of another one of those guys, clear up a little bit of cap space, and start, again, filling in with guys that either make more financial sense or with youth and guys that you can build on in the future. Yeah. So as long as they're aggressive about it in free agency and in the draft, I'm kind of excited about it.
Yep.
And it looks like they genuinely mean business.
Yes. Okay. I'll get into the financial part of it in a second. It's interesting. It's interesting what you said about D'Amico. This is D'Amico talking to Judy Batista last week when he was very open about O-line and running back and needing to improve there. Are they improved by letting Titus Howard go?
Not immediately. Right. No. And I think that I think I've always been okay with Titus, and you know how I feel about offensive linemen. I like you if you're competent, if you're good, if you're solid, as long as you have 5 guys who are competent and solid, you get a synergistic effect. So I've always been fine with him as part of the bunch. I've never looked at him as a guy that's a bell cow or that, that's exactly the kind of play you want out of him. So at his price tag and as he's getting a little bit older and everything else that goes with it, I'm cool with this move, but with the huge asterisk of, you've got to put together an actually solid offensive line. Yeah. And Nick hasn't demonstrated that he can necessarily do that yet.
This is directly from Texans Cap. And I think he's okay with me reading this on the air because I just asked him, hey, what are the cap ramifications? I'm sure he'll have an article out about it. If you don't follow Texans Cap on Twitter, does a great job covering stuff like this. They're absorbing $23 million in dead money. But there is a cap savings, an initial cap savings of a little over $4 million, a net cap savings of a little over $3 million. I don't know what the difference is between those two. Just know that they've opened up a few million in cap space. Probably the bigger part of this isn't the financial part, because that's a few $1,000,000 in a world where the cap is now over $300 million. I think symbolically this is the biggest thing. It's like, okay, Titus was the last vestige of whatever the old, aside from Juice Scruggs and Blake Fisher are still in the building from 2024. I mean, there's still Jared Patterson's still around. But as far as guys that at least perceive to matter greatly right now, Titus Howard was the last vestige of that.
I'll tell you what, honestly, I think part of it is at the Combine last year, D'Amico had said there needs to be a culture change in the offensive line. And sometimes it's not as quick or as expedient to just, change everything immediately and expect the culture to change. I mean, Trent Brown last year, at least twice I heard Trent Brown talk about how the O-line play wasn't good enough. This isn't where we want to be. We need to be better than this. And it's not like I'm looking at Trent Brown as the guy that's the linchpin to having the right offensive line or anything. But I think it's notable that Trent Brown's a guy who's played on championship caliber offenses.
Yeah.
And I don't remember when I heard Titus Howard say, "Man, we're not doing well enough as an offensive line."
Right.
It was going back to the Laramie Tunsil days and everything. If anything, those guys were defending themselves against the criticisms of poor play.
Well, on social media, they were doing it.
Right.
You know, like that's the thing. It's one thing to get asked a question.
Yeah.
And you're in the moment and you're verbalizing. You got time to think before you hit send on those tweets.
And
man.
I just know by virtue of some of the stuff that filters through in articles written about the Texans and everything, I can tell. Look, man, I can tell when O-line are trying to feed their O-line propaganda to the media. And I hate offensive linemen that are media puppets. Like they're litigating through the press and anonymous quotes and everything about how no, they're actually playing pretty well. And there was a lot of that on the Texans offensive line as they weren't playing well for years of various things getting dropped in the media about how like, oh no, this actually isn't that bad because such and such and such and such. So in recreating a culture on that O-line, I think this is a little bit of that. Okay. That I don't know if Titus, and it's not his fault necessarily. It's just he's never been on a genuinely solid offensive line in the NFL. He doesn't know what it actually looks and feels like.
What do you read into this? So the tweet that I just put out there from Ian Rappaport, speaking of social media, the tweet I just put out there, the tweet I just read on the air announcing this trade. And again, if you're just getting in your car, the Texans have moved on from Titus Howard. They've traded him to the Browns for a 5th-round pick. The Browns, in turn, gave Titus a 3-year, $63 million contract extension. Titus's agent retweeted that with 2 kind of like firecracker fireworks emojis and the word boom in between 2 fireworks with the tag of at their agency.
I like it when...
That tells me that he was agitating for a new contract.
Yeah, and I think that he wants to be treated like he's an offensive tackle. I'm not a guard. I'm not a two-way player or whatever. The Browns probably said, yeah, you're our right tackle forever.
Well, they're tearing everything down up there.
The nice thing about this trade is that there is not a single person out there, including in Cleveland, who's going to say, oh, man, you traded with the Browns, and the Browns gave him a long-term deal. That means that they know something more than you.
No.
That's not how people look at the Browns organization.
No.
If they had done this, if the Rams or somebody like that had done this, then you'd be sitting there saying, oh, man, crap. What do they know that we don't?
Yeah.
Where, okay, if that's how the Browns want to proceed, then cool. Good luck with it. But it doesn't make me feel any worse about the trade.
Okay, people weighing in on the base power text line. So let's react to some of these, Seth. Again, the big news this morning just happened 15 minutes ago. Titus Howard is no longer a Houston Texan, traded to the Browns for a 5th-round pick. And I've got a question about this stuff, but I want to let some of the people weigh in here. On Titus, I'm excited. This shows they mean business. But it's easy to let people go. It's harder to find and add good talent, especially for the Texans on the offensive line.
Right,
and that is true. The pressure is really on Nick Cacerio now because Titus Howard was not a bad football player. It's not like they're moving on from somebody who's easy to move on from. Hell, you could argue that at the price range he was in, it was easier to move on from Laramie Tunsil than it was to move on from Titus Howard because Laramie, albeit a better player than Titus Howard, was A, more expensive, B, I think there was way more of the, kind of just the fashionista part of Laramie than it was. I think Titus had a little more dog in him than Laramie did probably. And Laramie was a false start machine too. And he was also somebody who was, I think incorrectly appointed a captain of the team. Titus was never a captain of the team. So Yeah, it's harder. The Texans have not. There's a reason they're going through their second teardown in 2 years of the offensive line.
Yeah.
They've not done a good job of staffing that.
Right. Yeah, so the skepticism is warranted.
Yes.
And I do think part of the I think what you see a lot is that, man, people say that Cacerio doesn't do a good job drafting offensive linemen or recognizing talent. I feel like that's a little bit unfair just in that he's only drafted 3 offensive linemen in the top 3 rounds. And it's that's not a bunch. Ariante Ursary has worked out, I think. Kenyon Green's the worst example.
Yeah.
Juice Scruggs is another. So Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green.
Throw Blake Fisher in, too.
Oh, and Blake Fisher. Gosh.
Yep.
Okay, excuse me. 4. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. It's 1 out of 4 I feel good about right now.
Yeah.
It's that Ariante Ursary I feel good about. 3 I don't feel good about.
Yeah.
Those are the guys you have to judge it on. Now, it's not a huge sample size.
Yeah.
And that's where I don't think it's 100% fair to say, oh, Cacerio doesn't know how to recognize talent in the offensive line, because you're not going to get a great hit rate on offensive linemen in the first 3 rounds. But if you didn't have Ariante Ursary, it would be that he hasn't drafted anybody that you feel good about.
No, that's true.
In the top 3 rounds.
That's true. And this is my feeling on those 4, and we'll get back to Titus here in a second, but as long as we're on this actually is important because Titus played right tackle, and I don't know if this is any indicator how they feel about Blake Fisher.
Yeah.
So does this open up a spot? Do they feel they watched Blake do that 6th offensive lineman thing last year? He was better than he had been in his rookie year, and certainly training camp was a disaster for Blake Fisher last year. My feeling on those 4, obviously Kenyon's a sunken cost. I think the book is practically closed on Juice. I feel like the book is still open on Blake Fisher. He's still got 2 years left on his rookie deal, like open. I'm not saying he's going to start, but I feel like they found a role for him last year, whereas they didn't for Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, where he is right now, I mean, you want to give a guy 3 years to develop, and he was a classic guy that people looked at him when he was drafted as, okay, well, probably should have stayed in college for 1 more year, put on some strength and everything, maybe be a top 15 pick.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like, if anything, when I had heard that he had kind of transformed his body this year in his second year in the NFL, I showed up at training camp and I thought it looked like he transformed his body by getting the flu or something.
Yes.
He just didn't look like he had a better body composition or anything like that. So I don't know, maybe injuries played into it. I wasn't overly thrilled with the stuff he put on film as the 6th offensive lineman. Yeah. There were times in that Chiefs game where he was just getting destroyed.
Sure.
And it was a very limited number of snaps. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
I love that you brought this up during the break. Does this potentially maybe one of the things they're thinking about is trading for Trent Williams?
That's that was my next thing I was going to say to you is does this feels like one of those things where there's another move coming.
Yeah.
Right? And so what do you think of that? What do you think of
So Trent Williams, I would expect that if Trent Williams were to get traded to the Texans, he would get a new deal that looks something like a Danielle Hunter deal.
Okay.
Like short term, lots of guaranteed money. But Trent Williams at his age, as he's approaching 40, can kind of make a decision year by year whether he wants to play again or not. I think that I would love that. I would love it. Might mean Ariante Ursary moves to right tackle. I'm cool with that. It's that Trent Williams is still playing like one of the very best offensive tackles in football.
Yep.
And he's got the kind of attitude in the way that he plays, both as a run blocker and a pass blocker.
Yep.
That he's everything you want in terms of grit and toughness.
I think there's so much reaction to this right now. Okay, I think there are 2 potential moves that I see this move and I go, okay, could this be what's next? One of them is what Seth just said. Could this be the precursor to another move to go get a tackle? The other, and specifically Trent Williams, the other one, and I've seen a couple people text this, and this was like next up on our list of topics here. Do they just take that 5th, send it over to Detroit, and bring in David Montgomery as a running back for this team?
Oh, yeah, because as the scuttlebutt over the weekend was that Montgomery, there was a report that Montgomery wants to be traded. David Montgomery responded that to, did I tell you that? So for whatever it's worth, people have talked about David Montgomery as a guy that the Lions have to make some tough cap decisions.
Yeah.
They might trade him.
Mm-hmm.
And a fifth round pick was what was floated.
Yeah. I think he's got 2 years left on his deal at between $6 and $7 million a year.
I'd be really excited about that.
I'd be excited about that, and yet I would still want them to use a pick on a running back in the first 3 rounds. I don't think you're done with David Montgomery fixing that running back room.
I think that what it does, though, is it sends you into the draft where you might not feel like you have to draft a running back.
As desperate.
Yeah, and that you can come by one if you need another one via trade or whatever. I think you go into the draft thinking, man, right now the way things are shaking out, it looks like there's a real good chance that at the back end of the first round, there's going to be a lot of enticing offensive tackle and interior offensive line prospects.
Yep.
And it's shaping up to where this draft, the Texans might be in a spot where obviously they're not going to get the marquee guys at the top of the draft, but there might be some good guys that they feel comfortable drafting en masse at the back end of the first round and early in the second round.
I don't think they're done.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that, I don't mean they're – I don't think this trade of Titus Howard, to me, is not a vacuum thing where it's like they look at this deal, this is a good – and I think they looked at this deal and said we need to do this deal. But I feel like there's another deal coming, whether it's flipping that fifth for something else or whether it's going and finding Titus's replacement imminently before free agency gets started. Look, there's teams that are going to be cutting guys over the next 7 days, Seth, and we know one of the things that Nick Cacerio loves to do is take day 3 picks and say, no, whoa. Don't cut him. Here's a 7th-round pick. Here's a 6th-round pick. Hey, here's a 5th-round pick, and you give us him in a 6th. That's what they did with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Hadn't always worked out, but we know that he likes doing that. So I do think that it's a huge move for the Texans because Titus is one of the few guys that's been here pre-Nick Cacerio. The only guy that's left from when Cacerio got here is Kaimi Fairbairn. That's it. He was the last. Titus was the last, non-specialist to still be in the building here. So this is a huge move for the Texans. I think there's more coming, and it may come quickly.
I think also, this happens right after the Combine, which usually 2 things happen at the Combine. One is everybody's they're around, they're face-to-face, they can have some conversations, guys get ideas, but also the Texans interviewed all of these prospects. And of the offensive linemen that they interviewed, I think that a lot of those interviews, I'm guessing, went really well.
Yeah.
I think that they might have identified some guys that they maybe confirmed what they were hoping to hear in the interview or what have you on offensive linemen, and that they feel like, okay, you know what? These guys, we got multiple guys here that we feel good about, and
we can get them.
Keep rebuilding this offensive line, and it looks like we're going to be able to get them.
We're in a spot where they're going to be, or at least we can maneuver around and get to them. Now, we've had other people suggesting other things here. There are reports, literally the tweet right below the Titus Howard tweet on my timeline is Adam Schefter saying the Chiefs have informed Jawaan Taylor that he'll be released at the start of the league year. Now, Jawaan Taylor is a $20 million tackle also, like Titus Howard. Jawaan Taylor, like Laramie Tunsil, is a false start machine.
If you want more of that in your life, he alongside Laramie Tunsil were the poster children for the false start where they're trying to get a jump. Yeah. They're trying to get a jump on the snap count, so they just ignore the snap count.
I'm not here to give an educated side-by-side on Jawaan Taylor and Titus
He's not
Howard.
as good as Laramie Tunsil. Like, so if you want just all the frustration of a Laramie Tunsil, but with not as good a player as Laramie Tunsil, then by all means, get Jawaan Taylor.
Is he a better player than Titus Howard?
Probably.
Or is he about that same level as
I think
Titus
he's probably better in pass protection.
Yeah.
But he's not a great run blocker.
Well, he's better in pass protection because he gets a jump 90% of the time when it doesn't get called.
With Laramie Tunsil too. Like, he's awesome. Right. There's a part of it where guys like Trent Williams get fewer than 5 false starts per year. Like, they do it without trying to cheat all the time.
Yes.
Like that. Yeah. And I think with Jawaan, I just don't think he fits the ethos of what they want to do.
I don't either.
He's not tough and physical.
I'm bringing it up. I'm bringing it up because we've got people saying, "Hey, what about a 7th to the Chiefs for Jawaan Taylor?" Because now there's this 1 week window.
No. I think you don't trade Titus Howard away at his high salary just so you can bring another guy in who's probably come to expect being overpaid and who's been part of a problem on the the Chiefs' offensive line has been bad the last couple seasons.
Yep. All right, I want to pay off on one of the things that we teased here. This was Mark Schlereth, who we like, friend of the show. He's been on with us before. Radio host in Denver, former Pro Bowl offensive lineman, won 3 Super Bowls in the NFL. So he knows what Super Bowl teams look like. This is his solution for the Texans at quarterback.
What if the Houston Texans,
I was just going to say them,
decided to move on from C.J. Stroud, who had an unbelievable rookie year but just continues to drop off. As good as they are, if you'd have gotten any discernible quarterback play in that wild card game against New England, you'd win that game. You'd have won that game going away. There's zero question. Could Kirk Cousins go to Houston? You're playing indoors, like you're playing in a division, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Tennessee, but Indianapolis is indoors. You're not playing any cold weather games, really. Like, would that be a place where Kirk Cousins could go and potentially win a championship? And I would tell you, yes.
That is moronic. That is what Nick Cacerio was referring to. Schlereth, what are you doing? Kirk Cousins has won 1 playoff game.
Yeah, that's in his career. I mean, that's the book on Kirk Cousins is that, man, when it comes to prime time or high pressure or playoffs or anything else like that, that's when he crumbles.
Yeah.
If you're trying to get along, if you like the Falcons were, if your team is just trying to get back to respectability, have somebody there that's a bridge quarterback or something until you find out like what a guy in Michael Penix has. And I know they signed Kirk Cousins before they drafted Michael Penix.
Yep.
I would say, if it potentially makes sense, sure, go for it. But as the catalyst for greatness, no, I don't get that at all.
I don't either. That is a bad take, and it may show up again on Friday this week. Who knows? By the way, Seth, the biggest thing that people are reacting to on this Titus Howard trade on the base power text line is that they only got a 5th for Titus Howard, just a 5th. Couldn't they squeeze a 3rd or a 4th for Titus Howard? Because the Browns obviously thought something of him to then give him a contract extension.
I think he's a competent offensive lineman in the NFL. I think the question is, all right, what is Titus's assessment of himself, and what does he expect to be paid? And I think the Texans probably they redid his deal last year, but I think that was as much about just kind of kicking the can down the road until they can really get guys in there that feel like they fit the actual the fiber of what we want to be as an offense. Let's go to this simple gauge. We've always wondered, all right, look at the defense. How many guys are swarm-worthy? A boatload, almost all of them.
Yep.
You've got too many swarm guys on defense. How many guys on offense are swarmy players? And we have struggled to identify guys who fit that acronym. There's a few guys that you feel really good about. I don't think we ever brought up Titus Howard as a swarmy player.
No, never.
He's been a competent NFL offensive lineman.
Yes. And I'll say this, too. 3 years, $63 million. That's $21 million a year, right, if my math is correct? What has Tyler Linderbaum been discussed at being about at average annual value?
Yeah, like 18-plus million.
18-plus million. And that's the top of the center market right now with Creed Humphrey. And the Ravens have said, we gave him a market-setting contract. So let's assume that's $20 million.
They offered it.
They offered it. They offered it to him. Linderbaum's probably going to hit free agency. He's going to get over $20 million a year, average annual value. And I think the Texans would probably have to pay a little bit of tax versus him going to play for John Harbaugh, who he knows, or staying with the Ravens. So let's call it 22 or 23. The Cleveland Browns just did a $21 million a year deal for Titus Howard. They have Deshaun Watson on their books right now. Like, the Browns are in cap hell.
Yeah.
And got a $21 million deal done for Titus Howard. So I don't want to hear that the Texans can't do a deal for a guy like Tyler Linderbaum. They can find a way. If the Browns with over $100 million still on the books for Deshaun Watson, guaranteed. Some of it is sunk. It's just been shoved into future years. If they can do a deal for Titus Howard, the Texans sure as hell can do a deal for one of the best centers in all of football.
Right.
At about that price.
And in terms of going back to last year at the Combine when DeMeco said that they needed to change the culture in the offensive line room, Tyler Linderbaum is a tone setter and a culture changer in a lot of ways. And I think that I don't care that center is a less valuable position than offensive tackle. When you're trying to change the culture as much or as well as the actual talent on the offensive line, the center can go a long way towards doing that. An awesome center, an all-pro type of center, that I would be 100% okay with that. I think you get more bang for your buck out of a $22 million center there than you do out of a $22 million right tackle.
The reviews are pretty mixed on the trade. I need to Pender poll this thing, don't you think, about what people think of this trade?
Who's incredibly down on the trade?
Well, there's just people, there's like texters, all caps. What the bleep, Nick? There's somebody saying that Nick Cacerio gives off smartest guy in the room vibes when he does a deal like this.
Where was this unabiding love for Titus Howard before this trade?
Yeah.
That's what I need to know. I need to see the receipts of thinking that, man, boy, things are tough on the O-line, but at least they got Titus Howard. Like, where has that been? I think with Titus, there's almost that element of almost back when Camu Grugier-Hill was a thing on defense. People loved Camu Grugier-Hill, and I would get frustrated because I'd look at him and I'd say, yeah, okay, I like the kid plays with a lot of fire and everything.
Yeah.
But let's not delude ourselves into thinking he's actually a genuinely good linebacker.
Yep.
Titus is a better overall player than Camu Grugier-Hill was, but I've never looked at him as a guy that's like, oh, yeah, he's the linchpin. He's got to be the guy that sets the tone and everything. Last year in the offseason, I said, oh, wow, it looks like Titus really maybe is trying to do all the right things and be a good leader and everything, but he wasn't that slam dunk bona fide, oh, crap, this guy's worth every penny we pay him because, boy, without him, you're lost.
No. The nicest thing we've said about him this offseason is he's probably back as a starter on this offensive line somewhere.
Yeah.
That's the highest we've gone with the praise. All right, Bob, let's do some acknowledge-me's. We're running overtime, but this is a big trade that the Texans made. Titus Howard to the Cleveland Browns for a 5th-round pick. Cleveland gives him 3 years, $63 million. All right, acknowledge me. We say names. We acknowledge performances, things we liked, sometimes things that we ironically like from over the weekend or last week. And I'll say a name, Ben Gary, our producer.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge. So let's. I'm going to acknowledge NBC.
Acknowledge me.
Tony Dungy likely out on the Sunday Night Football coverage, Seth. I have not been a big fan of Tony Dungy's style on the studio show.
You're not a fan of his just kind of milquetoast bland.
No.
I wouldn't even call them takes. Every now and then he says something interesting, but mostly he's just boring.
He's boring. The hottest take he ever had was one that I wholeheartedly disagree with, where he said that gambling is going to be the downfall of the NFL.
Yeah.
He said that.
I think that the one thing that annoys me about Tony Dungy is that whenever anybody points out that he's boring, people will say, yes, but he's a good person.
Right.
Okay, we're having two separate conversations
here.
I
think he's probably a fine fella.
Do you know how many really good people are also boring on television?
Right.
That's not what we're talking about here, okay?
No.
I'm not saying you got to put nothing but scoundrels on TV, but first and foremost, be interesting.
Yes.
Say something.
Okay.
Don't look like you're about to fall asleep.
So along those lines, just real quickly, quick tangent here. Andrew Marchand, who is he's the media writer for The Athletic, I believe, said that Travis Kelce could command $15 million a year in broadcasting once he retires, and that Kelce wants to be in the booth. He doesn't want to be a studio show guy. He wants to do what Brady's doing.
You need his brilliant football mind to point everything out.
I'm curious how you feel about that, because he's anything but boring, I would say.
I have a hard time. I have a horrible track record of predicting whether people are going to be good or bad in the media. I'm very, very skeptical of this one with Travis Kelce.
Okay.
I think Travis Kelce is good for a soundbite every now and then when he says something goofy or crazy or anything, but he's... likewise, he's boring to me, but in a more entertaining fashion than Tony Dungy.
Well,
I feel like he's good for some goofball stuff, but that's not what I want to listen to for 3 hours.
No, not during a game for sure. I've been a little disappointed in Jason Kelce in that studio show.
I think most people are.
Yeah, I think he's kind of boring for a guy who kind of really made his reputation or his brand around being kind of a kooky, crazy O-line type. Remember, he got in that Mummers outfit when the Eagles won their first Super Bowl, and he's up there, and he was thought to be the hot thing coming out of those broadcasting boot camps, man. Jason Kelce was maybe the expectations were set a little too high for him.
Well, the thing of it is, the podcast he does with his brother is really successful, and it is really good and entertaining.
Yeah.
But that's a completely different dynamic. That's two brothers chatting with each other and talking to other NFL players, and I love it.
Yeah.
But it's a completely different format.
Yep.
And Jason's the first one to point out that, man, they edit the hell out of that podcast.
Right.
You know, so live television is a lot different than doing a podcast where you can cut out the dead time, you can cut out the flubs and all of that. So when they put him in a suit on television and he's got to speak freely and liberally but without making a whole bunch of mistakes, that's a different proposition.
Tank Dell.
Acknowledge me.
You see the video of Tank doing drills?
He looked like a ridiculously fast AI-generated video again.
Yes.
With knobby knees. People
knees.
saw this video this weekend that he put on Instagram, and the responses were 90%, holy crap, he looks fast, and 10%, I would say, oh my God, his legs are so small, and look at how knobby his knees are.
He's always had spindly legs, though, man.
He's always had spindly legs, but I think that's the concern from people that know that he's also had 2 major football injuries.
Are you concerned about his knot? You've actually had several knee surgeries.
I'm not. Okay.
Are you concerned about his knotty knees?
I think that knee, his left knee, because it went through so much trauma,
yes,
it might be permanently a little bit larger and more inflamed. That's what, because on my knee that I had a boatload of surgeries on, there's a certain, it just gains
size. It looks
size.
different. It looks different.
And then you combine it with his skinny legs, and it looks kind of freaky. I think that I'm not worried about it in terms of his recovery from this specific injury.
Yeah.
It is a reminder that, man, he is a tiny dude.
Yeah.
And that he's had 2 major injuries so far. You can't lump the bullet wound as the funniest thing about it is the bullet wound was his least serious injury.
Football-wise, for sure.
Because it was a through and through.
Yeah.
He was out there. He was out there running within a few weeks.
In one side, out the other, man. Yeah. So scale of 1 to 10, how excited am I allowed to get over this Tank Dell video of him doing all these twitchy things there?
I would tell you a 10.
Yeah.
The thing that tempers a little bit is that, remember, he wasn't having a great season before he got injured.
Right.
So he still has to prove not only that he can come back physically, but also that, you're a smaller receiver in the NFL. It's a process of really learning how teams are going to attack you and how you need to overcome
I'm
that.
just trying to get him back on the field at this point. So
as far as getting him back on the field, I think you should be at a 9.
Okay, I'll take that, man.
I think we will see him in a preseason game.
Yeah. No, because I think you're usually pretty conservative about these things. And you're saying a 9 means something to me. All right, a couple more acknowledgments. Jeremiah Love.
Acknowledge me.
Ran a 4.3640 at the Combine. That was all well and good. But he had an excellent podium where he was asked, hey, probably from some Cowboys writer or some Cowboys sycophant, has America's team reached out to you yet? And Jeremiah Love was like, who?
Jeremiah, have you met with the Commanders? Have you met with the America's team yet?
Who was that?
Dallas Cowboys.
The Dallas Cowboys. Have I met with the Cowboys? I believe so. I did, or I probably didn't. I don't know. I've been doing a lot of running around, a lot of meetings with coaches. But I mean, the Cowboys are great. My dad is a Steelers fan, and he doesn't like the Cowboys, but I really don't care.
What would that be like to wear the star in the helmet?
I mean, I'd be blessed to go anywhere. So it'd have been an honor to wear the star or, wear any other team as well.
Okay, whoever that reporter was, that was definitely a Cowboys reporter because the initial question was, has America's team reached out to you yet? Jeremiah Love said, who's that?
Yeah.
And then the last question was, what would it be like to have the star on your helmet?
Yeah, and that's that kind of just the people who cover the Cowboys sometimes feel like it's still 1990.
If it was 1995, it would be amazing. To have the star
it would be
on your helmet.
most of these. You have to remember, most of these kids who have watched the Cowboys in their entire lives have never been all that relevant.
Yep.
Other than for helping to clarify what a catch is.
Yes.
That's really the thing that the Cowboys. That's the thing the Cowboys have contributed to the NFL this century. Is they've forced the NFL to really define what a catch is. That's what they're known for.
Yeah. It's got to be something. Jeremiah Love it was really funny. His dad is at the Combine, and so they showed his dad sitting in the crowd when he ran his 40, and his first 40 was a 4.37, and they showed his dad, and his dad pulled out his AirPods and threw them on the ground out of frustration. He thought he could have classic dad who's 437, not good. His dad's a really good dude. I've watched plenty of features on the family and whatnot. But it was really funny watching his dad get angry about a 437 from his son, who's a truck. I mean, he's a big kid for a running back.
It's weird. The 40 is so strange in that there's so many. Every year you read all these studies about how 40 time is basically meaningless, doesn't show this, doesn't show that. And yet people get just so wrapped up in it. You know who's the biggest fraud when it comes to that?
Who?
Actual NFL personnel people.
Yeah.
It's the classic. If they love a prospect and he runs a bad 40, they're like, well, nobody pays attention to 40 times. As soon as they love a prospect and he runs a good 40 time, look, did you see that 40
Look
time?
how fast he was.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it affects their judgment.
One more.
He ran a 40 time that isn't going to make people feel any differently about what they already did, which is he's one of the best running backs.
He will not be around at pick number 10. Yeah, he will not be around at pick number 10. Last one, real quick here, just mixing a little Astros. Mike Burrows.
Acknowledge me.
Player they picked up for Jacob Melton and one other. I can't remember who. I'm bringing up Melton because he had a home run last week, and Astro fans were retweeting that video oh, if this guy finds his swing, I'm going to be even more angry at Cintron and Snitker from last year. Mike Burrows, another stellar spring outing, Seth. This one against his old team, the Pirates. 3 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, no runs allowed. 5 scoreless innings now in 2 spring training games. Again, spring training, so you read into it what you will, but I'd much rather have Mike Burrows, who is kind of an X factor for this team, throwing 5 scoreless than us having to kind of explain things away about Mike Burrows.
No, things are rounding into form. We still have our questions about the lineup and everything else and who's going to be the DH and all of that. But on the pitching side of things, the long-standing faith we have in the coaching staff and the analytics staff to get the best out of these guys, combined with the sheer number of potential starters you have, I'm starting to feel cocky again. I'm starting to get a little bit of that positive delusionment, Sean.
Yes.
The delusional, the healthy delusional mindset going into this baseball season.
All right, we're going to do our mock draft injection for today. I am curious, though. I have a general question for Seth about this. Does the trade of Titus Howard change what the mock drafts should look like for the Houston Texans? We'll have that. We'll tell you what Vinny Iyer of the Sporting News has the Texans doing in his mock draft. We'll do that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos, the owner, the Poulos family.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time, and this is now being done. We now have to caveat that this mock draft took place before, or was posted, I should say, before the Texans moved on from Titus Howard this morning. The Texans, if you're just getting in your car, you haven't been on social media yet, you haven't heard the news, the Texans have traded Titus Howard to the Cleveland Browns for a fifth-round pick. Cleveland subsequently gives Titus a 3-year, $63 million extension. So they are valuing Titus Howard in Cleveland. The reaction here on the other side of it seems to be, really, all you got is a fifth-round pick for a starting tackle? Now, there are some people, Seth, and I'm about to put the poll up in a minute here, which will be the ultimate validation of the trade or non-validation.
And we will hold to it moving forward no matter what.
The Pender poll results will be what ultimately stamps this trade as a success or a failure. But there are people weighing in, probably on the heels of some of the other texts we were reading, saying that, look, I've never been a fan of average to below average offensive linemen. I'm happy they moved on. Titus is overrated. Tried to steal the ball from CJ instead of blocking and fell over backing up the year and got CJ killed. Remember that play where Titus tried to rip the ball out of CJ's?
No, Titus, in what became a running theme with the offensive line over the last few years, explained that, no, whatever you saw with your own eyes wasn't as bad as it actually looked. Was that he was actually trying to hold him up, and it turned into him straight. That was the O-line equivalent of a butt fumble. I do believe he was trying to do the right thing. I think he was trying to hold CJ up, but it turned into him ripping the ball out of his hands.
Yeah, it was a good forced fumble by Titus Howard.
You can't come back from the butt fumble of O-line play.
No. All right, so let's do this here. Vinny Iyer of the Sporting News has his mock draft up. Again, this was posted before today's trade. But I do have a follow-up question to Seth about mock drafts in light of what happened. But this is what the Texans, with the 28th overall pick in the Sporting News mock draft, Vinny Iyer selects Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson. Boy, for a team that was not that great last year, Clemson sure does have a lot of guys that are floating around these first-round mocks. Vinny Iyer says this, Seth. By the way, Peter Woods, 6'3", 298 out of Clemson. The Texans also will think about offensive line, but with Caleb Banks shooting up, and Banks, who, by the way, is going to the Texans in a fair amount of mock drafts, he goes 14th in this one. There's a good chance they can see Woods fall here to address a key need up front defensively. DeMeco Ryans will love the extra inside pass rush juice with Peter Woods.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple things here. It's that, one, everybody's looking at the Texans' depth chart right now, and they're seeing that they've got a bunch of free agents who are potentially leaving, and Sheldon Rankins, Tim Settle, Foley Fatukasi, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody outside of people that really, really pay attention know who Tommy Togiai is.
Right.
I think that what's going to happen between now and the draft is that the Texans are going to really put a priority on re-signing some of these defensive tackles. Our listeners know that I think I'm way higher on the Texans' defensive tackles than a lot of them are. For a more objective source, Greg Cassell from NFL Films was on with the Texans radio during the Combine, and Greg watches a lot of film. He's been doing it forever. He's pretty damn objective. This is Greg Cassell on the Texans defensive line.
Those D tackles, to me, were overlooked all season long.
Yep.
I mean, Tommy T, Rankins, Edwards. I mean, these guys, they were dominant players inside. But I just want to reiterate those D tackles because no one talks about them. I mean, you guys probably do. You're in Houston. But around the league, no one talks about them. And I've been talking about them since early in the season because they stand out on film every single week.
Yeah, so this is where I am. I don't have a huge panic meter when it comes to potentially losing defensive linemen or defensive tackles especially, because the Texans have done a really good job of bringing in guys like Sheldon Rankins and Tommy Togiai and Tim Settle and getting the absolute best and most out of them. So I feel like, okay, they can replicate that. But the big thing this year, the dynamic, I think, for a lot of Texans fans is they remember that Bucs game, and they think, man, boy, the D tackles were getting destroyed in that game, and we've got an issue at defensive tackle. What they don't realize necessarily is that after that game, they course-corrected, and within a couple of weeks when they played the Ravens, those defensive tackles absolutely put it on the Ravens offensive line. And it wasn't just the backups that might have been playing or anything on the Ravens offensive line. It was Linderbaum also. Linderbaum had a really tough time in that game because they made the adjustments after that game. And because I would say the other thing about the defensive line in that Bucs game where the Texans got thrashed versus the run, the defensive ends played pretty bad too. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter had some really bad snaps against the run. They figured out, okay, this is where our weakness is. They tweaked a few things. And then for the rest of the season, they were really solid against the run. Mm-hmm. So I think re-signing those guys puts you in a position where you feel like we can address and go heavy on O-line in the draft. Well, so I think getting Tim Settle and Sheldon Rankins, or maybe it's Foley Fatukasi, just at least two of those guys back. Yeah, you feel like, all right, maybe there's another free agent in the mix, but we feel good about it.
Well, and some of those guys, that could happen this week. They could re-sign those. You know, if it's your own free agent, that could happen before the show ends today. You know that. So that's something to keep an eye on for sure.
I think that the Texans might be also in a position where they feel like, okay, look, we got a bunch of these guys. Let's go out and let them test the market. Maybe one or two of them are disappointed in what they see, and they end up for the same price as whatever their high offers are. They'd rather go back and play somewhere where they know they're going to be good in that system.
Yeah, and they like playing here. They like playing in that defense for sure. Do you think we start to see, unless there's a quick follow-up move to Titus here, Seth, if they trade Titus, if there's no subsequent right tackle move coming anytime soon until next week, do you think we see more of these Vinny Ayers of the world going O-line with the Texans in the aftermath of this trade?
Oh, and especially
it's a pretty high profile trade.
Yeah, you got to remember also that the clickbait ability now of what's the corresponding move for the Texans in the mock draft is the offensive lineman, the best Bucky Brooks was on with the Texans radio as well with just John Harris, and I think one of the points Bucky had made was that man, right tackle is a premium position now, and there's some guys that are good right tackles in this draft.
Yep. I would say, as long as we're talking about the combine and the draft, one of the cuts that was making the rounds this weekend quite a bit was Diego Pavia. The quarterbacks did their podiums this weekend. Diego Pavia, Heisman Trophy finalist from Vanderbilt, had a really good year. Vanderbilt had an amazing year this year, but very outspoken, got a lot of bravado to him. Smaller, undersized guy, probably big chip on the shoulder guy. This is who he's getting mentorship from Johnny Manziel, and he was asked about that at the podium.
He's giving me the what to look out for, what it's like, how to stay in the process. And, he's giving me some good advice for sure. And he always reaches out, too, checks up on me, make sure I'm good. And he's just a friend to me, and so he's giving me some mentorship. He's been around me. He's been around my family. He's just a great person for those that really don't know.
Yeah, his advice, look, a fake mustache and a wig just doesn't cut it. You got to go full. Get Jim Carrey's mask guy. Yeah.
What was his pseudonym he was using when he was rocking the wig and the? I'll look it up. I'll look it up because he went by a name. He told the story. Oh my God. Yeah, I would say my and I know we got to hit a break here. My bit of advice for Diego Pavia, if someone asked you about Johnny Manziel's mentorship, would be to cite the fact that, hey, sometimes people learn from their mistakes. That would be my advice. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. All right, the big news from this morning, Titus Howard is now a Cleveland Brown. The Texans traded him this morning. What is the subsequent move? Is Titus Howard's replacement in the building right now, or was he on this team last year? We've had a name pop up on the Base Power text line that I want to run by Seth. So we'll do that coming up next, but first let's get you guys sleeping better, and that would be Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snore.
West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, we're typically taking the best players. I would say as it pertains to the offensive line. I mean, honestly, it's probably one of the best years we had since I've been there. We played, I think we gave up the least amount of sacks, or second in the history of the organization. We had the most improvement from sack production from one year to the next. I think it was us and the Bears. So, honestly, our offensive line actually played pretty good last year. So maybe I was looking at different film, but, we're going to look at who we feel are the best players that we think are going to help us and, try to put together a good team.
All right, so that was Nick Cacerio. I would say overall that 30 seconds of audio, very complimentary on the offensive line.
Yeah.
For the second straight year at the early stages of the offseason. Yeah, no. The last one you and I talked about, it was in the middle of the 2024 season. Or there was a middle of one of the seasons where he talked about a false narrative.
It was the 2024 season.
Yeah.
He called it a lazy narrative.
Lazy narrative.
And since then he's gotten rid of everybody. So he got rid of 3 starters last year. He got rid of this starter with this trade. And then the center position has just kind of always been in flux anyway. The lazy narrative, at least for reasons completely unrelated to the lazy narrative, the Cacerio has swapped out the entire offensive line since he called it a lazy narrative, I'm sure.
Real quick, for those who don't know what we're talking about, just the Texans traded Titus Howard to the Cleveland Browns this morning for a 5th-round pick.
They clear about $4 million in cap space, net cap space in doing so. So as far as it being the best it's been since he's been here, in 2021, just to try to be as objective as possible about this, PFF, the final rankings for the Texans offensive line was 29th. In 2022, it was 26th. In 2023, it was
those were horrible football teams.
In 2023, where CJ's one really promising season, they were 15th.
Yeah.
They had a bunch of injuries. Then it didn't necessarily always feel like they were a mediocre offensive line. 2024, 29th. And then they're all the way back up to 27th this year. So it was better than, just as objectively as possible, it was better than 2 of the previous 4 seasons, and it was a little bit about the same as one of those 5 seasons.
I apologize if you said this. Whose ranking is that? Is that PFF?
PFF's,
Okay. I was this offense. Well, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole of was 2025 better than 2023.
The sacks don't always tell the whole story, obviously. And I think that part of it this year was they were getting rid of the ball faster. I think CJ did a better job of getting rid of the ball better, and that got better as the season went along. He started to get a better feel for when he could hold on to the ball, when he needed to get rid of it quickly.
Yeah.
So a lot of the improvement in the sack numbers was on CJ himself. A lot of people say, hey, sacks are more of a quarterback stat than an O-line stat.
Mm-hmm.
There's some really good quarterbacks who play behind bad offensive lines who don't get sacked a bunch because they know when to get rid of the ball. I think CJ improved in that regard this year. I don't think it was a great O-line performance, though.
No,
I don't think it was nearly
either.
any. I thought they stabilized midway through the season, but I never felt like, oh boy, with this O-line, you're really cooking with gas.
No, I would say 2 things. That the one thing they did do well in close games was there were several games where they had to run the football when the other team knew they had to run the football, and they were able to close out games with the offense on the field, not the defense having to make plays like they did so many times last year. So I will say it's situationally they did better at some things. The other thing, too, I think, is that they were better coached, and I'm just going off of what people say in the building over there and just the way it looked at training camp and just some of the things they were so bad at technically in Chris Strausser's second year particularly that they were better at this year, is that there could be an element where Cacerio's answer is talking more about Cole Popovich than he is the actual players, and now the feeling is, okay, now we need to get better players for Cole Popovich.
Yeah, and part of it is that they just looked across the board more fundamentally sound, especially after midway through the season when they settled in on the starting lineup that they would use, that there just were fewer mental errors.
Yeah.
But again, I'll go back to Caley, and in his play calling was calling plays, especially in the run game, where it's easier to not have negative plays. Yeah. It's not like they were hanging their hat on, wow, we're gonna run it right up the gut and we're gonna play smash mouth football. They were trying to do that. They weren't great at it.
Yeah.
But it also it doesn't create as many seams in the O-line. Just in some of the play calling and the run selection, that it's just easier to not have negative plays, but they weren't imposing their will.
No. Text message, base power text line. I'm optimistic by this move of trading Titus Howard. It makes me think they're going to be very active in free agency in the draft for O-line and running back. Yeah, just take a listen to D'Amico we should probably go get that cut of D'Amico because it's more applicable now than it was even the day he said it because of this move that they made. But D'Amico has not. He's basically shown his cards about how motivated they are to improve those two position groups.
D'Amico last year said they needed to change the culture on the offensive line. Yeah. They promptly then got rid of 3 of their previous starters from the 2024 season. And I think that some of the things they did, including elevating Cole Popovich, some of the types of guys they brought in, I think they did some good work in improving the culture. Felt much more like a lunch pail, blue-collar type of offensive line. You know, like Trent Brown doesn't seem like an Instagram OT. You know,
no.
He's not my answer moving forward at right tackle by a long shot. I wouldn't mind having him on the team as a swing tackle, but there was just a kind of a certain ethos about them. Ed Ingram, really good run blocker.
Yeah.
Still has question marks as a pass protector, but really good run blocker. Okay, there we go. There's a blue-collar, gritty type of guy that I like that part of it, but now let's add some actual talent on top of that.
Yes.
That maybe you like the culture, but all right, let's get some viable veterans via trade or free agency. Let's draft the kinds of guys we want. I think Titus Howard did his best this year to become more like that guy they're looking for and less like like an Instagram OT.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he was ever going to be the complete fit for a guy like Cole Popovich.
Right. And so we have a lot of people, why are you moving on from Titus now? Why'd you keep him around? Why didn't you just get rid of everybody? It could very well be, look, they're only saving $4 million on the cap on a guy who's making $20 a year. They're taking a dead money hit with trading Titus Howard. It could very well have been because last year was so close to him signing that extension still that to move on from Titus Howard would have cost you more than having him on the roster last year.
He's
not a bad player.
There's an art to pulling the bandage off.
Yeah.
You know, and there's sometimes where when you're already on a team that, look, they had reasonable Super Bowl aspirations this year, that if you do it all at once, you don't want to pull the bandage off, but then also pull the sutures out with it. And that's where I think it was, and what I kept telling myself last offseason was, all right, they're trying to be methodical about this O-line rebuild, and it felt like I told you last year, it felt like they'd ripped the house down to the studs, but we're still living in a FEMA trailer.
Yes.
And that you're trying to get that house rebuilt over a 2-year period. Let's not be in the FEMA trailer again this year. Let's just go ahead and put the final construction pieces in place.
Okay, so there's some really interesting follow-up questions to this. And you mentioned Trent Brown. Someone on the text page said, I'm predicting that they give a 2-year cheap deal to Trent Brown to play right tackle. If the next move the Texans make is to give Trent Brown a 2-year deal, I think people are going to flip out.
And rightfully so.
Yeah.
The problem with Trent Brown is he's getting up there in years. He's well into his 30s now. He's only really played – in his 11-year career, he's only had 3 seasons where he played the entire season as a full-time
How long ago
starter.
was the last one?
The last one was in 2022.
Okay,
so
that's 3 seasons ago.
Offensive linemen who start every game and play every snap usually get a little bit above 1,000 snaps in a season.
Yeah.
The average number of snaps he's had in a season after his rookie year, but when he became a full-time starter in his second year, is 637 snaps.
Yeah, that's not good.
He's a 370-pound dude who's in his mid-30s, who's still coming off of a patellar tendon tear 2 years ago, and he wasn't available to you in the final game of the of the playoffs,
where you needed him badly.
Yeah, you just cannot go into a season thinking this is our answer at right tackle.
Okay, here's my other question as it pertains to 2025 Houston Texans offensive linemen, because right now they are staring in the face the possibility, Seth, of replacing 4 out of their 5 offensive linemen. I think Ariante Ursery is going to be a starting tackle on this team at either left or right. And then after that, everything's up for grabs. Left guard and right tackle. By virtue of trading Titus Howard, you all of a sudden made both of those positions a question mark because he played both of those positions for you. We don't know. Nick Cacerio was very open to improving the center position when he was asked about it. I think that's significant, especially when you consider how much Nick has sold the offensive line as improving, that he left the door open to an improvement over Jake Andrews. My question is about Ed Ingram. Does Titus Howard moving on move the needle at all on Ed Ingram coming back, just to keep familiar faces on the offensive line?
Right, yeah, and a guy that, with Ed Ingram, I think a lot of that might just be, I would love to know if they approached him during the season to extend him. And if Ed Ingram thought, well, look, I'm having the best season of my career, I'm going to test free agency.
Yep.
And they might be cool. The Texans might be in a position where they're saying, all right, well, let's see what offers you get. Let's just keep the relationship as good as possible. Know that we'd love to have you back, but we got to fill now. Now they can go to Ed Ingram and say, hey, look, we're looking to fill right tackle. We're looking to fill left guard. We're looking to fill center. Those are 3 positions right now where we can't spend above and beyond. So you understand why we can't make you an incredibly huge deal right now. But if he gets out there in free agency and there aren't incredible offers out there, that he comes back.
Yeah.
But they're willing to bide their time.
Bide their time and create the sense of urgency with him. Like, look, man, some of these guys that we're looking at in free agency, we're going to have to do something on the first day with them. Yeah. Tyler Linderbaum might be a day one free agency guy. And so that's my other question, Seth. The potential ripple effect moves from this. There's 3 I want to bounce off you. If the next move were the Texans making some sort of trade with the 49ers and a restructure on a new deal, not a long-term deal, obviously, but more like a Danielle Hunter kind of thing, with Trent Williams, how would you react? How do you think the fans would react to that?
I think the fans would be excited about it just because he's still a really, really good football player.
Yeah, man.
And
you got way better on offensive line if you went from Titus Howard to Trent Williams.
Yeah, and he's already a guy that, look, sometimes you wonder, okay, how does a guy to adjust to new circumstances, new scheme and everything? He's already done that, and going from Washington to San Francisco and becoming an even better player probably.
Yeah.
And he's been very consistent in it. He's an older guy, but he's been relatively durable. I think I'd be really excited about it. Yeah. I think, like, I always hesitate to use the term plug and play because it's rarely that simple. But the biggest concern would just be, all right, you're going to give him a bunch of money. It's probably going to be a huge guarantee on that money. As long as it's a short-term deal, you just know that there's a chance that he doesn't make it out of the season because he's an older guy.
Yep. Yep.
That's my only reservation there. Everything else on it, whatever they see fit to pay him, I would like it because it's the aggressive change that we've been asking for.
Yep. And D'Amico would have good intel on him. And to your point about him kind of aging really well, he's done more for his Hall of Fame candidacy as a 49er than he did as a member of Washington's football team.
Yeah.
His 3 berths on the first team, he's been a first-team All-Pro 3 times. All 3 are with the 49ers after the age of like 33 or whatever he was.
Yeah.
If you use the NFL Top 100 as any sort of metric, as people know I do, when he was with Washington, he was routinely in the bottom half of the NFL's Top 100. Since he got to San Francisco, 14, 7, and 45. So that's the last 4 years. So he definitely has the respect of his peers.
Well, as far as just all-pro status, he's been all-pro first or second team in 4 out of the last 5 seasons. And the one season he didn't make it was in 2024 when he only played 10 games because of injury. That's the thing that gives me reservation is that the only time he missed a lot of time recently was in 2023 or 2024, but he's he was 36 years old.
Yep.
And now he's 38 years old.
Yeah.
And that's my one little bit of trepidation there is just on his age. Andrew Whitworth played really, really well up until he was 40.
Sure.
And I think Trent Brown is in that he's already shown he's in that category of player that can be really good into his late 30s, but the chance of injury is still going to be higher.
Yeah, you said Trent Brown that last part.
Oh,
Trent
excuse me.
Williams. Yeah,
Trent
you meant Trent Williams.
Too many Trents.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even said anything except we talked about Trent Brown
No,
5 minutes ago.
100%. Yeah.
The other thing here, too. So Trent Williams is the one big name. Now, this other one, the ripple effect will not be experienced until at the earliest next Monday because he's a free agent. But I said this earlier. Titus Howard got a 3-year, $63 million deal this morning from the Cleveland Browns after the Texans traded him there. There's nobody with a worse cap situation right now than the Cleveland Browns due to the Deshaun Watson signing. They also happen to be paying Myles Garrett and a handful of other people very top-end contracts. If the Cleveland Browns can find it in their team roster construction to somehow give Titus Howard 3 years, $63 million, then the Texans can certainly play in the Tyler Linderbaum playground, whatever that looks like.
Right.
They can certainly find the now. Does that prevent them from doing other things they might want to do in free agency or with trades? Sure. I mean, ultimately, if you come to a show to hear the salary cap is not a real thing, you've come to the wrong room. You've walked into the wrong room. Seth and I are not that guy, but we do acknowledge the flexibility that you're allowed to operate with. And the Texans, the fact of the matter is, they've got the potential to restructure a bunch of dudes and go get more dudes this offseason.
That's the interesting thing is that when things stabilized this year, it was when, oh, wow, look at this. We've got more veterans on the field on the offensive line because Trent Brown's at right tackle. You had Titus Howard at left guard. You got more veterans, guys with experience that can kind of smooth out the rough edges a little bit. Maybe not as many mental errors, all of that. That I'm not in the mood for, hey, we're trading away Titus Howard, but don't worry, we're going to draft 3 offensive tackles.
Yeah.
That's how we're going to find out whether or not C.J. Stroud really has what it takes, is by playing him behind a bunch of rookies.
Yep.
I've got zero appetite for that.
Yes.
Zero.
Yeah.
Because even if Nick Cacerio was the best GM of all time at picking offensive linemen in the draft, which we know he's not, you're going to whiff on some of these picks unless you get lucky. So it's got to be with trades and free agents that they restock at least a couple of these positions.
I wonder if they've got an inkling about something that's available to them. You know, this is a surprising move, right? I mean, I was shocked they made this move when I saw it.
I've wondered for a couple of years whether part of the culture change was ultimately also moving on from Titus Howard.
That's fair, but
when the circumstance was right.
Yeah, you and I have not mentioned the possibility of trading him one time this offseason.
But I feel like to your point, it feels like this is the kind of thing that might happen when, something came up in conversation at the Combine where the circumstance is right.
Yeah.
And at some time between now and free agency, there's going to be a corresponding move of some sort.
Yeah, I think so, man.
Might be, hey, the Ravens offered Tyler Linderbaum that deal, and he was cool with it, but that they're doing it with the hammer of, hey, we'll franchise tag you if we don't, and we're going to trade you or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Could be a lot of things.
There could be multiple different scenarios.
I just think it's more likely that there's something else that Nick Cacerio and D'Amico Ryans have in mind or have an idea that they could go do.
Yeah.
Versus just we're moving on from Titus Howard.
I hope it's not just that they feel really good about the draft. Because, again, I don't feel great about going in there and especially thinking that, hey, we're gonna trade up and take an offensive tackle at 20th.
Yeah.
All right, that's not the kind of guy that you know is slam dunk going to be better than Titus Howard in his rookie year. In this year where you're trying to just really see what you have in C.J. Stroud.
All right, I don't think Titus's trade today affects this guy's contract extension, but we've got the latest on what will probably be the biggest deal the Texans make this offseason. That's coming up next.
Whole lot of stuff in springtime, the draft, free agency, but also your trees. When you're thinking about spring in Houston.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you again. We'll be hitting this throughout the remainder of the show, and I'm sure the fellas on In the Loop and The Drive and Area 45 will be hitting it as well. But the Texans trade Titus Howard for a 5th-round pick to the Cleveland Browns today. The Browns subsequently give Titus Howard a 3-year, $63 million extension. Several people asking, Seth, on the Base Power text line, is this a money thing probably with Titus where he was asking for a new contract? I would say the fact that the Browns are giving him a new contract would indicate to me that Titus's representation was trying to do the same with the Texans.
It was this is where it gets tough, and I genuinely don't want to be sloppy about this because some of it's just speculation and some of it is based on other things. But I do feel with Titus, there's always a feel that, is it fair to say that he's been very open about basically thinking that he's worth a lot of money? Yeah. Is that like and that until these last couple of years, whenever you get moved down to guard, he very much wanted everybody to know that, yeah, I'm doing this, but in my heart of hearts, I'm a right tackle, and that's how I deserve to get paid. That's how I deserve to get regarded and everything. Right. So some of that involves money because right tackles get paid more than guards. I mean, that's changing, though, by the way. The premier guards are getting paid pretty damn well these days. Yeah. But also, I think it might have just as been, even though he did a good job publicly talking about being cool with being versatile and everything, maybe he also just wanted assurances. This is speculation on my part. Yeah. Maybe he would just like to be in a place where they say, no, you're a right tackle. You're going to play right tackle. You will be judged as a right tackle, et cetera, et cetera. And so maybe that's a part of it, as well as the financial component of all of that. And maybe the Texans just don't want to look at him that way. Yeah. And they very much valued him being versatile, but Titus didn't value him being versatile as much as the Texans valued him. No, and he was entering a contract year, and I think that's a great point. The tackles make more than guards. Guards are better paid now, to your point, than they used to be, but still not at tackle level. Tell you what, if I were him going to Cleveland, I don't think I'd want to get bumped to guard just because they've had pretty good guard play over the. I mean, he'd be replacing Joel Bitonio or Wyatt Teller at guard for them. Those have been good guards. Yeah, they're replacing their entire offensive line. Tearing it down. Yeah, tearing it down. I'm going out with Cleveland radio this afternoon. Okay. And I'm just curious. It'll be good because I really want to sit down and try to be as objective as possible about how this fits their needs and why it makes sense for the Browns compared to where the Texans are right now. And I think part of it is with the Texans is that ideologically, I think they want to probably get younger. They also want to. They know that they're going to have to spend a lot of money across 4 different positions potentially on the O-line, and they want to be careful about it, I guess. But the difference is the Texans are closer to a Super Bowl by far than the Browns are. But the Browns also aren't in a great cap position. No. Like, these are both teams that have to spend a lot of either draft picks or money on their offensive line right now. And I'm trying to figure out why it makes more sense for the Browns to do it with Titus Howard than it does with the Texans. That's why I think that other than maybe the Texans don't think of as highly of Titus Howard as he himself does. Yeah. Or certainly as highly as the Browns think of him. I mean, they just gave him a $21 million a year deal. Will Anderson Jr., that is somebody who's going to be making a whole lot more than $21 million a year when he ultimately gets his new contract extension. Here's Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network at the Combine this weekend talking about what the timing of the inevitable extension for Will Anderson Jr. looks like.
Deals come together when they come together, and a lot of time these happen later in the spring. I wouldn't be surprised if this one happens at some point in the relatively near future, mainly because what the Houston Texans have done and what Nick Cacerio and DeMeco Ryans have established is a team that takes care of their stars. Right? Every negotiation is a battle. But if you look at what the Texans have done, they have paid their guys. I mean, Stingley was the latest, right? I mean, that was a huge deal, 3 for $90, one of the best corners in the NFL. I mean, they make it a priority to reward the guys who should be rewarded. You look across that defense, and they got a lot of guys who are really good who are going to make a lot of money. I would expect Will Anderson to be the first, and I would expect him to be very, very worth it. And as far as C.J. Stroud goes, wouldn't be surprised if that waits a year just to let him have a little better year under his belt before he negotiates.
Okay, so there you go. The C.J. thing at the end is probably deserves more than the 5 seconds Ian gave it. The crux of that was Will Anderson Jr. Getting what I predict, Seth, will be a market-setting extension for non-quarterbacks. Nick's never been cheap when it comes to players like this.
No, Nick also, he's told us openly that, some of the things were when he's done some things in the draft, like giving Jaden Higgins a fully guaranteed contract. Was it with us or with somebody else? I think it was with us when he basically said, look, we know where the market is headed. We're not going to waste a whole lot of time just trying to be the team that fights against the trends.
Nickel dimer. You're not going to be a nickel dimer.
Okay, at some point, all these guys at the top part of the second round are going to be fully guaranteed. So we're just going to get the deal done and move on.
Yeah.
3 or 4 years from now, everybody else will be dealing with the same thing, and we don't have to worry about it. So I think that's where he probably is with Will Anderson. This is an easy one, not that you ever want to justify, setting the market or anything you don't want to be too quick to do it. But everything that the Texans ask for in their players is emulated by Will Anderson. Like, it's the performance on the field. It's the way you conduct yourself in the building. How much of a leader are you? All of those things, he does all of them. And it's not just the production on the field. It's the manner in which he accomplishes it by having this 1,000-mile-per-hour motor that you don't have to overthink this. And Nicole Lynn, Will's agent, doesn't have a reputation of somebody that's just going to try to beat the Texans down for every penny that it's, she doesn't strike me as somebody that needs to have her name attached to, oh, hey, look at what Nicole Lynn got, the top contract or anything.
Right.
So I think the two sides are going to work together pretty well.
I think they will too, and I think when you do a deal like this, you ask yourself, is he the best player? Is he the best non-quarterback in football right now? The answer is maybe. If the answer to the question, though, do you feel like he will be in the next year or two, is could he be, and the answer is yes, and you feel pretty firm about it, then you give him that contract. It's quite simply, and I think that's what they're going to do. I think the thing let's play one more, because this touches on what you just said, Seth, about the makeup of Will Anderson. Is it possible that he's even better than what the Texans thought they were getting on draft night?
From my kind of understanding of where the Texans are, I think they thought he was awesome. They traded up for him. Right, great moment. I broke it. He has been, I believe, better than they thought.
Yes.
Sure. They thought he was great, and he's been better. Now, the fact that defense is so unbelievably good that they make everyone around them better, the Neil Hunters of the world, and you got everyone in the secondary seems going to get paid. That is a star-studded defense.
All right, so there you go. I kind of rolled my eyes when he said I broke that news, and I'm like, I probably would have done the same thing.
I think it's one of those things. I'm just judging by – I didn't watch the video, but I'm judging it was one of those things that he did kind of jokingly, and yet at the same time it's still getting done. I'm going to conspicuously call attention as if I'd be the type of guy to do that.
The joking flex is an art.
Yes.
It's an art form, for sure.
Yes. I'm going to make fun of people who would do this, but I'm going to make a joke about it. And in doing so, you're going to see that I'm doing it.
Do you agree with the assessment that Will Anderson Jr. is even better than what the Texans thought they were getting when they moved up from 12 to 3 to get him?
I think in as much that you're always taking a flyer, anybody worth his salt as a talent evaluator has a certain sense of humility about him. I guess the part with Will that you just wouldn't know is that he works really hard, but he was very raw in terms of his pass rushing ability. And sometimes people almost treat with technique as something that you're going to get as long as you work at it. Where, no, there's a certain natural ability in some of the hand-eye coordination, the ankle flexion, all of these things that go into being a great pass rusher that some guys just simply can't do it. They don't end up being effective at it, even if they work at it. So I guess that's the part that I think they knew that he was capable of it, but you just don't know if it's going to work out for him.
Yep.
So that part of it is, I don't think it's a huge surprise to them, but you just, there's no way they would have said, yep, 100% guaranteed 3 years from now he's going to be one of the 3 or 4 best defensive ends in the league.
I don't think it's a huge surprise, and yet I think if they had written down whatever their expectation was, they'll never say they put expectations on it, But you have to when you make a trade like that. You've got to forecast what you think this guy is going to be. So somewhere they're making those forecasts. I would say that he's checked every box. Like multiple, like in the performance on the field boxes are the ones that have gotten like 3 or 4 green check marks. Like he's the second best defensive player in the sport right now, 3 years in.
Yeah, I guess the things that you would worry about if you're drafting a guy like Will Anderson and trading as aggressively as you did, like, okay, what are the realistic concerns? One is injuries, and that was a little scary in the first couple of years.
Yeah, he had an ankle that was a
repeated
recurring
ankle
thing.
issues. Yeah. So that was a little bit scary. The technique part that we talked about, it's not always a slam dunk that you get it. I think it's always nice when somebody's negatives are actually positives. Like Will Anderson had the same issue his rookie year that J.J. Watt did in his rookie year, is that sometimes he was overly eager to make a play.
Yeah.
And to the point where you got guys that have high engines and are just super aggressive, and that sometimes they end up overrunning plays or missing tackles or whatever. That's one of those things that, okay, it's an awesome problem to have because we got to actually figure out how to tamp down this guy's enthusiasm a little bit at times.
Yep.
To slow things down for him. But it's not always a guarantee that you can get that out of him. But, yeah, I guess I don't think it's a surprise. I just don't think that they would have 100% known for sure. They just knew he was capable of doing what he's doing right now.
The thing you'll start to see this week with the Texans, I can almost guarantee, is you're going to see reports of guys restructuring their contracts. And I think it's part of it. I think you can read that one or two. You can read it 3 ways. 1, they're going to be active in free agency. 2, they're going to extend Will Anderson Jr. 3, especially if it starts happening here in the next 24 hours, is there might have been something that they're working on that's tied to the Titus deal.
Yeah.
That they need cap space.
If they need to clear cap space immediately.
Trent Williams or something like that.
Yeah, and that's so for those contracts, just always know whenever you hear they worked with a player to extend his deal, it's usually the player's not giving anything up. They're just guaranteeing more money so they can spread the cap hit over multiple years. Sometimes they can do it without consulting the player at all.
Yeah.
If they just convert salary to guaranteed money without an extension or whatever, sometimes the verbiage in the contract is the player doesn't even agree to it.
They agree to it ahead of time almost.
Yeah, but that's something that Nick has a lot of cap space built in to allow them to do that in the next couple of years. And I think that you're 100% going to see a few of them even before they hit free agency, because they have to.
Yeah.
For them to do anything in free agency, they got to convert a few of those contracts.
They got to convert. Nico, watch names like Nico, Dalton Schultz, Stingley for sure, maybe Petrie, Aziz, anybody with a contract that's got a couple years left on it with that they want to keep around for a while longer. Those are the candidates for it.
And I think that in some ways, we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we'll talk about it on the other side. The other thing I want to talk about, we talked about other offensive linemen that this Titus Howard trade could mean something for. Could this mean something for another position of need, this Titus trade for the Texans? We'll hit that coming up next. Men's T Clinic right now. Went to Men's T Clinic.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Been a pretty active Monday. Titus Howard traded to the Cleveland Browns. That news came down around 7 o'clock this morning. Texans get a 5th-round pick in return. I put up a poll. We'll have Seth guess a little bit later. Just a simple approval rating on the trade. It's a reply to the Ian Rappaport breaking news. So I replied to it with a poll. So if you go find that breaking news, one of the tweets below it, or go find it on my timeline. We've had almost 1,000 people voting, and I'm not going to say what the results are. Seth's going to guess at this in the 9 o'clock hour. The biggest criticism I've seen of the trade is they only got a 5th for a starting right tackle.
Right, yeah. And I think that's where the salary part comes into it. I think that Titus is interesting. I think that there's never a consensus opinion on offensive linemen in general, other than for the top tier guys. If you're gonna argue about whether Penei Sewell is the best or the 3rd best offensive tackle in football, you can have an argument about that. Nobody's putting Titus Howard in the Penei Sewell market. It comes down to how much are you paying for that right tackle.
Yeah.
And I think that's the part of it. I don't think there were a lot of teams that were interested perhaps in paying him $22 million a year like the Browns are right now, and also trading a high pick for him.
Yeah.
So I think Titus Howard is a viable either starter, maybe starter plus or whatever, offensive lineman in the NFL. But there's a lot of teams this time of year that would rather spend a draft pick on a guy like that.
Yep.
That they think they'd rather, if they're going to spend a 2nd-round pick, they'd rather draft an offensive tackle who might develop into a Titus Howard than they want to just spend the pick and pay the money for it.
And
too.
Who's doing it at $2 million a year for the next 4 years? On a rookie deal. Yeah, for sure. Well, it's funny too. You bring up that tier of tackles that Titus clearly is not in. The Texans just traded a guy who is viewed in that tier a year ago, and that may have to do with some of the seller's remorse that Texan fans are having. Like, hey, man, we got a 5th for Titus, and we got a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th for Laramie Tunsil. Like, Laramie's a better player, but is he a better player to where the Jimmy Johnson trade chart blows Titus out of the water like that? And the answer is no. I mean, they're not that far apart as players. Laramie's clearly the better player of the two, but there is a certain increase in price. Like, there is a certain, you get to a certain level of tackle, and the price just jumps way, way up because they're elite at what they do. There aren't many Laramie Tunsils walking the face of the earth. There are a lot of Titus Howards, many more Titus Howards walking the face of the earth. And that's not disrespect. That's just the league has spoken on both guys. That's how it is.
Right. If Titus Howard was willing to play for $15 million a year or just $10 million a year for the next 3 years, you would have gotten a much better price on him.
That's
obviously.
Right. So the Texans got a 5th. This is my question, Seth. I'm of the opinion that this Titus Howard trade is a precursor to something. I don't think this was done in a vacuum. Maybe I'm making more out of this than it is. Maybe they're just ready to move on from Titus, maybe agitating for a new deal if he was, or representation was. His representation certainly took a victory lap on Twitter this morning after getting that extension from the Browns. If that was enough for them to go, no, we'll just move on, we'll find somebody else to do this, then so be it. I think there's a decent chance that there's a ripple effect with this. Could the ripple effect be something that improves the Texans at another position of need? We know that DeMeco Ryans has said that offensive line, he volunteered this when he was asked about this by Judy Batista of the NFL Network, volunteered it and said offensive line and running back are the two. These are the two areas we need to improve in. 5th-round pick is what they got. Reportedly, Seth, a 5th-round pick or a day 3 pick, and I think people are filling in the blanks with the 5th round, is what Detroit is looking to get in a trade for running back David Montgomery. Could it be something as simple as the Texans picking up this 5th so that they can go flip it to Detroit? I'll point out the Texans do have their 5th-round pick in this draft, so they don't need a 5th-round pick to go get David Montgomery. They have one, but do they feel like, okay, well, we got this extra one now. We can go trade for David Montgomery, and we don't have this big hole in our draft where we go. They right now on day 3 have a 4th, a 5th, and 2 7ths.
Right.
Then now there's not, if they were to trade their own 5th for David Montgomery without this Titus deal, now you're talking about basically, 4 hours that you're sitting there without a pick.
Yeah, if you're thinking about the sum total of what you're doing, let's just look at that as like the inner core of our offense. If we look at our 5 offensive linemen and 1 running back, whoever's playing running back at any given time, you don't want Woody Marks back there for 1,000 snaps per year.
Yep.
That how do we get this whole blob of 6 players better overall? That makes sense. That all right, we lose Titus Howard. We're gonna have to figure out a way to replace him, but we've just got an extreme upgrade at running back, and we still feel confident in our ability either in the draft or free agency or the trade we've already worked out elsewhere to replace Titus Howard. That makes sense. Yeah.
Where is this running back room if they make a David Montgomery trade in terms of how much do they still need? How do you feel about Montgomery as a lead back?
I feel good about look. At any given point, sure. Hey, I'd love to have 5 potential all-pro running backs. I think that if you've got a 1-2 punch like Montgomery and Woody Marks, I mean, this is 50% of the exact comparison that we were hoping for. When the Texans drafted Woody Marks, we hoped that it could turn into something that Joe Mixon and Woody Marks could be something like David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs up in Detroit. Now, Jahmyr Gibbs is a more electrifying athlete than Woody Marks.
Oh, yeah. Jahmyr Gibbs is in the conversation for best back in football.
Right. But similar types of guys of that run threat / receiving threat, and then you pair them with more of a hammer type of a running back like David Montgomery or Joe Mixon, then you've got something you really like. So I think that's where then it doesn't become an A1 priority headed into the draft that you don't feel like you have to draft a running back.
You don't feel like you have to, and yet if the board fell in such a way that with one of their second-round picks, let's say the 59th pick overall, I'll just use Jadarian Price as an example. If he were still there at 59 and they drafted Price with the 59th pick, even after having made a David Montgomery trade, I would be cool with that.
I'd be cool with it. I think it's still you gotta temper your wants and desires, and remember that you're spreading this across 22 different starting positions. It's that it is still the running back position, and how heavily committed do you want to be to running back on your roster? Well, you still have, as of right now, 4 question marks on the offensive line.
You do,
I mean, you've got 4 question marks on the offensive line.
No, if they had gone if they had gone safety and some other position that wasn't offensive line at 28 and 38.
Yeah.
And the fact that I'm even talking about these picks, like Nick's still going to be using these exact picks when draft time rolls around, is silly unto itself. But if they hadn't done anything to address the offensive line in the draft, and they're drafting another running back when they'd already traded for one, then sure, like you're 100% right. Like I'm saying this blindly without knowing what moves they've made from March 9th through day 1 of the draft.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. Yeah. 2 years ago, they had Joe Mixon as a healthy running back behind your offensive line.
Yep.
Joe Mixon wasn't nearly the best version of himself behind that offensive line. So, I mean, you can keep drafting offensive line or running backs and adding running backs all you want. If you don't get to the core of the problem, you've got a bad foundation on your house, all right? I'm gonna have a beautiful widow's peak on the roof of my house. It doesn't matter how beautiful that widow's peak is, it's gonna crumble when the foundation fails.
Check out my man cave.
Right.
Yeah, that's running back's kind of a man cave thing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Heading into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, there are some bullet points, Texans related, that we've got to get to post-combine. They'd have to do with some of the things we're talking about. Who could be targets in free agency? The rumor mill has begun to churn as to who the Texans' prime targets could be in free agency. How do you feel about these names? We will go through them coming up next.
Hey, maybe you're standing next to that house that crumbled and it fell on you and you broke a
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. The big news today, Titus Howard is now a Cleveland Brown. The Texans move on from Titus Howard. They get a fifth-round pick. Titus Howard gets paid. He gets 3 years, $63 million from the Cleveland Browns. And now the Texans, for sure, have at least one more open spot on the offensive line, because that was one of two players, Seth, I think, that you and I were putting in ink on the offensive line. Ariante Ursary is going to be one of the starting five, and Titus Howard, whether it was a guard or tackle, was going to be one of the starters on the offensive line for the Texans, in all likelihood.
I think some of the questions about this trade, I think the most frequent one is, wow, they only got a fifth-round pick for him. Why didn't they get more? I think if there's one thing about Nick, it's not like Nick makes trades without feeling it out a lot and knowing what the value is. And the fact that Titus gets this extension with the Browns, and that's what any team trading for Titus Howard knew that they're also going to have to pay him this money. That's what drives it down.
Yeah.
We had the extreme of it was we had one listener say, well, why didn't they just swap the 28th and the 6th pick in the draft? Well, because that's like you'd have to trade 2 first-round picks, basically.
To move up from 28 to 6.
You'd have to give them your 28th pick and probably a future first.
Yeah.
I found the equivalent one to that would be when the Falcons moved from 27 to 6 to draft Julio Jones.
I just said that when you and I were talking during the break.
Yeah, the Browns, let's see, the Falcons basically gave up 2 first-rounders and 3 additional picks to move up 21 spots. Nobody's given up that much to get Titus Howard on their, it's the money. The simple answer is it's the money. I don't worry about, with various things that we've criticized Nick for in terms of trades or what have you, I never worry about whether he's vetted it out.
Yeah.
Because he's one of the most active guys in the league and talks to a lot of people all the time.
Yep.
The Browns weren't the only team that were aware potentially that Titus Howard could be traded for.
We are highly likely to get Nick Cacerio on this week in advance of free agency and obviously in the aftermath of this move today and whatever other moves they make. So we're nailing down a date and time, but it looks like we could be getting Nick Cacerio on the show this week. As soon as we know, y'all know. So keep an eye out for that. You can text in 713-572-4610, base power text line. So Texans Jacob on Twitter has taken a bunch of the nuggets from Aaron Wilson. I'm guessing Aaron did a YouTube or wrote an article that had post-combine breakdown for the Texans. These are some interesting bullet points. Let's react to these here, Seth. I'm going to throw these out to you like chum in the water here, like red meat to a rabid dog. And let's see. Now, we just talked about this one. According to Aaron, Texans are prepared to make Will Anderson Jr. one of the highest-paid defensive players in NFL history.
I approve.
I approve, too. Not a big surprise. We had a texter point this out. If we're just looking at average annual value, he probably becomes the highest-paid player in Texans history of any position. Now, we'll see what C.J. Stroud gets down the road.
Yeah.
But I believe the highest paid before this was probably Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
On his first contract, he got $39 million a year.
I mean, he's done everything that you would want him to do, and the Texans, who have already established a precedent of extending guys in their third season, operate kind of in a manner where they say, okay, we're going to give him the money now, and we know that it's going to be a value contract a few years down the road as long as he holds up his end of the bargain. You don't worry about whether or not Will Anderson's going to hold up his end of the bargain. There's not a single person on earth that thinks like, oh, boy, Will's probably going to relax if he gets this huge
He's
payday.
the safest bet in the NFL probably. He's up there.
Yeah, and the second part of it is, and this is what the interesting one is, you want to, as a team, have a bunch of guys that know and understand that if they keep up their end of the bargain, they're going to be underpaid in a couple years. So let's not agitate for a new contract 2 years from now.
Right.
And I've had a pretty good feeling about all of the guys that the Texans have extended that I don't think if Nico Collins had gone on to have 2 all-pro seasons or something, that he'd be agitating for a new deal. And that's a valuable part of the culture right there.
No doubt.
So I think Will Anderson 100% is that guy. is not the guy that would be agitated.
Yeah. Not next bullet point. The Texans are interested in Kenneth Walker, which is something we'd heard, who's projected to get 13 to 14 million AAV, average annual value.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I like Kenneth Walker. I don't know if I like Kenneth Walker at 14 million a year. That's a lot of money for a running back, man.
Yeah, it is. I think I like David Montgomery at whatever his deal is.
$6 million this year, $7 million next year.
I think they're going to be interested in Kenneth Walker. I would be surprised if Cacerio wants to pay top of the market for a running back. I think it's because of the position, because of the injury. I mean, we've seen it already. He paid a hefty price to get Joe Mixon and gave him an extension.
Yeah.
And you got 1 year out of him.
Yeah. Joe was $9 million a year. I'll bring up Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley, they were in on Saquon Barkley to reportedly $11 million. Saquon got 13. The Texans were out.
Yeah.
So,
It's in predicting what exactly the running market's going to be like in any given year is good luck with that.
Yeah, well, especially when the guy won the MVP of the Super Bowl, too.
Yeah, and I think Nick probably feels like, look, we don't know what the running back market is actually going to look like. There's viable guys out there that we like, and let's just see what happens. I would, if I had to bet on whether or not they sign Kenneth Walker, I would say they don't. They're going to be interested in him, but I don't think they try to compete with whoever wants to spend crazy money.
Texans also have interest in Rico Dowdle and Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
Now, Etienne's an interesting one to me. I'm a little surprised he's getting mentioned as this, cut below Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall. And I say that because he's been very available. He's missed 2 games in his entire career. Now, he missed his entire rookie year because he got injured in his rookie year. He was drafted in 2021. But in the 4 seasons since, Seth, he's played a total of 66 of the 68 games for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's gone over 1,000 yards rushing in 3 of the 4 years.
Yeah.
His first year as a full-time starter, he was over 5 yards a carry. And that was when Jacksonville made the playoffs that year. Hasn't rushed for as many yards per carry on lesser Jacksonville teams. Back up to 4.3 this year. He's been he's averaged over 40 catches a season out of the backfield. I'm a little surprised he's not getting as much love as those other 2 guys.
Well, and I mean, this is love in the media, and we don't know exactly how teams are going to feel about it.
Yeah.
I know that Etienne's a guy that D'Amico has brought up unprompted as one of the bigger threats every time the Texans play the Jaguars. D'Amico, you can kind of get a feel for the guys that D'Amico genuinely really likes or is impressed by. The thing about Etienne for me is I've just seen multiple times versus the Texans and other teams where, man, it looks like he starts to thrive when they really, really need him. And that kind of like a more physical version of Woody Marks will grind out that extra yard or 2 and carry the pile and do all of those things. He feels like a D'Amico Ryans type of guy. The other guy that I think that fits that bill too is Gainwell from the Steelers.
Yeah,
and Gainwell is another guy. He brought up both backs, Gainwell and Warren, when he started talking about the Steelers is running a certain type of way that sounds like a swarmy type of way to run the football. What they do with the ball in their hands as a receiver, like after they catch the ball, they're breaking tackles, they're laying shoulders, all of that.
Texans, this is Aaron Wilson's Nuggets post-combine, want to add 2 to 3 new linemen. That number may have gone up today, including a potential new starter at center like Cade Mays from the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I think, again, I would love to have Tyler Linderbaum here. I think that because the Texans right now have 4 question marks on their offensive line.
After today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels a whole lot like last offseason.
Sure does.
They're probably not going to set the market on one of the top-tier guys. And maybe they do. But I think they're going to be more aggressive, hopefully, than they were last year. But it's not going to include a Tyler Linderbaum.
Would you rather have Cade Mays and a couple of top-of-the-market and or draft at guard? Or the other position, sort of near the top of the market, or would you rather have Tyler Linderbaum and guys that look more like closer to last year's level of guys?
I would rather have guys, which were?
So would you rather have Cade Mays, who's a lesser center? They're going to sign either Cade Mays or Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah.
Would you rather have Cade Mays, and that means you can shop in a more expensive aisle at the other guard and the other tackle position, or would you rather have Tyler Linderbaum and you're shopping more in the aisles you were shopping in last year at the other three positions?
I guess I'd have to go with the first option, where I
more
just
balance along the offensive line.
I want steady veterans along the line.
Yeah,
and I want the first week of free agency to look a lot like what the Bears did last year. They traded for 2 veterans. They signed a veteran in free agency, and then they also drafted an offensive lineman.
They did.
I think that's going to be the template for the Texans this year.
Yep.
They looked and they saw, hey, look, you know what? The Bears last year, the Bears did what we should have done last year.
Yep.
And they were very, very aggressive, and I think that's what the Texans end up doing.
Okay, a couple more bullet points here. We'll rapid fire these. Speaking of the offensive line, they will look into Colts right tackle Braden Smith.
No.
They have a need at right tackle now.
Yeah, he's been injured a bunch. I don't know.
Sure has.
Yeah, I guess he's all right. I don't know.
Okay. Not that excited about that.
It doesn't move my meter.
I'm with you. The availability is a big deal. Texans and Ed Ingram have mutual interest, but it will be $13 million plus, most likely, to keep Ed Ingram.
Oh, that's a lot. I don't. Okay.
Boy, the Ed Ingram window is wild because you got guys like Barnwell and other guys saying he's barely a starter.
Yeah.
And he's worth $4 million a year, and then I don't know what the market's saying
I think
about
that
it.
sometimes this is where, okay, do we treat it like baseball or do we treat it like football? Ed Ingram spent his first 3 years in his career not doing a whole lot, got benched in his 3rd year in Minnesota, but then comes to Houston in his 4th year, really comes into his own. He was way more impressive as a run blocker, but I thought as a pass protector, he was solid, but then his bad plays were really bad. Some of that isn't as bad when you've got a good center next to you. So I tend to be more bullish on Ed Ingram. If they could get him at $13 million a year, well, meanwhile, they couldn't retain Titus Howard, who wanted $22 million a year, apparently. Like that extra $9 million to help get another offensive lineman.
Yeah.
But also have a veteran who's got continuity and understands your system. I'm cool with that.
Next one, Christian Kirk is likely gone. Okay. That's not a big surprise. Sheldon Rankins and the Texans have mutual interest in him returning.
It's low-key one of the most critical things the Texans do in free agency, or even before free agency, is to re-sign at least 2 of their free agent defensive tackles. Because those guys, as a unit, play way above their pay grade and their PFF rankings. And I think they are genuinely, for all the people, I feel like people wring their hands over the defensive tackle position more than they should. You got really, really solid play out of that group of guys this year, and without having to pay a bunch of money for them. And Tommy Togiai signed an extension during the season, so you've got him for another couple years. So I think that re-signing a couple of those guys puts you in a position where you don't have to worry about drafting a defensive tackle unless a really good opportunity shows up in the draft.
I'm going to name 3 other guys that Aaron reports have mutual interest in returning. E.J. Speed.
Yep.
You would want him back?
He was 1 year, $5 million.
Yeah.
He didn't play a whole bunch, but when you wanted to be in a 4-3, when you wanted to have 3 linebackers on the field, I thought he did some really good things for him. But how much do you pay for a guy that's not a full-time starter? I think if they can get him back on another similar deal, or maybe they give him a 2-year deal this time or something cool, I just don't want to break the bank for him.
He doesn't show up on any of the free agency, top 50, top 100. He doesn't show up on any of those. Trent Brown.
Yeah, definitely, but not if I don't want him back if you're planning on him being your starting right tackle.
If the corresponding move to Titus Howard getting traded today is a Trent Brown deal this afternoon that looks like a deal that might be like for kind of moderate starters money, people are going to be pissed. And Trent Brown played well last year.
If you're banking on a 33-year-old, 370-pound man who's only ever played 3 healthy seasons in the NFL in an 11-year career.
What a wild number that is.
If you're banking on him to be your full-time starter at right tackle, you're setting yourself up for disaster.
Tommy Townsend has a mutual interest in returning.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, yep.
I kind of want this Georgia punter, the Australian guy that thinks it's weird that Kamari Lassiter puts whipped cream on his ice cream. I kind of want him for the dynamic.
I want him for the interview at training camp, and then it all depends on how he punts after that. So we'll see.
It's I like having an Australian on your special teams roster, especially if he looks like Bill Burr.
Last bullet point. This is not a throwaway, because we just talked about we talked in the range of this topic earlier in the show, Danielle Hunter wants another year added to his deal. Danielle Hunter makes his deal right now is for $35 million.
Yeah.
He wants another, and this is the last year of his deal.
I think the Texans, I've suspected that what the Texans are going to keep doing with Danielle Hunter, as long as he's playing well, is to keep extending him by 1 year every year. So his first year here in 2024, they gave him a 2-year deal. Last year, on March 19th, they extended his deal 1 year.
Gave him a big raise.
Yeah, and I think they probably do the same thing again this year. Sometime in the next few weeks, we'll hear that he extended his deal by a year.
What do you think? But at $35 million again, or what, I mean, you think they keep paying him
Adjusted
in this range?
for inflation?
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Until he shows that he's not playing at the same level, then I think it just keeps going up by, they do a CPI consumer inflation index or whatever.
I think they should do it. They need to do it. There are some core components to this defense that if this defense, until further notice, this defense is going to have to carry you to a Super Bowl. Until I see what they do offensively, until I see that there's a new version of C.J. Stroud or an improved version of C.J. Stroud. And if that's the case, then the pillars of this defense are your 2 edge rushers, your 2 corners, and I would throw maybe Jalen Petrie in there as well just because of the versatility that he brings, and maybe Azeez because of the leadership. But the 4 guys, the 4 pillars, like the 2 edge guys and Lassiter and Stingley, are top-of-market guys. But I don't think you put yourself in a position where you don't have much choice. Your defense has to carry you at this point.
Right, and you're also, I mean, you've got Barnett's a free agent, Danico Autry's gone, all of that. It's as great as the defense is, you also had really good luck with health this past year. That a drop off from Danielle Hunter, the way the roster is looking right this moment, you don't necessarily have the young guys waiting the wings at the edge that could take over for him.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the, we're in the 9 o'clock hour. Coming up next here in the 9:20 segment, I put up a poll earlier. If you want to go vote on it, get there now. You've got this break to go do it at Sean T. Pendergast. Titus Howard traded for a 5th to the Cleveland Browns. What are the people saying? What's the people's approval rating of this trade? Seth will guess at the Pender poll coming up next.
Nick Cacerio shut down any rumors about the 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. You can text the show 713-572-4610. The steam is picked up on the text page throughout the morning. Usually there's kind of a bell-shaped curve to the activity on the text page. It's been a straight 45-degree angle with this Titus Howard trade. The base power text line, people texting in their wants and needs at this point, Seth. Just simple text message. Connor McGovern at center, James Daniels at right guard. People just sending in their Santa Claus shopping lists now for the offensive line spots.
This will be the thirstiest. Well, it's 2 years in a row, really. We've been thirsty for offensive linemen. And last year, a lot of the guys in the first round, some of them were, you got into the late teens, and there were guys that you could have traded up for. Tyler Booker was somebody that a lot of us were interested in because the mock drafts had him going late first round, and he ended up going in the top 10.
Yeah.
But there were some guys that people were thirsty for.
Yes.
And this year, for the second straight year, we're chubby chasers. We want some of these big poor hygiene mofos out there. Let's do this.
It's funny because you're right. This is 2 years in a row. I feel like last year's thirst for offensive line was just like we've got to make sure C.J. Stroud survives because he got sacked so many times in 2024. This year, you're right. It's a thirst for offensive line. It's a little different this time though because it's like, man, you can get to a Super Bowl. I don't think people were saying after 2024, if you fix the offensive line, you're going to be in the Super Bowl. I feel like if they fix the offensive line, there's a better chance this year they're in the Super Bowl than coming into last season, given how the defense played. I just feel like it's a different kind of thirst this year. Like, man, this is the last thing.
Well, the problem is the reason it's a different kind is because they tore down the offensive line in 2024 and then weren't aggressive in building it up.
Yeah.
And I think there are a lot of people that are really upset that the Texans weren't more aggressive in building it up. I was willing to wait it out and see. And then after the offensive line in the first half of this past season was still a huge issue, they settled down and they course corrected to where the O-line was at least stable. But part of that was also just the timing of, man, when they didn't face as many ridiculously scary or interior defensive linemen in the second half of the regular season.
That's true.
And lo and behold, they started looking better. They faced some scary interior defensive linemen against the Patriots, and it looked as bad as it ever did.
Yeah.
But they also had injury issues there.
Yeah.
But whatever patience I had in not aggressively rebuilding or addressing the offensive line last year, that's all gone.
Well,
and now especially you get rid of Titus Howard. I've never been a huge Titus Howard fan, but I've respected him as a competent offensive lineman, NFL offensive lineman. Certainly he could be part of an awesome offensive line depending on who else he had on that line with him. You get rid of him, and now you got 4 open spots on the O-line.
Yeah.
That's a lot to go into in a year where you're also feeling, all right, it's put up or shut up, not just for the offensive line this year, but for C.J. Stroud as well.
Yep.
So you've got question marks all over the place, and does it feel like last year this time we thought Joe Mixon was going to be the running back in 2025. Now we don't even have that.
Yeah.
And we like Woody Marks, but we know that he's not a guy that needs to get 400 touches in a season. I feel more desperation right now about the offense than I did in the 2025 offseason.
Desperation's a good way to put it. There's 100% right now, as of this morning, more pressure on Nick Cacerio to fix the offensive line. You took one of the things that was the most solid things on your offensive line and traded it away for a draft pick today.
Right.
So you were already under pressure to fix the offensive line. Like especially because you've had multiple cracks at it. So you've got to fix it this year. And so your first move is trading one of the two guys that you had penciled in on the offensive line.
Right. And I think that ultimately this probably comes down to Titus Howard, a guy that's never been afraid to just kind of agitate or push for what he thinks he's worth. He thinks he's worth $22 million per year. I would argue that he's not worth $22 million per year. And for a team that needs to be aggressive in addressing the entire offensive line, he's a lower rent version of what they did with Laramie Tunsil last year, which is we'd love to have 5 solid offensive linemen.
Yeah.
To do that, we can't have a bunch of guys that are all making $22+ million per year. We got to figure out a way to fill this thing out with viable guys at reasonable prices, and we don't think Titus Howard is worth $22 million a year.
No. What'll be interesting to see is, do they go find somebody that they do think is worth $22 million a year at another position?
Yeah.
Does this make them more likely to attack a Tyler Linderbaum market?
I saw somebody on the YouTube say, wait a second, they think that you guys think Tyler Linderbaum is worth $22 million a year as a center, but not Titus Howard, a tackle? Yes, because Tyler Linderbaum is one of the best in the NFL on the offensive line.
Yeah.
At center or otherwise, he's one of the best players in the NFL. He's worth the most money in the NFL. Titus Howard is an adequate offensive tackle.
Yes.
And that's the difference. Tyler Linderbaum is a tone setter. Tyler Linderbaum is a guy that makes guys around him better.
He resets the room.
Right. Yeah, that's why there's a vast difference in which category of player those guys are in. Yes, offensive tackles are more valuable than centers, but Tyler Linderbaum's a very, very, very good center.
Yep. All right, so I put this up earlier, Seth. Pender poll for Texan fans. 1,600 votes in it so far. I mean, just to give you an idea, when I do some of these other Pender polls on other topic, 300, 400, 800, we got 22 hours left, and we're skewing towards 2,000 Texan fans that have voted in this thing.
It's a banner year. It's going up like the price of oil, my friend.
For Texan fans, per the tweet above, and I did this as a reply to Rappaport's breaking news, the Texans traded Titus Howard to the Browns for a 5th-round pick. They open up around $4 million in cap space. Do you approve of this deal?
Okay.
Yes,
That's a good way
I
to
approve.
lay it out.
Yes, I approve. No, I don't approve are the two choices.
Okay. I think that 73% of people said, yes, I approve.
73% approve.
Yeah.
You are not only on the wrong side, you have the wrong percentage as well.
Boy.
Yes, I approve. 37.2%.
So people disapprove of this trade.
Generally speaking, almost by like 2/3, like a 2-to-1 margin.
Okay. I approve of those people disapproving of this because this isn't – you can't look at this in a vacuum and say it's a good or a bad trade until you see what Nick does in the offseason to make this offensive line better.
This might be the first in a chain of things that we need to approve of.
So I guess, and this is where I will 100% with full transparency say I'm probably too optimistic that they're going to be super aggressive and that they're going to pull what the Bears did last year and trade or sign 3 veteran players even before free agency begins. This is a fan base that's coming off of a year where last year they got rid of 3 starters from the previous year and then were not aggressive at all in replacing those guys. They kind of did a wait and see, like, hey, maybe this guy works out, maybe this guy doesn't. So I get why more people are pessimistic about it, because it's just not, you can't, this trade is only going to be a good trade if they follow up on it by saying, oh, okay, you thought Titus Howard wasn't worth $22 million per year, so you got a guy that makes $12 million a year, and he's just as good as Titus Howard.
Yeah,
and that you also fill up the center and 2 guard positions.
Your offseason last year, in terms of new faces brought in, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about bringing in new faces, either via trade, via free agency, via the draft. I would say their 4 primary, well, I'll add a 5th one. Their moves were drafting Ariante Ursery, thumbs up. Giving Cam Robinson a 1-year, $14 million deal, thumbs down.
Yeah.
Trading a 6th-round pick for Ed Ingram. Okay, that worked. That worked. Signing Trent Brown to a low-level, minimum 1-year deal worked, but he was hurt for a lot of the time, and he was hurt when you needed him. And then Jake Andrews, who I would say was okay.
Thinking that somehow the development of Juice Scruggs or the veteran savvy of Laken Tomlinson was one of those guys would win out, as you spent the entire first half of the season turning it into a competition between 2 guys, neither of whom would actually win the competition.
Right.
It took him a half season to just revert to the old trick of like, oh, wait a second. Oh, there's always money in the banana stand. Move Titus to left guard.
Yeah.
Like that was the innovative thing that they did, which is what they've been going back to for years. Well, I guess we can't figure out left guard. Just move Titus Howard down there.
And I'll add in, I mean, if you're looking at training camp, Blake Fisher spent a lot of times running with the ones at right tackle. He was their starting right tackle when the season ended the year before. Because Titus got hurt, but he was Titus got bumped over to guard at the end of that year. But and Blake Fisher promptly got destroyed in the first couple weeks of training camp, and they had to figure something else out, This
is what I hope. I hope that by the next time you and I have Nick Cacerio on the show, I just really hope there's at least one trade.
One move.
For an offensive lineman.
One move.
Yeah. I want one more veteran in the building.
Counting down, because it looks like it might be happening pretty soon.
I know. And I want to be able to talk about how this year it looks like they're going to be aggressive in bolstering the offensive line. That it's just that. Because, again, to go back to this dynamic, this is a year that we're really going to find out about C.J. Stroud, right? Because you're going to have a better offensive line in front of him. I thought that was going to be last year, and it didn't turn out being last year. This is a year, right? This is a year?
It's supposed to be. That's what I
hear.
hear.
You're going to put gas in the car, Dad?
That's what I hear.
Yeah.
Texter says, a couple of texters here. This says the Texans no longer view Howard as a tackle. They view him as a guard, and now his value didn't work out. Yeah, there's probably something to that. Or at least as a tackle, they don't think he's worth 3 years, $63 million. That he got from the Cleveland Browns today.
I think Titus Howard wants to be viewed as a guy who's a really good right tackle. The Texans view Titus Howard, whose biggest value is his versatility.
Yes.
And that they're looking at him as gauze, where he wants to be the titanium rod.
Mm-hmm.
It just, no, I need titanium rod money.
Right.
They're like, frankly, it's just a little bit more we'll put some gauze over this thing.
Yeah. I was only paying half attention. Did Seth say money in the banana hammock or the banana stand?
The banana stand. That's a Arrested Development reference.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I got your context. I hadn't heard.
I
that
do like
before.
that money. I'll make money in the banana hammock better. That's a good analogy to use at some point.
Yep. And then someone's texting it. Arrested Development knower, Seth Payne. Yep. You're a knower of Arrested Development. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Is this the best description that you've heard about how we here operate in the great state of Texas, where things are often bigger? Is this the best description that you've heard? We've got that. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there.
It's that time of year again. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Anxious to see what the guys on In the Loop have to say about the Titus Howard trade. What was their gut reaction when they saw it? We'll circle back to it in just a second. A lot of people texting in about this. We'll read your text. Base Power text line.
So about 75% of people who responded to your poll are down on this or don't approve of this trade. And I think there's
62%.
62%.
Yeah, 37% say they don't like it. So
Okay.
No. 37% approve, 62% do not approve.
Disapprove.
Yep.
I think that of the people who disapprove, it's a combination of two big things. One is just that they don't trust that Cacerio is the guy that can now fill 4 question marks on the offensive line, other than Ariante Irisary, who, even though I'm bullish on Ariante Irisary, I have to say, okay, he still does have to continue to develop.
Absolutely.
So you could say there's 4.5 question marks. Ariante Irisary will start, but he has to continue to develop. I like him. And then the other is just that you only got a 5th rounder back for him.
Yep.
And I'm cool with the compensation because if there's one thing I don't worry about with Nick, it's whether or not he vets a trade or if he's gauged the value. He's very, very active, and he talks to a lot of people.
If this were O'Brien and he traded Titus Howard for a 5th, the feeling would have been like he did that so he could get off the phone.
Right, just get off the deal or something. Yeah, I think that's – and I'll be interested to see what people like Bill Barnwell and people that really grade the trades say about this. But the other part, and the big part, I think, is that – people just don't trust that the Texans are going to be able to significantly improve this offensive line this year. And you've got 4 question marks, and that's a lot going into an offseason.
And this texter, too, says, so this is the year we find out about C.J. Stroud. This is his put up or shut up year. So let's see, what do we do well? First off, we get rid of his security blanket quarterback coach. It's been with him forever. Then we get rid of one of the only 2 serviceable offensive linemen we have. Yeah, this doesn't look good.
Yeah,
it would be interesting to see what CJ thinks. That in the last 5 days, Gerard Johnson has gone, and now Titus Howard is gone.
I guess that's the big question, though, is, and I think a lot of people who even raised their eyebrow at the Gerard Johnson departure and maybe weren't a fan of it, still concede that, right, yes, he's been the quarterback's coach for these last 3 years.
Yeah.
Like, how good of a security blanket was he? And I'm not one to blame position coaches because you just never know exactly what's going on and which good advice or teaching is being heeded or not.
Yep.
So it's an element to it. But you can't look at what they've done with CJ over the course 3 years and think, well, you got to be sure no matter what happens, you keep everything exactly the same.
No, I would rather be, if I were put in a position, I'm with you on not blaming position coaches, just blanket blaming them because we're not in the building. We don't know. We're not in the meeting rooms, whatever. I would much rather, if I had to argue one side or the other of the Gerard Johnson situation, I'd much rather argue the side of them having to make a change.
Right.
Just based on CJ's performance alone. That's the one data point that we all know of right now.
Right,
You
yeah.
know?
Well, like if an offensive line or a defensive line coach, you can start to get a feel for, okay, this guy, like Rod Wright with the Texans defensive line, boy, he consistently seems to be getting the best version of various defensive linemen that they add to the team.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach previously, I did not feel that way about him.
No.
Quarterback, it's dicier because you've only got 1 or 2 guys that you're going to see at any point during the season.
Yep.
And the quarterback himself is responsible for a lot of the improvement that goes on. I'm not as worried about the draw. If anything, I think making the change at quarterback coach hopefully can be a good thing.
Yeah.
We don't know until we see Jerry Szaplinski work with him. It's the fact that, this is the year you're supposed to be figuring out, really, can we get the maximum? Can we get the ceiling or closer to the ceiling in the best version of C.J. Stroud behind a group of offensive line, 4 of whom might not even be on the team right now?
That's right.
Ed Ingram's not officially on the team. Trent Brown and Titus Howard are not officially on the team. The Titus Howard, the left guard version of him, not on the team. Jake Andrews, we don't know if he's going to be a starter or even on the team come September.
Remember when we played that little game last week? If they had to play a game tomorrow, this is what the team would look like?
Yeah.
Pretty harrowing on the offensive line right now, I would say, right? I mean, it's probably, it's left to right. It's probably Ursary, Jarrett Patterson or Juice Scruggs, Jake Andrews. I mean, Patterson and Scruggs are probably your guards. Andrews is your center, and Blake Fisher's your right tackle. You know? So
it's Sean, you'll appreciate this. Some WWE wrestlers they're horrible when they have to rehearse their promos.
Yeah.
And that when all of a sudden the light comes on and it's live and it's real, they're brilliant at it.
Yeah.
And you just need that pressure of the live performance.
For sure.
I feel like that's maybe what the Texans have been when they've known every year, like, well, if we have to, we can just move Titus down to left guard. I don't know. Let's try Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs.
Laken Tomlinson.
I don't know. I guess we'll move Titus Howard to left guard. No more safety net.
No, this has to be the precursor to other moves. Today's move with Titus Howard. There's got to be at least one move that's intertwined with it. I'm really hoping that we hear some news in the next day or two.
On the current depth chart for the Texans, they have a total of 7 offensive linemen on the current depth chart.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, 6.
Okay.
Because Titus Howard's still on this depth chart that I'm looking at. They have Ariante Ursary at left tackle. Your options at left guard would be Jarrett Patterson or Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
Your only option at center is Jake Andrews or Juice Scruggs or Jarrett Patterson. So those same 3 guys right there.
Yeah.
Your options at right guard are Jake Andrews, Jarrett Patterson, and Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, no, those 3 guys in some permutation or the middle of your
line. And then Jarrett, and then that Jarrett Kingston, he can play guard too, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy that we signed.
The guy that's on the depth chart behind the 3 guys that we're like, about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
So wait, is that and Blake Fisher also.
Yep.
Those are your options.
Yeah, they need guys. If they had to play again tomorrow, they'd be screwed.
So what do they have? They have 6, whatever that works out to.
I think it's 6. It sounded like 6. This was last Tuesday at the unveiling of the Toro District, the new headquarters for the Houston Texans that should open sometime in 2029. They had everybody speaking at this thing, ownership, Mike Toman, the team president, anybody that was anybody spoke at this thing. And including Tom Ramsey, who's the commissioner for Precinct 3, one of the driving forces of the Harris County part of this public-private investment. What do you think of his description of how we view things in the state of Texas?
We deserve the very best. I grew up in East Texas, and we need something that I would call bodacious. And this is the first step in what I would think bodacious should look like. So anybody that wants to do half-baked duct tape and baling wire, I'm not interested.
Okay, now was he talking about the new headquarters or the offensive line?
Tom Ramsey, right?
Tom Ramsey's talking about the new headquarters.
Yeah.
I feel like he might have hit the nail on the head. If he's talking about the Texans' offensive line, I would have to say that I think he disagrees. That this is a bodacious offensive line. This is strapped together with baling wire right now.
Yep.
I did like you had said on Friday. You said that one of the county commissioners gave a very good kind of Texas version of things.
That was him.
I watched this early Saturday morning, and I knew exactly who you were talking about.
Yeah.
All right. He's talking about Tom Ramsey.
Uh-huh.
I liked that clip.
Yes. Now, I've not heard bodacious often tied to
East
Texas or physical structures like buildings. I just asked AI, bodacious often describes something or someone that is exceptionally impressive, attractive, or audacious as a blending of bold and audacious. See, I didn't know that either. It's a blend of those 2 words. The breakdown of what often gets described as bodacious, now this is my neighborhood, physically attractive and voluptuous people. I've heard it more as...
bodacious boobies or something like that.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Excellent. The dictionary, before we had AI, Sean, we had a thing called dictionaries. Excellent, admirable, or attractive.
Okay, all right. And all the renderings of this new facility certainly fit that description.
Well, it feels like we used bodacious in just our kind of our normal talk back when we were kids. Wasn't
Really?
that for a while? That was like, bodacious.
I only knew no.
It was kind of like awesome for a while.
It was? Okay.
Yeah.
See, I don't remember that. I only remember it describing chesticles, boobs.
Maybe that just didn't filter down into your part of the world.
Maybe. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are here. Gentlemen, it's good to see you guys. Hope you had a great weekend.
Fantastic weekend. Seth is right, by the way.
What
Bodacious back. Surfers used to use that all the time.
Oh, did they? Okay. Oh, yeah. You're right about that. Okay. You're right. It was part of the the Valley Girl lingo or the surfer lingo. Okay.
It's bodacious.
Yeah. Okay. It's all coming back to me now. Sorry, I was too focused on the other thing. Bodacious describes.
It's funny because I wouldn't have gone upstairs. I'd have gone downstairs there.
Oh,
voluptuous describes upstairs.
Fruity booty. Okay,
voluptuous is very, very much describing upstairs.
So, what was the reaction from each of you today on the bodacious trade that the Texans pulled off between themselves and the Cleveland Browns? Titus, I was very surprised. I mean, we haven't talked about trading Titus Howard all offseason.
No, I would say. Like whenever there's a huge trade in the NFL, they'll call it like shocking or, just a huge trade. It's not on the NFL level, but it is in Houston.
Yeah.
That's how I would describe it, a shocking, big trade. And a lot to cover, obviously.
Yep. I felt like I lost a book, man.
Mm-hmm.
When I was looking, if you've played Spades, when I was looking at this offensive line, we talked about this on our show as you got 2 and a possible starters for next year.
Yeah, right.
You had 2 locked in with Ariante Ursery, Titus Howard, and then the possible for me was Jake Andrews just because of what he had done to organize as a center. You done lost that, right? You lost a guarantee in that. And I say lost, I mean you willingly made the decision, but that was the surprising element of it where you took one of very few certainties on that offensive line and now it's gone in a year where we were talking about progressing your offensive line. This is clearly, at least momentarily, step back.
The pressure is amped up right now, man.
It's huge. No, and I think that's exactly how it seems the majority of the people in the fan base are looking at this. Sean did a Pender poll where 62% of respondents disapproved of this trade. And I think a huge part of that isn't, it's not even necessarily out of love for Titus Howard, I would suspect. It's that they don't trust that the Texans are going to be able to adequately fix this offensive line.
Yeah.
And that it's 4 question marks plus I like Ariante Ursery a lot. I think he's going to be good, but he's still a relative question mark because he's still got improving to do. So you've got 4.5 question marks on the offensive line right now as you enter the year that you're supposed to find out what you really got in C.J. Stroud.
Correct.
And is he the guy moving forward?
That's why there's got to be another move coming.
No,
I mean, there are going to be moves next week in free agency. I just got to feel this feels like one of those moves that you only do if you feel really good about 1 or 2 things out there.
Yeah.
And Seth made this point too, is that I hope if I'm power ranking the things I hope they feel good about, I hope it's a trade or a free agent, and they're not pushing chips into the middle, coming home from the combine, going, boy, you know what? There's 3 or 4 guys I feel good about, and we got a whole bunch of picks we can use.
Yeah.
There's got to be a veteran presence in these 4 spots that they're filling here.
I mentioned to Reggie, not only does there got to be, you have to. I don't think you have a choice.
Right.
You have to have someone proven come in.
Yep. And I feel like this too. If the Cleveland Browns, with Deshaun Watson on their salary cap, can make a 3-year, $63 million deal for Titus Howard, who is an average offensive lineman, $21 million a year is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Then the Texans can certainly find somewhere to open up $20 million for Tyler Linderbaum.
100%.
100%.
Yeah. I think the question then becomes, though, how much do you want to model yourself after the Cleveland Browns, right? With that statement,
but Linderbaum's a much better player.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, but then it's like just the way that they've operated in allocating their resources. I get your thought process. I have a little trepidation on the
it's not even as much about the Browns as it is the math.
Thank you.
Like that's all it is.
Reggie's heard me say this a million times.
That's all I'm saying is this is a team. Put your hand over the logo. I don't care who the team is.
Yeah.
This is a team that has, for the reasons you're talking about, Reggie, they're incompetent. Yes, but the fact that math is math. The math is the same for all teams. Math doesn't lie. This is a team that's got over $100 million still somewhere on the books on a quarterback that might not even play for them ever again.
Yeah.
And they were able to go make a deal like this. Now, who knows? This may be their one big splurge this offseason. Texans probably need to make multiple splurges.
Yeah.
I just look at it and go, man, if the Cleveland Browns are out making moves that involve $20 million a year for a guy who, and I'm not even sure he's worth it, and certainly the Houston Texans and any other, and obviously the Giants or the Ravens or the Chargers, who are the other teams that are mentioned for Linderbaum. I mean, ultimately it's free agency. It's his choice where he goes.
Right.
But it shouldn't be because the Texans didn't want to pay top of the market. It should be, well, I'm going back to Baltimore because I know Baltimore.
Yeah, and I think that's very much a fair point. The thing that in thinking about this Titus Howard trade, I was like, what does this say about the Texans and their balance between playing for now and playing for the future? That's something that every front office has to kind of, find a level of balance for, find their MO on. And this feels like a future move. Obviously that you can make a move where you're paying that big money for a dude who's going to come in immediately. But I do wonder, how much are they geared towards the right now? Are they in that, we just need to go all out for that? And, what does that end up looking like, and what does that say about the next move that's coming?
Yeah, we'll have more clarity on that once we see what the corresponding moves are, I think.
Honestly, and then if you just really want to open up Pandora's box, if the Texans don't really aggressively address the offensive line and make them a good offensive line this year, what's that moon? And let's say the Texans don't extend C.J. Stroud this offseason. How's CJ feeling all about that come next offseason?
Yeah, right.
It could get super, super messy.
Yep. So what is you're listening to KLTAM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, on Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. As always, question of the day.
The question of the day might have to wait. Let me make sure that I'm seeing this correctly.
Okay.
And making sure that this is indeed the right person. I believe that this is. It seems like Tom Pelissero is breaking news.
Is that a
right
quarterback
now.
that I saw?
You want to hit the sounder, Figgy Fig? Because I feel like this is worthy of the sound.
Is this Texans breaking news?
This is Texans breaking news, if I'm seeing this correctly.
Wow. Okay.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, this is per Tom Pelissero of NFL Media.
Okay.
A trade has happened. The Lions are sending running back David Montgomery to the Texans, sources tell the Insider.
Thank you.
What the hell's going on here?
Corresponding move. I got to go back and find that segment where we sounded smart. I love that.
This is okay. Feel very, very good about that. I think that this is what I had hoped for when the Texans drafted Woody Marks. I thought, hey, maybe Joe Mixon and Woody Marks can be like this David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs duo up in Detroit. And it turns out that Joe Mixon apparently got bitten by a radioactive spider or something in the offseason, so that we wouldn't know. Why not go out and get the actual guy that I modeled my hopes and dreams on, David Montgomery, and bring him down here? I like this a lot.
I do too.
What they trade for? How much? What?
I have not seen. Okay. Adam Schefter says that this is for a fifth-round pick.
Fifth-round pick. That's why we were talking about it earlier and workshopping it, because that had been the rumor mill, is that the Lions are looking to move Montgomery for a fifth-round pick. That was one of the first.
Nick was like, fifth-round pick?
No.
I can do that.
The two things that we immediately thought of when this trade went down at 7 a.m. was, could there be a Trent Williams move coming? Not for a fifth-round pick, obviously. He's better than that. But does this Titus thing, moving on from Titus, open up a spot at tackle to where – and by the way, they can still go do that. I don't think a David Montgomery deal and a potential Trent Williams deal, if the Niners indeed are looking to move on from him, I don't think the Venn diagram of stuff that gets involved in those deals goes over each other at all. But the other thing was, hey, you're getting a fifth. The rumor was that they were looking for a fifth for David Montgomery in Detroit. You need a running back. He's a running back that is a less expensive option than some of the aisles you were going to be shopping in for Kenneth Walker. This probably eliminates Kenneth Walker or Travis Etienne or any of those guys.
Sure, yeah.
For anybody in that 10 to 14 million range.
This also likely eliminates, as we thought, Joe Mixon. Right? The whole, all of the, we'll find out, we'll see, we'll talk to him.
Yeah.
That was very frustrating. That is now very much on the back burner. Honestly, he's probably gone because that's what $8 million that you can end up saving. It would be irresponsible to not get that at this point with the dude of the caliber of David Montgomery coming in.
I like that. Montgomery's got 2 years left on his deal. I think it's about $6 million this year and $7 and change next year. That's a good price range for him.
Right. Well, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of an extension involved in it, just like there was with Joe Mixon. So we'll see what that is and whether we think it's too aggressive or not. But that, if you were down on the Titus Howard trade, and this hopefully allays that a little bit. I think that on the sum total of things, as long as the Texans actually rebuild this offensive line somehow, David Montgomery could have a much better impact on the Texans' Super Bowl chances than Titus Howard would have.
Yep.
This is that 1-2 combo of David Montgomery and Woody Marks behind a solid offensive line, if they can build it, that's something to get really excited about.
All right, I'm going to call an audible here and just say people probably care more about this trade than our opinion on the question of the day, and say that, gentlemen, the floor is yours. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and just buckle up.
Yeah.
This has been best first day of free agency ever. This has been already.
It's not even there yet.
So exciting.
We're a week away. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. Hope to see all of you then. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Buckle up. Stay tuned because it is popping this morning here on Sports Radio 610. In the Loop starts now.
You're damn skippy. In the Loop starts now. Happy Monday to you. Happy first day of rodeo. And happy Nick Cacerio making moves day, baby.
He is making moves.
All right, you're in the Loop. Let us know how you feel. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. Just generally on a Monday, but also about the news of the day. Obviously, it started earlier on when we found out that Titus Howard was being sent to the Cleveland Browns for a 5th-round pick. Obviously, the Browns already getting an extension done. That is going to be one of those, hey, move a little, bro. We got other news to deal with because now, I mean, just as of a few minutes ago, if you did not hear it, David Montgomery, running back, Lions, no more. He's been traded to the Houston Texans.
Diana Rossini has the details of the trade.
Okay.
The Texans are trading a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, of which they have 2 of each of those. Or they did until now. And Juice Scruggs.
Well, that's interesting because that nowhere in there did you say a 5th-round pick like Adam Schefter did. So we've got a little bit of a what do you all call him? Nugget Hussy? We got a Nugget Hussy
little Nugget Hussy face-off.
Who's wrong?
The Nugget Hussy face. Well, I would say that there's an actual human being involved in Rossini's report.
Yeah. Right.
Makes it more likely that that's accurate. Just because that would be really cruel to have a human being in there, like saying Juice Scruggs got traded, and then you find out, no, it's just for a 5th-round pick. You don't have to violate your lease, Juice, on wherever it is you're living right now. That's another storyline angle in this, though. Like, this is the official admission that the Juice Scruggs draft pick was a failure.
100%.
He's a throw-in in a David Montgomery. He's a throw-in for the least valued position in football, the running back position.
Right.
He's a throw-in in a trade for, albeit a good running back, but sorry, this is in the loop.
No, this is great.
No, stick around if you want to, man. I think that bouncing this around is very interesting. Initial reactions, because obviously there's a lot of different places, and we'll let this unfurl. Apparently, we are in the splash zone.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that coming in on a Monday, is that things are happening. You think that, oh, man, the calendar says that free agency will happen a little bit. No, things are happening, so we'll keep it locked here. We'll keep you abreast of anything that happens. But initial reactions, John Lopez, to David Montgomery now that he is a Texans running back.
Man, where do I start? Because my head is just racing.
Pick one. We got 4 hours. We'll hit it. And obviously, Sports Radio
Splash.
610 is here all day long for all of the coverage of this.
You said splash zone. I think that's very accurate. So I'm just going to spit out some of the things that are just going racing through my mind. Number one, incredible addition. Absolutely incredible addition. That's just like immediately what I thought. Number two, somebody still has to block for him. So somebody still has to block for these cats. And
it's still early, man.
It is still early. It is still early. But you know, there's still no Titus Howard. Juice Scruggs now gone for what it's worth. I said a few weeks ago I wouldn't be surprised if they get 3 new offensive linemen. Well, they're going to get 4. They're probably going to have 4 new faces on the offensive front. That's another thing that Joe Mixon also is racing through my mind. Say goodbye to Joe Mixon. Thank you for your service, especially a year before last. And who knows what the detail is there. And the other thing is, this is, the Cacerio offense, as I call it. They're going to run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. They're telling us. How many times have I told you, watch what they do, not what they say?
Yeah.
Watch what they've done. Just last week, not even a full week ago, Nick Cacerio was saying, he was pretty pleased with the way the offensive line performed at the NFL Combine. Well, now everything changes because it's going to be almost an entirely new offensive line. David Montgomery is a fantastic addition with Woody Marks, so there's that. You still got to fix the offensive line. Joe Mixon is gone, and they are going to run the ball. This is about what they're going to do offensively.
Not only are they going to run the ball, they're going to run the ball better.
Yeah.
Because we knew that they were committed to the act of running the football. But the way that they ran the football, even though it was improved, or the offensive line just generally was improved, it was not good enough. We talked about this last week where, per DVOA, which of course is just kind of an all-encompassing metric, they were 29th running the football last year. after week 4, and that's when you kind of try to eliminate those first few weeks when they were trying to figure out what they were doing. They were not good enough, even though the passing game was, in the top third of things. That needed to get better, and yes, it's going to still need to be on the offensive line, but this increases the capability of the individual brilliance, or at least what that running back can add on top of whatever your offensive line does with technique and talent. The point that you make is a good one. You need that talent on the offensive line. And I'm not going to lie, this was a much-needed relief for me hearing this David Montgomery move, because it guarantees that they have to be aggressive, because it would not fit if you go and you add David Montgomery and then you go and you bargain barrel shop, or even get rookies and put them on the offensive line and say that this is going to be what we run behind. That is not a congruent way of thinking. So I am now of certainty that they are going to go and get, experienced offensive line help to make sure that this offensive line is capable of blocking for someone of the like of David Montgomery, who showed a capability of being really good at running the football, especially behind a good offensive line.
I mean, I said this before we even got the David Montgomery news. They have to. The days of working in the margins are over. The days of all the Laken Tomlinsons and, Cam Robinsons and all that, those days are done. So it does ratchet up that pressure. I have to believe the way that Nick Cacerio always plans 1 or 2 moves ahead. I have to believe that he still feels pretty good about what's coming on the offensive line. I also feel like what this says about the prioritizing of the offense might be the best thing that I feel right now as these things are happening with Titus Howard and David Montgomery. They are prioritizing the offense. The defense is off the shelf ready. They are prioritizing it with David Montgomery, and with what I feel, as I said, they have to go get a big-time offensive lineman, whether it's Tyler Linderbaum or whomever.
It also feels like they're more capable of it, because we were thinking free agency-wise that they had 2 positions that they needed to prioritize to a high degree. Obviously, offensive line, 1 offensive lineman, hopefully interior, but just somewhere on this offensive line, and running back. The running back's been taken off the table by trade, right? And this is a running back that, in David Montgomery, 28, will be 29 in this upcoming 2026 season. Still under contract for 2 more years at a cost, a cap hit rather, of $8.4 million and then $10.2 million, which is below what you would probably be looking at the top end of the running back market. I think the value that Spotrac has for someone like a Kenneth Walker, who
we talked about Devon Achane.
Yeah,
that's $12 million, $13 million.
Right. It would probably anywhere from 9 to those higher ends when we talk about the cap hit that you would be looking at for those guys. This is less than that. Now you have, I think, a almost single-minded free agency look at offensive line because David Montgomery is here.
Yes, and that is going to be on the along the offensive line for sure. At least one big-time player you have to acquire there, or else it falls flat, and that's not gonna happen. They don't, as we said, they don't have a choice but to go get that lineman.
So just to reset again, David Montgomery has been traded to the Texans. Schefter seemingly updating his look at the compensation. So shout out to Diana Rossini for being right and not just first in the way that Adam Schefter was. Lions get a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, and Juice Scruggs. The Juice Scruggs experiment, right?
That's interesting.
Obviously, how do you view it?
Well, I mean, clearly it's an admission that was a 2nd-round pick, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah,
it was.
Juice was a 2nd-round pick.
And it was one of the few depth pieces that you had on the interior right now.
Well, so doesn't that also tell you that they're going to lean heavily, even more heavily, into free agency, find something that has been proven, or some ones who have been proven along the offensive line? I mean, the money they can make work. So I think, when in terms of draft, you can still draft a guy, but clearly you're admitting you can't draft at the highest level, so you have to go get those free agents.
Yeah, I hear you on that. From the 281, I don't get all the excitement about David Montgomery. He was the 5th best. They put quarterback, I'm guessing running back, reportedly available. I don't necessarily view it in the same way, but let's talk about it.
He was pretty good in Detroit, man. That was a good 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and now that is the point that I think they're ultimately getting to, is that he was kind of a running back 2 to Jahmyr Gibbs. 17 games last year, only 716 yards. And when it came to his average, yards per attempt was 4.5 yards per attempt. How do you feel about David Montgomery at this point? We probably should talk about that because I am immediately putting him as your running back one, but we were talking about a running back one that needs to be of the highest caliber and above Woody Marks' capabilities.
I think, look, I'm extremely excited to acquire David Montgomery. We know what he can do. Yes, 28, going on 29. That used to be a kind of a factor. I don't think it's as big of a factor anymore. And this is clearly a 1-2 punch. He's a guy that can work with this offense. They're going to run the ball, the Patriot-style offense. No, I'm excited about it. I think he's absolutely a good fit here, 100%.
Yeah,
and keep in mind, they went out. This is their MO. They needed a running back. When 2 years ago they went and got Nick Chubb. Then they got Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon, then Nick Chubb. And now David Montgomery's coming in to fit that role. This is what they like.
I was looking at, because interestingly enough, obviously the rumors of, hey, David Montgomery could be traded started floating this weekend. And I was looking at him. I was looking at Aaron Jones, who, with the Vikings, the rumors were this weekend that if he did not get traded, that he would be released. And I was trying to look at, kind of what these guys have been and what they gave you. And it is fair to acknowledge that David Montgomery, again, in a role as kind of a secondary back in a 1-2 punch, was not he definitely wasn't Achane. He definitely wasn't Kenneth Walker. How do you square that with what we've been saying when it comes to what we want in a running back at the top end?
Well, you have to look at the system as well. And here between the tackles is where I think he excels. Obviously, Woody Marks, yards after contact is where he excels. I think both these running backs can fit right in with what they're trying to do. Again, and this is where it gets so interesting. I mean, you're painting yourself not into a corner, but you're clearly showing some of your cards here. Like the entire league knows, and agents know that you're going to have to go out and get a couple of free agents, at least one free agent that is not just serviceable. And to me, that's the most key thing. You have to get a top-end center and or tackle. A top end right now you have to go spend for him because you're not going to we've gone down that road. The margins, you're not playing in that game anymore. You have to go get a high-end tackle and or center.
New running back in Houston, indeed. Man, there's a lot of different people looking at it. He's also been healthy. That factors in. Okay. They're all in on O-line now. 2 pieces gone already. Absolutely. Let's see some other things that came in on the text line. And I think I'm trying to gauge what the feeling is here on the text line. There's a lot of excitement. He has a swarmy run style is what the AT&T brings in, which is absolutely the case. That's one of the things that we've been talking about generally is the seeming discrepancy between that stated that stated fast physical profile of team. The difference between the defense clearly having that and the offense not seemingly having all of that. This is another dude that you will bring into that on the offensive side of things. Generally, I will say I am early on excited about this deal. If for no other reason, and this is an aggressive move on the offensive side. I think you looked at this the draft class for running backs, and you go, it is very thin. At the top end, especially of the type of player that we're talking about you really wanting for the Texans, it is Jeremiah Love. And then the question marks start coming into, is Jadarian Price a guy that you could have there? There's not a lot of guys there in the free agency in the running back that started thinning out. I love that Nick Cacerio says we're not going to sit here and fight with you guys in free agency. We're going to give up capital like he's done before in various different ways that have worked and not worked, but we're going to give up capital to make sure that we get a guy and not leave it up to chance. That's how you could tell that they were serious about this, and I see that show up here for this offseason, which is exciting because some of the conversation, the things that they've said, haven't felt like they're going to be incredibly aggressive. This is a demonstration, not what they say, but what they do of their seriousness on attacking offense.
If you're a Texans fan, this is what you should be excited about, even beyond the fact that he's really good. He's going to be a good fit in this offense. He's swarmy, as you mentioned. He's a running back that can be durable, has been durable. Even beyond that, here's what you should be excited about. What was the biggest problem with this team last year outside of C.J. Stroud's playoffs?
Red zone touchdowns?
It was the red zone touchdowns.
8 of those last year for David Montgomery.
Yes, and it was the offense. Just the offense should, we know how good the defense has been. Well, they're sitting there going and they're prioritizing the offensive side of the ball. That is very exciting if you're a fan of this team.
Yeah. So there you go. If you're just tuning in, David Montgomery, previously played with the Lions, is the newest Texans player. Traded Juice Scruggs, a 4th round and a 7th round pick to acquire him. And so a couple of moves here on a Monday for Nick Cacerio to, bolster this offense. Well, one is to bolster the offensive side. One actually works counter that. I kind of want to talk more about that because that got pushed to the side with this breaking news of David Montgomery being traded for by the Texans. So let's get into that. 713-572-4610, the number to text. How did you feel about the Titus Howard move? And now what do you feel about it with the light of them adding a running back to this team? 713-572-4610. We keep talking about that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This trade of Titus Howard to me.
Sphere in Las Vegas? Travel, 3 nights of hotels, and 2 nights of tickets to their concerts on October 1st and 3rd, all included, thanks to Q Prime. And entering's easy. Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to us for 1 hour. Then do it again every day through March 8th for more entries. Visit our website for more details on this national contest. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, the breaking news of the last, 20, 30 minutes here is that the Houston Texans have acquired running back David Montgomery from the Detroit Lions for a package of Juice Scruggs, offensive guard, and a 4th-round pick and a 7th-round pick, which now leaves the Texans looking kind of normal, at least. Mm-hmm. They'll still have a 1st-round pick. They'll have Washington's 2nd-round pick in addition to their own. A 3rd-round pick that they acquired from the Giants, remember when they traded back. A 4th-round pick, a 5th-round pick, and 2 5th-round picks, rather, and a 7th-round pick. I don't know which 4th and which 7th they ultimately still have.
It said 2027, I just saw.
Oh, it was a future 7th they put in there as well. Okay, so that actually, I'll need to correct that. But yes, the Texans acquire a running back.
The 7th-round pick to the Lions, according to Adam Schefter, is 2027.
Okay, got you. I appreciate you keeping me clean there. But keep letting us know, how do you feel about this? What are your thoughts with this move on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. 2 texts that came in, very different, which, of course, you would expect. People are going to feel differently about all sorts of different moves. One person goes, the Texans have traded for Joe Mixon 2.0. Someone else from the 210 says, it's another crappy trade by Nick, trading for another aging running back on his last leg.
Well, I don't know about that. These days we understand that the 28-year-old running back is not like the 28-year-old running back of 4 years ago, 3 years ago. There have been so many people that have proved otherwise at that age. I love it. I love the pick itself. Now, I mentioned this to you during the break, and I think it's important. It's a tacit acknowledgement by Nick Cacerio that he can't trust himself in the draft. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, know your shortcomings. He's going to have to go out because you're making such a big priority on the offensive side. The priority is so high on the offensive side of the ball now. You went out and got David Montgomery. You traded Titus Howard, which means, you have to. Like, you have no option but to go get a top-tier free agent at tackle or center or hell, even on the interior. You have to go get at least one top-tier guy. Well, if you're relying on the draft and the window is open now, which is what you were talking about a little bit with the Titus Howard thing.
Yes.
There is no, future. You can draft a guy, but you can't count on him to step in and be the starter. I mean, if you look at his drafts of offensive linemen, most recently, we can view it as a success for now, but there are still some questions and some proving it to be done by Ante Ursary.
You're right to some degree. Yeah. I don't have any concerns.
But I think there is, there is still something left to prove for him a little bit, but we like that one. All right. Beyond that, you're talking about Blake Fisher. I still don't think he's going to be on this squad moving forward. Talking.
I mean, right now that is your.
Yeah. That's your right tackle.
That's your right tackle. Barring you bringing back Trent Brown and then obviously doing other things.
No, it's not.
At this moment, not that you were playing at this moment as we were seeing, but yeah.
No, it's not. That's a 2nd-round pick, Blake Fisher. We know the story of Kenyon Green. That's a 1st-round pick. And Juice Scruggs, kind of a throw-in here, and we know that he hadn't been really in their plans very much. He's still a 2nd-round pick.
2nd-round pick, man.
So you got 2 seconds and a 1st that, bye-bye, gone. And that's not to mention, the other guys that you've drafted, such as Jarrett Patterson, whatever you think of him, Austin Deculus, guys like that. I mean, they're acknowledging we haven't done well on the draft, Ursary notwithstanding. So they're going to go free agency, and they have to.
Well, I hear what you're saying there. I think that there's a little bit more context to that portion of it, but I don't want to quibble on that because they have to, if for no other reason than there's not really anybody there.
And window open.
Right? Because sense of urgency was the thing that when we saw the earlier trade that happened today, if you didn't see that, let me say that here. Titus Howard has been moved on. Apparently, the Texans remain in good communication and in good standing with the Cleveland Browns somehow, as the Cleveland Browns trade for Titus Howard. They send a 5th-round pick, and they have already done an extension with Titus Howard for 3 years and $63 million. That very much also tells me that Titus Howard was ready for an extension. Maybe the Texans weren't willing to get to the places, or maybe just weren't ready for an extension as well. So he will move on to Cleveland, where they needed literally all 5 starting offensive linemen. They didn't have any of those returning. So they have an answer there, but the Texans do not, right? And so there's people that are looking at this move here that's corresponding with, okay, you add a David Montgomery, a dude who at very worst is part of a 1-2 punch with Woody Marks, and eight red zone touchdowns, or 8 touchdowns last year. So, you imagine that he will be able to punch in touchdowns in the red zone, and you'll have a little bit better opportunity at that. But how do you make that jive with the fact that you now don't have offensive linemen? You have to use that money.
Have to.
In free agency.
I mean, there's no choice.
And also still draft.
I mean, we would, be burning down the city, if they just run it back right here, because they need right now 4 offensive linemen, in my view, depending on what you think, and at the center position. But you need probably both guards and a right tackle. Maybe Ursary moves to right tackle, and you go get a big-time left tackle. Who knows? But you need 4 offensive linemen. It's a must. It's an absolute must.
Yeah, I think that what this texter says is right. The trades are setting this team up to be aggressive in free agency. They've already shown that aggression here early, and I think it narrows the places that you need to go. I don't think that you are still you're not still in a place where you need to go and shell out free agent money or a free agent contract for a running back. That is all isolated in offensive lineman, whether it's Tyler Linderbaum, whether it's someone like Braden Smith, right? The right tackle that played for the Indianapolis Colts, whether it's someone like that, whether it's Isaac Seumalo, the guard who plays for the for the Steelers, right, who was a Pro Bowler 2 years ago. One of those guys, maybe multiple of those guys,
Mays,
I don't know. Cade Mays, the center, right? Whether it's something like that, I think that this almost guarantees to me that one of those guys come home to the Texans, because if they aren't, I don't understand how you do this.
At least one, I think. And I want to get back to, this is Joe Mixon 2.0. I don't know if they were being complimentary or not.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Is that a compliment or not?
I don't look at that as a bad thing.
Because Joe Mixon was
first
great.
year was good.
Yeah. Joe Mixon was great when he was on the field. But then we all know that how it ended with he might have had surgery. That famous quote from Nick Cacerio.
Well, can I start with the question of Joe Mixon? Is Joe Mixon done in these streets in these Houston Texans?
100%. No, yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone. But the reason I'm kind of let's say he was talking about the good Joe Mixon. I still think that is not accurate, because I think this is going to be a true 1-2 punch. If you're talking about David Montgomery, he's going to be the next Joe Mixon. He's going to be what they wanted Nick Chubb to be, and that didn't work out. I don't think so. I think they like what they've seen from Woody Marks enough that they're going to say, hey, hot hand, reps, this guy's going to do this, and then this guy's going to come in and be a true 1-2 punch. There's not going to be a true number one, I don't think.
Yeah, and Joe Mixon, when he came in, I mean, they had Damian Pierce behind him.
But it was Mixon.
That's what I'm saying. It was the Mixon show. Yeah. And David Montgomery, he got experience with that 1-2 punch. I think he was the starter when they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs.
It was one of the reasons why, because I still vividly remember that draft.
Sonic and Knuckles.
Was that 22, 23? No, it was 22. Because not only did the Lions take Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round, they also took Jack Campbell in the first round. So they went running back, linebacker in a draft where you go, those are not positions that you typically view as valuable in the first round. They hit like crazy on both of those. And that just made them, as much as we wanted to, on the outside, to look at them and go, why? You already have a running back. Linebacker's a position that you can get later. Why did you do that? You saw the value that it provided there in that place. Yeah. And it made both of those guys better. I think that this is an acknowledgement that they want to do this as a tandem as well. I don't know that this was a move where David Montgomery comes in as running back 1 in such a way that there's not a 1B, right? Yeah. Whether he's 1A, 1B, however that ultimately falls, that will be seen. I think that this is in some ways an acknowledgement to Woody Marks. We see a young fella. We're not putting a dude above you. We're putting a dude with you. David Montgomery, he is a plus pass protection guy. He absolutely can help in pass protection and hold up, which is something that people have asked about. We talked about him being a downhill runner. He runs with aggression. In fact, his yards per carry, it doesn't look as big, but one of the things that take into account, he saw the 5th highest stacked box rate. I mean, people are loading up when he is in the game, and he's still producing at a certain level. So I think that is a context that you need to look at any of his numbers with. This is a dude that's going to be able to be a big back for you and big back not in the way of he eat crazy food, but big back in that he's going to be aggressive, he's going to be physical, and he's going to bring some of that nature and that mentality to your offense.
And let's also acknowledge, because this is a remade offensive coaching staff and approach, the Cacerio offense, this is what they did in New England with their running backs. This is exactly what they did. I can't remember all the names, but they had the Deion Lewis and LeGarrette Blount and all these other guys. I mean, they are a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, they
kind of
rarely
approach.
had like a bell cow type of guy.
Right.
They always had multiple running backs, even three running backs.
This is what they do.
But I see all this with no offensive line. Yeah, and that's the
it's
thing.
still early, man.
But what I will say is they were aggressive. They have shown aggression. In fact, I kind of want to talk about this next. Let's keep it going here because there's a lot of breaking news when it comes to your Houston Texans. If you're just catching up, Titus Howard traded to the Browns for a 5th-round pick. He already has an extension with the Browns, 3 years, $63 million. But the one that's really getting us going, getting the blood going, David Montgomery, been traded for, he will be 28, or sorry, he'll be, 28.
He's 28. He's working on 29.
Yeah, he'll be 29 in this upcoming season. He was traded for, you gave up a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, and Drew Scruggs. The reporting was that the Lions would probably be happy with a day 3 pick, hopefully a 5th-round pick. Do you feel good about that? Because it does show urgency, but also, do you feel good with that cost for David Montgomery? Let's talk about that next.
Nick Cacerio. In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitula.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, it's not new news. Don't think that we added something else.
Although, it's still new to some people. Some people tapping in like, wait, what?
My head is on a swivel, though. I will let you know, because it does feel like Nick Cacerio is in the lab, and he is indeed working. Earlier this morning, we found out that Titus Howard, who had played a good amount of guard, tackle, all sorts of things for the Houston Texans, he has been traded to the Cleveland Browns for a 5th-round pick. Then, just not more than an hour ago, we found that the Texans then went and got a running back to bolster their running back room. David Montgomery, soon to be 29 years of age in this upcoming season. He has been acquired. He is now a Texan for the price of Juice Scruggs, a 4th-round pick, and you said a future 7th-round pick?
27, yeah.
Okay. So that is, I want to stop down on that here, John Lopez, because the reporting had been that maybe David Montgomery could be traded, and if so, the Lions might be interested in a day 3 pick, hopefully a high day 3 pick, like a 5th-round pick. This is multiple picks and a guy, and one of those being a day 2 pick and a 4th-rounder here. How did you feel about that as a cost? for bringing in David Montgomery.
Look, I'm not one of those guys that doesn't put any value on, I always call them premium picks on the second day. Those are premium picks. That being said, though, this one didn't really strike me as, oh my goodness, that's a lot, because it's 2 picks. It's 2 draft picks, even though one is a 7th down the road, and Juice Scruggs, who was a 2nd-round pick. It seems like a lot, but I also feel I think what's outweighing giving up a 4th-round pick and Scruggs and the 7th is the fact that they are all in on the offense. They're this is the good kind of watch what they do. A lot of times when you say watch what they do, not what they say, what you're really saying is they may say this, but their actions are saying otherwise, so don't believe what they're saying. They're kind of telling a tall tale. This is the good one. This is the good version of that. They are saying we are all in on the offensive side of the ball. We understand that we have to pay a little bit higher premium. And, oh, by the way, now they're going to probably have to pay a higher premium for a free agent, too.
Yeah.
Because
that's a good point.
Every agent on the planet that has an NFL offensive lineman on the market knows, all right, they're rubbing their hands together. So you got David Montgomery. Congratulations. Here's the price. Here's the price for this center or this tackle.
Yeah, and apologies because a 4th rounder is also day 3. I keep forgetting it's 1 on day 1, 2 and 3 on day 2, 4 through 7 on day 3. So, but it is more than kind of what the thought had been. I think that you make a good point, because looking at the running back market in general, it felt like there was going to be an overpay one way or the other. I think it's probably fair to overpay a little bit on the draft side, where these are flyers in some ways.
And you had extra picks.
Right. You did have extra picks, as opposed to the overpay on the salary cap, right, whether it's free agency or what have you, where then you lock up money, and that becomes difficult, especially for this Texans team that is moving somewhere with their payments, where they're going to have to be real cognizant of how all of these contracts stack up together. But what it does do is it takes that 4 picks in the top it takes some of your
Would that 4 in the top 109 or something like that?
Yeah, you're limiting that down a little bit when it comes down to it. Although maybe this also says something about the way they go about things. You remember David Montgomery is an Iowa State alum. Does this mean the Big Orange, Dom Orange, the defensive tackle, has definitely come to the Texans?
Well, they've cornered the market on Iowa State Cyclones. That's for darn sure. Doesn't really matter to me. I think they just love the back. I think they like the 1-2 punch aspect of it. I love the fact that they are getting swarmier on offense. Is that an underlying theme here? Remember Nick Cacerio was talking about, if you're not one of these guys that plays for the team first, if you're not, a real aggressive sacrifice, everything for the squad guy, then don't even bother coming to the Texans. I think they know what the swarm is on the defensive side. Maybe they're saying we need more of that. Well, they are saying it. We need more of that on the offensive side, because Dave Montgomery is that.
Is that how you feel at all about the Titus deal? Do you feel like there's – because before we get to David Montgomery, earlier in the morning when we're hearing about, hey, Titus Howard, I go, this is a year after Laramie Tunsil, where he was in that room when people were questioning what the culture was, whether right or wrong to do so. It did feel like he was very much trying to be a leader for this offensive line this past year. Is that at all a feeling that you had when it comes to trying to get that swarminess to this offense? Is the time moving on from Titus Howard part of that, or is that something else in your mind?
I think Titus Howard is an interesting case. I think he has been looked at as one of the leaders on the offensive line. Again, just last week, watch what they say. Watch what they do, because Nick Cacerio was talking about how good this offensive line was, how Titus Howard, I forget the exact word, invaluable. I think he said Titus Howard has been invaluable. He said that specifically last week about Titus. I think he's been considered a leader, which is that necessarily swarmy? I don't know, but I think the rest of the team has liked him a lot. I think there's a real possibility that Titus asked out. I think it's a real possibility. He didn't know what the contract situation would be, and so he kind of knew maybe he had to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I kind of figured it was more of a money thing, because he was up for probably another payday real soon.
Right.
And I think he probably wanted to play tackle, maybe have a chance to play strictly tackle somewhere else, because he wanted to be a tackle.
Yeah.
And we know the story, kept moving him back and forth. So I think it was probably more of a money thing.
Yeah, I don't think Reggie had a lot to do with swarm, because I said, he was considered a leader. It might have been other things at work here with Titus.
Well, one of the things that is very interesting to me is the idea that the Texans go and add to their running back room via trade as opposed to free agency. We almost, and I'll put this on me and not speak about anyone else, I almost kind of get to a place sometimes where I go, when you're adding in the offseason, as if there's two avenues, which is draft and free agency, and there is this third one, which is a trade. Does this feel like a possibility for how you address offensive line as well? Because Big Trent Williams, yes, 37 years of age, but he's been in a very interesting place with the 49ers where they've been having a hard time agreeing on money. Is that something you could see the Texans maybe doing? Although that would be the double dip, the dreaded double dip of paying where you pay to acquire him and then have to sign him on to something. But is that something where you could see the Texans playing in order to help give yourself more solid tent poles on an offensive line that absolutely needs to be good enough?
I think if you're not looking at trades right now, you're not fully committing to the offensive line. I think it's as simple as that. Yes, you can pay twice, so to speak, with the draft picks and the compensation on the extension. But if you're sitting here saying, we've got to protect our quarterback, we've got our quarterback that we need to come back, in a different mindset and feel good about the fit and feel confident, well, then you have to, surround him with an offensive line that is going to be top tier. You can't get by with, I think they're pretty good, or they've been okay. Can't do that anymore. So whether that's free agency or trade, it has to be on the table. Has to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in that just because, again, there's a lot more pieces that you need. And I already felt like you needed to have an aggressive approach for your offensive line, to be honest, to begin with. Now I think that, I'm open to it. And it feels weird because I very much would like, in addition to them getting good on the offensive line, I would like them to see if they can maybe put that in with also getting younger or at least having some consideration for the future. Trent Williams. Hey, man, you could sign me up for that and feel good. The only thing that you then have to talk about is Trent Williams, the left tackle. Are you moving Ariante Ursery again? Is that something that you
I think you drafted him to be a right tackle. We saw him in training camp as a right tackle. So maybe that's a possibility. To answer your question, draft, number 28 overall, trade, and free agency, yes, and yes.
You're like, all of these now need to be.
You're looking at all three of those things.
Just a full-on assault on making this offensive line better.
I'm not saying
what the Browns did last year, or not the Browns, rather the Bears did last year.
100%. I mean, he compared them to this offensive line to the Bears, and the best improvement and all that stuff.
Maybe that's why I was putting mine for him. He was like, they did all these things,
but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I'm not saying they're absolutely going to draft a lineman, trade for a lineman, and sign a lineman on free agency, but I think it's possible. I think it's absolutely possible when you consider the importance of what you have to do on the offensive side of the ball and the window being open. What really, really has to be vexing them, what really has to be frustrating them, is they had the Super Bowl defense, and they're in those meetings after the season saying, we got to figure something out on offense. I mean, we have to. So everything is on the table.
And they're showing an aggression. They're moving and dealing before we even get to free agency. I think that, not to tell Texans fans how to feel, I'm encouraged by these moves. There's a level of aggression. Urgency is the word that keeps coming to mind here. And urgency isn't always good. Sometimes it is haste that shows up. It does not feel like haste at this point. We will watch the space and see if it becomes that. But this feels like a seriousness that the Texans needed to be taking with this offense this offseason, and I appreciate at the very least that.
One more thought. When is legal tampering? Isn't it coming up next week?
I believe so. I'll get you the exact date on that.
Well, I think Nick Cacerio might have bent that rule.
I thought
a
it was
bit.
now. Are you really? I thought it was now.
He wouldn't have made this trade unless he knows he feels pretty good about someone out there.
Okay.
No, Nick Cacerio's always one or two. He's always thinking one or two moves ahead.
You have to.
I mean, he might have had. Hey, why don't you text them this and see if they would agree to that? This whole legal tampering thing, it's more of a gray area right now. No, I think he's got somebody.
Ooh, okay.
I think he's got somebody ready.
I would like.
You don't make this move unless you do.
I would like you to give me a guess on who you believe is ready. I'll give you a little bit of a second. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I'm going to force Lopez to give me a guess on who he thinks Nick Cacerio has in the tuck. But also, we go around the NFL, including, is it possible that this quarterback could resurrect himself this offseason? We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, Saturday, man. Saturday, March 7th.
Sports. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. The biggest news in the NFL world has to do with the Houston Texans. 2 times, mind you. If we were power ranking the news in the National Football League on this Monday, March 2nd, in the NFL, number 1 would be Texans related, number 2 would be Texans related, and the order would be number 1, the Texans trade for David Montgomery. They give up a 4th-round pick, a future 7th-round pick, and Juice Scruggs for the right to have David Montgomery. 2 more years remaining on his contract, and he will be 29 heading into the season. So, some years on him, a little bit of carries, but, I mean, he has not dipped below 700 yards to this point. 8 rushing touchdowns, so he's a red zone threat, obviously. Still sees a lot of stacked boxes, but catches the ball out of the backfield. I think we feel good about this, do we not?
Oh, we have to feel good about it. Earlier I said when we were talking about the Titus Howard trade, I was like, it's not a blockbuster in the NFL, but it's a blockbuster in Houston. I think the combined David Montgomery news and Titus Howard news is a blockbuster in the NFL. The Texans are making moves here.
Yeah, 2 years, $18 million remaining on his contract. So on average, about $9 million for the remainder, which feels like, again, now the draft capital that you're paying on up front matters, but if you put that in the context of running back free agency, what we were talking about, that felt like the cost of admission into what we were talking about, whether it was Kenneth Walker or whoever else that you were really looking at the top end of running back wise. So you've got a running back to bolster that running back room in David Montgomery. And I think what's nice is also it's a stylistic balance. It is not a similar style as what Woody Marks brings. It's a little bit different, and I appreciate that they'll have that opportunity to do that. But who are they going to be doing that behind is the question. As Titus Howard, a long-term player for the Texans, I was going to call him tackle, but he played a lot of different places. The versatility was of great import the last few seasons for the Texans. He will now be a Cleveland Brown, as so many former Texans have become in a weird way. A 5th-round pick is what it took what the Texans get back, and he already gets his extension of 3 years, $63 million. That feels like the reason why this trade
He'll be blocking for Deshaun Watson again.
Hey, there's some people who say absolutely he will.
Well, that is actually, if we continue around the NFL, Daniel Jeremiah, obviously very well respected in NFL spaces, usually pretty good on having insight with teams. Sometimes not as much with the Texans. But apparently he believes that Deshaun Watson is not only a possibility, but he is the front runner at this point to be the Browns' starting quarterback. How do you feel on that one?
I feel like somebody's pulling a prank on me. I just don't see it. I just don't see any chance.
Honestly, I kind of see it, man.
Really?
Like with this current quarterback room right now, like I will be shocked if he don't beat out Shedeur Sanders. And I ain't even throwing Dylan Gabriel in there. I just think as far as right now with these quarterbacks, I can see him looking better than the rest right now at the moment.
It seems absurd considering where he had been, but you're right. If you just look at the 3 quarterbacks that they have in their depth chart, you got 2 now to be second-year guys that both looked like rookies or worse in that first year, and Deshaun Watson, who we've seen look really good. The physical talent is there, especially if he is healthy. The question that I had was when he had an opportunity to get healthy and then come back and play, it looked like mentally he didn't have it. However, new offensive coach in Todd Monken that I think does a very good job of scheming up offense. I do wonder if that does not give them an opportunity to, one, just reset the way they go about things without previous bad blood or poor thoughts about him outside of the nasty man stuff. And it might just be a necessity for them to try to put their best foot forward outside of whatever they go and try and acquire in the offseason. And honestly, it's not going to be all that easy to go get some quarterback here or there. So it is a possibility as of right now that Deshaun Watson could be their quarterback, and it would not be an absurd thing to say.
It's a little absurd.
Well, it wouldn't be as absurd as you would have once
I mean,
thought.
it is when you know the situation and the contract and how they got him and all this other stuff. That is crazy because I thought they were moving on from him. I thought that was it for him.
Yeah, well, you say the situation, and you're right. But he also hasn't been a viable starter in this NFL. He hasn't been a regular starter in the NFL for 6 years.
Correct.
Yeah.
6.
That's a lot of years.
Yeah. No, that's facts. His last best year was 2020.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at the quarterback room too, man. Like, I just don't know if Shedeur got that position on lock.
Yeah. Also, what's the appetite for the organization to put him out there? Remember, was it Jimmy Haslam that actually said this straight up?
He said we swung and missed.
He already wrote this off on his taxes.
He said we swung and missed.
They have already written this off as a miss. Can you sell this to your fan base? Not only just like playing him randomly, starting a season saying, we're going with this. I don't know that you can sell that.
I think the scary part is if they go into training camp and he's actually looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Now what do you do?
I think what you do is you don't sell it at all. You say we're going to have a quarterback competition, and then let it play for itself. Let it play out.
Best of luck to them.
Yeah.
Quarterback, though, is an interesting place this offseason in the NFL. There are 5 guys, I think, that could be released or just be out there available to maybe be signed on what could be a minimum contract.
Mm-hmm.
So, situation agnostic, if you will, here. Which of these guys would you want? Or actually, let's do the power ranking thing. I want you to power rank these 5 guys when it comes to from most to least desirable on a minimum contract. You've got Tua Tagovailoa, Kyler Murray, Geno Smith, Kirk Cousins, or Justin Fields. All these guys could be available this offseason, possibly for a pretty minimal deal.
1.3?
Yep.
For $1.3 million. Number 5 would be, I'll go backwards. Number 5 would be Justin Fields.
Really? Okay.
4, Geno. 3, Tua. 2, Kyler Murray, and 1, Kirk Cousins.
I have a very different list than you.
For 1 year, for a team that needs a quarterback.
I had Kirk Cousins almost last.
Really? Okay, Fig, let me get yours then.
But here's the deal. Let me state the case first. You got 1 year for $1.3 million. You need a quarterback to be effective.
I think it depends the situation, too.
Well, of course.
Well, situation
of course.
Depend.
But you need a quarterback to be effective for 1 year for $1.3 million. Is he going to be more effective? I have him first, Kyler Murray second. For 1 year.
Fig?
Okay, I had Kyler 1.
Mm-hmm.
I had Kyler 1. I'm trying to think who else on this list.
Once more. Tua Tagovailoa, Kyler Murray, Geno Smith, Kirk Cousins, Justin Fields.
I got,
it's a lot harder than you think.
Yeah, because some of these I wish I could put them all in last, to be honest. Like Tua, I'm not really sold on Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Gene, I would probably say Gene. I would probably have Geno third, maybe. Yeah, it's tough. I would have Kyler number 1, though. I think Kyler still got a little.
I have him 2.
I think I'm closer with you, Fig. I'm having a hard time when it comes to 4th and 5th between Justin and Tua. But then after that, maybe I go Justin 5, Tua 4 with not a lot of certainty. After that, I go Geno 3, Kirk Cousins 2, Kyler Murray 1.
Well, so yours is only different 1 and 2 with mine.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, you said Justin. That's what I had. Justin Fields.
No, you had 2 at 3. You had Geno at 4.
I had 2 at 3.
The Tua Tagovailoa thing, I think that he's been robbed with injuries, and I think he's such a limited player that it ruins a lot of this. I still think that you might be able to resurrect the Geno Smith big arm thing, right? You might at least be able to do that in what you're doing. But yes, that is the quarterback landscape, and that is kind of what makes it seem like the Browns might just go, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's just run this thing back. 2027, y'all.
Let's see what happens.
Wow, somebody's list has Tua number 1. I would love to hear your thought process on that because, I thought Mike McDaniel, who does a great job of scheming up offense, he looked like he threw up his hands like, what you want me to do?
I'm sure the Dolphins wish you was a GM.
Yeah.
You want to trade for him?
Yeah.
Some other things around the NFL. So this will tie back into the Texans if you choose to tie it in this way. The Kansas City Chiefs, who notoriously themselves have had offensive line issues at times, they are releasing offensive tackle Juwan Taylor in order to clear up $20 million in cap space. So they do that. They clear up cap space. However, that is now a free agent tackle that is out there. interested?
Somewhat, right? I think I would be somewhat interested. You asked me before the break that to name the guy that the Texans were going to go after. I think he already has somebody in mind. I think he being Nick Cacerio. I think we're going to look at Cade Mays' announcement here at some point. Probably $38-39 million for 3 years, somewhere in there. I could easily see where that deal's all but already done unofficially.
That's possible, especially since remember when we got that
center for the Panthers. By
when we got that that the news that they were interested in him was really early on in such a way where I was like, hey, this feels like they are really locking in, so to say. No, I'm with you on that. The answer would be no on Juwan Taylor. This is, would you like the Laramie Tunsil experience back? That is what the conversation is about Juwan Taylor. A lot of penalties that were, back-breaking, deeply frustrating. I think that is the complete opposite of what you really want when you're looking at guys on this offensive line. There's guys that you could look at to possibly do that. They're names that you'll hear time and time again. Specifically tackle, I think Braden Smith is the name that's going to keep coming up. But if you talk about guards when it comes to free agency, is Kevin Zeitler still out there in a way that you want to go? Isaac Seumalo is a name that we've talked about a lot. I think that those are the ways that you go. I don't know that Juwan Taylor, with the particular issues that he had, is one that you want to go for, especially without having a solid foundation. Maybe I'd be willing to gamble on that. I probably wouldn't, but maybe I'd be willing to gamble on that if you had a more established line with more pieces that you knew, and you go, all right, we're trying to work on this. There's a lot of question marks. I don't know that I want to willingly take on one. And a dude who is relatively talented, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I think you don't want to get into that place where you're having penalties derail what you do. That's so much a point of emphasis that they're trying to fight away from with this offensive line.
So what would you do with the free agency? I think Cade Mays could be the one.
It's interesting because this is a offensive tackle draft where people aren't certain that they're going to be day one offensive tackle guys, at least guys that you feel incredible about. They feel good about the long-term viability of a number of these tackles, and some of these tackles even are dudes that might be dudes you need to move into guard at times. At least that's the kind of talk that I've heard coming out of Indianapolis. And so I don't know how much I want to throw in a rookie tackle necessarily. However,
no, it's all about free agency.
No, I know, but I'm saying in that way. So maybe it's Braden Smith in order to get a tackle that I know I feel solid about. And then you could go for some guards, or maybe even some of these guys that we're talking about that possibly are tackles that can move into guard. This is actually, while we're here, because we haven't talked about this yet, and we'll circle back around to it. How much does Trent Brown starting right tackle at the start of the season, how much does that sound viable to you as a possibility, especially now that Titus Howard is no longer on the roster?
I think it's viable. I think it's viable. I don't know how much confidence I would have in it just because you can't stay on the field, aging and such. So I would say, boy, because if you're going to go get a center like Cade Mays, and you have Ursery, I would feel much more comfortable with another free agency signing at tackle. Right.
Okay. I don't want to say buyer beware, but pay attention to this around the NFL as we keep going here. Did you notice something that kept ticking up when it came to the combine now that is complete? 40 times?
Ticking down.
Or I guess ticking down in a way. That is fair to say.
I was stunned by not just not just the 40 times, but across the position groups.
Yes.
Like running backs, obviously cornerbacks, wide receivers.
Yes.
We're talking 4.4s. I mean, you everywhere.
4.44 for defensive backs. That was the average. That is the fastest ever. Wide receivers averaged a 4.44. Fastest ever. Running backs, 4.45. Fastest ever. Linebackers, 4.55. Fastest ever. Are you getting the point? Tight ends, 4.63. Fastest ever. Defensive lineman, 4.83. Fastest ever. Offensive lineman, 5.10. Fastest ever. The second fastest ever is what we got from quarterbacks. How much do you put into this? Are we getting just a class of players that are better at this? Or do you feel like there is something else afoot?
There is something else afoot. I think the NFL Combine, and we're going to watch it. The ratings are still going to be there. I watched it a lot more than I thought I would this weekend. I think we're getting a reality show. Well, we're getting players that are clearly, superb athletes, supreme athletes, but the training they put in, the technique that they get, the individual coaching just for the combine, it's become a reality show. It's become like they are just doing this for the show. It's clearly indicative of how fast they are, but I think it's sort of skewing some of the times more than the football times that you hear the Texans talk about.
Yeah. I don't know, because I remember when Indianapolis redid the field turf at one point and times got faster. We don't know. I don't know if they did anything in particular like that, but it does feel like with everyone, all these positions getting faster, it feels like there was some level of change, maybe even in the actual timing software. Maybe it got a certain level of more accurate or what have you. It does feel like something changed here, but I will be interested to see, like, do we feel like over the next year, 2 years, 3 years that we're seeing faster players show up in the league? Because it is a possibility that maybe we are just getting better at human performance.
I think that's a factor. It has to be, right? I mean, athletes get bigger, stronger, faster. We hear it all the time. But I also think there is such a focus on the training here. It's like Dancing with the Stars, man. I mean, they get a lot of work done just to be able to do that spin. They do a lot of work behind the scenes just to be able to get that start, just to be able to get the 40 time down. But it's not necessarily translating to the football field, apples to apples.
All right. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us, where the news of the day, the Texans are wheeling and dealing. We'll talk more about that here as we come up with the Texans acquiring running back David Montgomery and trading away offensive lineman Titus Howard. We'll talk about that more next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This trade of Titus Howard, to me, is not a vacuum.
610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. As Nick Cacerio said, hey, y'all need something to talk about? I got something for you. Couple of moves on the day.
Appreciate it.
I was like, you want to say that clearly so that we can send that directly to him, huh? Titus Howard has been traded to the Cleveland Browns, 5th-round pick. And the bigger news, I think, well, actually, they're both pretty big because offensive line is a need, and even more so now that Titus Howard goes on to Cleveland, gets himself an extension there. But the news that broke just as we were starting our show about an hour and a half ago, David Montgomery, 28 years old at this point, will be 29 at the start, or at least during a majority of the 26 NFL season. He will be a Texans running back along with Woody Marks and whoever else is in that running back room for the low, low price. And, of course, I am tongue-in-cheek in that moment. Juice Scruggs, a 4th-round pick and a future 7th-round pick, is the compensation that I'm still going to have to come to terms with to some degree, but I think that we've settled on in this moment. It is an overpay, but it feels like if you're going to overpay, you overpay with picks in this moment rather than free agency. Is that the company line as of this moment?
Do this feel like a bidding war kinda? They wanted to make sure they get him.
Well,
maybe. Yeah.
Because I'm sure the Texans wasn't the only team would have been interested in them. So
I don't mind the overpay. I really don't. And the biggest reason, you mentioned one, Reggie, but I think the biggest reason is that there was so much confirmation that you are a Super Bowl contending team if you fix your offense this year.
How many times?
Big if.
How many times just generally, and this is going to be a big number, so prepare yourself. How many times generally within the city limits of Houston Texans, all due respect to all the outlying areas, do you think the words, damn, they should have been there, were said about the Texans over the last 2 months?
Every fan, could feel that if they didn't
that number
say it
would probably
loud.
be in the billions. In my mind.
In the billions, maybe. But no, I don't mind it. If this were a building team and you still had questions everywhere else, you're like, ooh, that's a lot. But you know what the defense is. It's coming back. I know there's some news out there that maybe Danielle Hunter is looking for an extension, et cetera. But they're going to run it back on the defensive side. All you need to do is fix the offense. So two things come to mind. The what if factor here, because I think everybody in this room and most Houston Texans fans, at least from what I'm seeing in the message boards and Twitch and YouTube and all that.
You got on the message board?
Well, not the message board, our text message.
I was about to say, man.
Stream. I'm not going to go on the message board.
You went on a text message. Like, how are we feeling, fellas?
No, it's largely positive, simply because it's another addition. The running back room seems to be set. Now you can focus on the offensive line. I think most of it's positive, including me. I really like this. I think it fits the style of what they're doing. I think it fits the philosophy of what they're doing in terms of, the Patriots offense, air quotes, and all that. So I think it's largely positive. But there are some what ifs here. And that's maybe what we need to talk about here.
All right, throw up your first what if then.
He is going to be 29 years old. And it doesn't bother me simply because I think his usage has gone down in recent years. But he, with Jahmyr Gibbs there and everything else, and he's a violent runner, which maybe isn't the best thing in the world for a 29-year-old, but his usage has gone down, and I think they need him. I think there's still a lot, and people have proved, notably Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, go down the list, of players that at this age can do it. It doesn't really bother me, but it is a question because by and large, just 3 years ago, we were saying, oh man, once a running back hits 28, 29, that's about it. And then we saw the outliers.
And they can't all be outliers, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That is a fair point to make. I think that this acquisition feels like it's definitely somewhere between, and that's not saying much, but somewhere between the last two acquisitions that you've made for veteran running backs, Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon. He's definitely not Nick Chubb.
Right.
That is the thing that I'm very clear. I remember being out there on those practice fields and being like, that's not the same Nick Chubb by any means. Now, of course, the circumstance was different. Way closer to training camp, really needed an additional body with Joe Mixon out as a question mark. And so I got what you were trying to do there, but I was just like, I don't think that this is that. I don't think this is also Joe Mixon where
he was winning games by himself.
Yes. I don't know that he's going to come in and be that. But I think that if I had those two as tent poles, right? Joe Mixon here as a Texan, Nick Chubb here as a Texan. I think that David Montgomery is closer to that Joe Mixon in the acquisition. Now,
but he's in the middle somewhere.
It's also worth noting you paid a 7th-round pick for Joe Mixon, which is a little uncomfortable when you think of the cost. But I think that he is closer on that side, and he fits so well with what you need to do. Right? You talk about stylistically how he runs hard. Culturally, the swarm aspect, which of course we'll get a better idea of who he is as a person even more so. But for all intents and purposes is what I wanted to say. He has seemed like that guy. Something as simple as that boy he hits pay dirt, right? He gets into the end zone is something that we were clamoring for.
Yeah.
And not to say that is solely on the running back. That is offensive line stuff as well. But again, so many times in the running game this past year, I was looking at a running game where love Woody Marks, like Nick Chubb, like what you're doing with the running back room, just in a general sense. However, those are not guys that you go, whatever the offensive line is, I'm going to then add more on top of it. David Montgomery, at least in some of those aspects, I think that he can, in addition to what Woody Marks does in a year of growth. So, yeah, I'm a little less concerned about what you're talking about with the age, also because he's been in a tandem, and I think this is going to be a tandem. I don't think that this is David Montgomery as running back one by himself. I think that this is Woody Marks and David Montgomery in tandem, utilizing their skill sets that seem to complement to put together a full run game.
And then there's this. So this is the other what if. If you look at his last 3 years in Detroit, now running in tandem, as you just mentioned, nevertheless, his attempts, his yards, and his touchdowns, and for that matter, just most of the stats, but his attempts, yards, and touchdowns have all gone down every year. I'm not saying that's
kind of makes sense, though.
Yeah, because it was in tandem.
Gibbs.
It was in tandem. So he goes from 219 attempts to 185 to 158, 1,015 yards to 775 to 716, and then 13 touchdowns to 12 touchdowns to 8 touchdowns. What does it mean? We'll find out, but they have gone down. And when he was in Chicago, man, they ran him like a horse.
They sure did.
He had 242 attempts, 247, 225, and then 201.
His stint in Chicago, do that make you feel like they could use him as a workhorse?
That's the question. That's what I'm saying. And it's not like a negative. It's like a what if, because
if
he did it there.
Yeah.
If you need to have 200-plus carries, he's done it at a very high level.
Maybe they could use him like Joe Mixon.
They had a very high level. On the other hand, his last 3 years with Jahmyr Gibbs there, he was in tandem for a reason. They drafted Jahmyr Gibbs controversially for a reason. So it's just
that also is the type of thing that insulates you from a circumstance where you go, oh damn, one of these guys is down, and I don't have somebody to be able to fill in that capability. I think that as much as that is not optimal, if you look at a running back room of Dave Montgomery and Woody Marks, if one of them misses a significant amount of time, you go, it's not optimal. However, we can make this.
They have it in them,
right? And I think that that's probably what I look at least. And look, this is the hopium time of year, right? I am on that in that some way, but I do think that it's fair to note that. One thing I will say about that trend down, one, Jahmyr Gibbs and how damn good he is necessitates some of that. So I think some of that is less about David Montgomery himself and more just about what Jahmyr Gibbs has been. And then that final year, I also think the Lions offensive line that we had previously wanted as being incredible, they had some guys move on that they tried to replace, and it didn't go as well as they wanted to on that offensive line, of the likes of Frank Ragnow, who is Ragnow coming back again, I think was part of the news that we've had this offseason for the Lions. So the Lions offensive line also took a step back. Now, what does that say, though, if you go from a Detroit Lions offensive line that was arguably the best offensive line to a step back to somewhere in the middle, when you're looking at a Texans offensive line that is a big old question mark right now,
we don't know
what
it is,
average or what have you. I think that's a fair what if to bring up. But I also wonder how much of the decline that you saw in that was also a decline that you saw in the Lions offense in general, actually. Because remember, they had handing off of play calling duties last year with the Lions. So I wonder how much all of that factors into what his production looks like.
I think the main thing was Jahmyr Gibbs, man. I think because, like I said earlier, that first year, Montgomery was the starter. He was starting, and I was kind of tripping like, man, they need to put Gibbs in there more.
Yeah.
But they played it the right way where it was a duo. And then eventually Gibbs took over.
Here's the other good thing about David Montgomery. Pretty darn good receiver, too. He's had his seasons of 54 catches 1 year, 30s It usually is where he lands. That fits with what they're doing here as well. So you've got, obviously Woody Marks. I believe they feel pretty good about him as a receiver or getting better, and now him as well. So it kind of fits what they're doing.
Yeah. Does this at all for you? Do you still want a running back or to draft a running back this year? Because
what round?
That's up to you, big dog.
Yeah,
not early. Because I was on board with drafting one early.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be mad if they took one in the 4th or the 5th.
Right. I think that's where I would fall as well, 4th or 5th.
Well, the 4th is going to be a little bit of an issue.
Yeah.
I mean, they might do the thing that Nick Cacerio does.
If they trade up or something like that to the 4th or something like that, to me, I wouldn't be mad at it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
if they want to roll like how New England was rolling, they had multiple running backs.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to hit them on the New England thing, you can also point to the things that New England did well, which is turning over that running back room. It is fair to acknowledge, again, he'll be a 29-year-old running back. You can't – I think you've got 2 years on contract, literally. I don't think that. I know that. 2 years, $18 million – or was it 18? Yes, $18 million thereabouts and some change. I think you play this as you've got these 2 years, but you also still want to have some level of, okay, where are we going? I think this clearly decreases the need for it, but – if you, especially this, well, you see, what was it? Is it Mike Washington? The dude who ran a 4.33, right? Something like that. If you get into those,
if it makes
late
sense,
day 2, really,
somebody
day
right
3,
there,
early day 3.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it.
No, I would actually kind of encourage it just because of the 29 years old. The thing I love about this move is that you're trying to win right now, and we've talked about it. You have to do the same thing on the offensive line, but that doesn't mean that you're still not keeping an eye on the future at the running back position.
I see you, Gilbert, on the YouTube page. Can he block? Yes, he is. He is plus. He is plus in pass protection. He is good in the red zone, right? And in between the tackles, saw a lot of stacked box, still produced pretty well.
Yeah, a lot of touchdowns in the last 3 years, man.
Yeah. He was that guy.
33?
He was that guy for them. So, yeah, that's the really encouraging thing to me. It's not just that he is a running back of a certain caliber. The things that he does.
Block, receive, and run.
They line up very nicely with things that we had questions about at best and sometimes really had honest concerns about at worst with this Texans team. So excited to see what David Montgomery brings, but even more excited to see how they this team addresses now the additional hole that you have on offensive line. You got one guy that I know I feel great about on the offensive line. One guy. It's Ariante Ursery. And now they have to do their work, but I trust Nick Cacerio at least to do something interesting, if nothing else, when it comes to trying to build this Texas team. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. There's some more things happening around the world of Houston sports outside of these big moves for the Texans. We'll talk about some of those next.
In the loop.
Initial reaction.
610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in a great city of Houston on Sports Radio 610. The most evident thing that is popping is that a couple of trades Nick Cacerio has gotten himself into. One, sending Titus Howard to the Cleveland Browns to be a staple in their offensive line. In fact, the first staple in their starting offensive line, as they don't have anyone else under contract as of right now.
This stat alone is hilarious. Even the Texans, well, at least they got guys signed. They might not be good.
The Browns give up a 5th-round pick. They also give Titus Howard a 3-year, $63 million extension, which feels like that says a lot about why this trade ultimately happens. That sends Titus Howard out. And then the conversation there has been, is that a fair get back for that trade, a 5th-round pick, considering, Laramie Tunsil brought back, 2, 4, 2, 3, 4, and a 6. Was that it? It was a bunch of different trade capital there. It feels like this was he probably wanted extension. I don't know if the Texans were ready or just didn't match on numbers, and so send him somewhere that would be willing to give him his money.
It does feel that way.
I thought they would have got a little more for him. I thought at least a 4th.
I would have thought so myself.
Like, I'm not sitting there saying first-round pick or nothing, but I would have thought at least a 3rd or a 4th.
All the draft capital in these two trades indicates something. And you touched on this, Figgy, and I think you're right. Even what they gave up for David Montgomery, someone else was trying to get him.
Yeah.
Or else they wouldn't have given up that much.
David Montgomery, the other player in the trade, in fact, coming this way, the Texans have a new running back, David Montgomery, 29 years of age in the 2026 season. That's upcoming. You send out Juice Scruggs, a 4th-round pick, and a future 7th-round pick. 2 questions. I'll start with the more important one from the 346. Is Montgomery County going to be David Montgomery's nickname?
Let's go. I'm good with it.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, we know that.
Why not?
I don't know why I asked Lopez like he
always good with it.
Lopez should have no say on
That's the nickname
He's
guy
so
right
bad at
there.
this. He's so bad at
What
this.
was that bad nickname you had? You tried to keep it
closer.
going? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Accurate.
Disagree.
Accurate.
But more importantly, when it comes to Juice Scruggs, do you think that Juice Scruggs is just in need of a new, a change of scenery? Because Tom Pelissero said of Dan Campbell and the Lions that they want to get back to playing their brand of football, reestablishing a dominant offensive line. We were just talking about that with some of the numbers that maybe ticked down a little bit for David Montgomery over the last couple of years. Tom Pelissero went to the NFL.com pre-draft scouting report on Juice Scruggs saying, quote, he plays like a block of granite.
Block of granite.
I feel like you should consider that the pre-draft scouting report, not saying that and him ultimately being traded, should probably tell you a little something about how that's gone to this point.
I think so. But even here, the head coach said, "Oh, Juice Scruggs, he's fit. He's suited to be a center," and then he wasn't. That was D'Amico Ryans saying that. The whole Juice Scruggs sort of career arc with the Texans is really fascinating. 2nd-round pick. That is a premium pick for an interior lineman. That's like a 1st-round pick for a tackle, if we're being honest. 2nd-round pick, comes in, plays some, starts some, then gets completely lost. Is that system? Is that the style of play that they're coaching, and maybe he's just not a fit? It'll be very interesting to see how he plays in Detroit.
We're going to be paying attention to see how much burn he get.
Yeah.
There's a lot of paying attention that's happening across the league. Because outside of that, and I should have probably mentioned this around the NFL, but we could do this here. Gerard Johnson wasn't out there for too long. Gerard Johnson reportedly will join the Philadelphia Eagles as an offensive assistant, not clearly named. Although, Fig, I think you were looking at it. Do they have a named quarterback coach over there?
I don't think they do.
Because I know Sean Mannion is now the offensive coordinator out there.
No, I think it's Vegas that don't have a named quarterback
Gotcha,
coach.
I appreciate that. Yeah, so he joins over there, and it's going to be a level of watching what happens with the Eagles, although I don't know how much you put that on Gerard Johnson out there. Watching what happens with the Miami Dolphins and their offense under a Bobby Slowick. And now another thing that you have to watch is I don't know. Are you watching Titus at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Watching the Cleveland Browns and what happens around Titus Howard there on their offensive line, and now watching to see if Juice Scruggs finds a little something in a change of scenery.
I'm glad you brought up the Gerard Johnson thing, because I think a lot of what is at work here is he's going to be some type of assistant to Nick Sirianni. And what that tells me is he's sort of that extra voice, that extra set of eyes to kind of figure out, what they're doing primarily in the passing game, but I don't think exclusively in the passing game. And the interesting thing to me about that is, when we saw the parting of ways last week, we just assumed the Texans, decided, hey, we're gonna give Jerry Shaplinski a chance here. Well, now it's being reported that it was Gerard Johnson's decision to leave. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Why it was his decision to leave. Maybe the fit and what they were trying to do with this offense wasn't best suited for his skills either.
I mean, it would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Again,
West Coast guy.
Yeah. And
Or
they brought in a whole different style. Shaplinski being the quarterback coach would make sense because he's been in that style and coached in that style.
Yeah, or I was thinking if he wanted a real chance, he probably knew it wasn't going to happen here.
Also a
That he had to go
possibility.
somewhere else to actually get that chance.
But he also interviewed for an offensive coordinator job.
Yeah.
So it's not a matter of like his stock is down. It was just like they parted ways because they're doing something very specific here. And he asked to go ahead and leave because maybe it suits his style a little more. That's going to be one to watch.
Either way, it's going to be different.
Yeah.
And the hope is that there's a level of synergy, even more so, with Shaplinski at quarterback coach. Remember that, he was part of this. He was also still seen on sidelines talking to C.J. Stroud in the same way that you would a quarterback coach. So we'll see how that ultimately goes. Or maybe for some people that does not show a level of optimism because maybe it feels like how certain people felt about Cole Popovich. Like he was in the building, so how much does it change? I don't know. We'll see what it looks like. Some other things that are popping. The Astros, they were active this weekend. Shout out to Mike Burrows, the pitcher that you acquired, had a fantastic outing against his former team in the Pittsburgh Pirates. He pitched really well on Saturday. Do you want me to get into the actual specifics of it? I know that you in spring training does not always.
No, but it's fair to say he did pitch well. It was a good impression that he made.
Yeah. So that looked good. Excited to have a guy that I very much feel like you slot in and you feel like set it, forget it. That's a guy in your rotation alongside the two others that I think are very evident in Hunter Brown. Tatsuya Imai should have his an outing here soon. But more importantly today, Hunter Brown having his second outing. Not necessarily that you need to see it, but just good to see him. Now, who is important, Yordan Alvarez is making his debut in spring training today. It'll be interesting to see where he plays and what it looks like. I'm guessing he'll DH, but it would be cool if maybe we saw him in left field.
I'm guessing to start spring, it's going to be mostly DH. Bring him along slowly, but I mean they are on the record. They are on the record that they're going to try to play him more in left field. So maybe they toss him out there, get some reps, get his legs under him, so to speak.
Chandler Rome made an interesting point, talking about the Yordan Alvarez in left field conversation. Just an interesting note that's worth considering from the Houston Astros beat writer for The Athletic, Chandler Rome.
I do want to say one more thing about the Alvarez left field thing, and it's something that I don't think is getting as much acknowledgement as it should when everyone is just like yelling, just play him in left field, play him in left field, play him in left field. Even in the years where they were okay playing, where they came into spring training saying, oh yeah, like we'll play him in left field. Like we'll give him some time there. Like he'll be a contributor out there. He's never played more than 56 games in a season in left field. He's never had more than 56 starts. Like, they have already told you till they're blue in the face that he is not playing out there a lot. Even if they would come out and change their tune and say, hey, we're going to let him go out there, we're going to let him play some, like he's still the DH, but like we are more open to really thinking about this. Did you really think they were going to like double or triple his outfield starts? Like, this is a guy that has never played out there more than 56 times, even in his healthy seasons, even in the seasons where he played 140, 145 games. It's not realistic. Like, it's not realistic to just go from he had a career high of 56 starts. You're going to go out there and start 95 times this year, or you're going to go out there and even start 70 times. Like, the way it's just not feasible. And I don't think that's being given as much credit that he hasn't been out there. That, even in the years when they have been more amenable to this, he's not been out there, and he's not a good left fielder.
Is it not? Given the offseason, and certainly he knew that this was going to be, and he wanted it seems, this to be a possibility. I think Chandler Rome makes a great point. He hadn't done it, but is it not feasible that he could maybe get to 95, the number that he used?
I think it'd be less likely. I think but that does not mean that it's something that they cannot do.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it is fair to note that he has not, and that there's challenges when you're ramping someone up to doing more of that type of stuff. It is worth noting, because I forget, they're playing at 12:05, so there has to be a lineup out. And there is. Jordan is DHing, hitting second after Jose Altuve, who's in second. Again, it's Lucas Spence in left field. He's one of those guys that's out there, as well as Jake Myers, who is playing in center. To see, we'll still need to see who's going to hold down center field in that outfield in general. So, not broadcast. I think the next broadcast Astros game is tomorrow when they are facing off against Team Venezuela. But that's what's happening today. And then I should note the Rockets fall to the Miami Heat in Miami on Saturday, 115-105. No Jabari Smith Jr. Felt like it. The Miami Heat did whatever they wanted to in the paint. Just a lot of points in the paint in that game. And a little Tyler Hero jawing as well. Did you see him call KD burner boy? And he wasn't talking about no Nigerian rapper or nothing like that. He was talking about them Twitter burners, I guess.
That's one way to get under Kevin Durant's skin, that's for sure. Calling him burner boy. Boy, this is just a thing now with him. The thing about the Rockets, I mean, you were 100% right. That just didn't feel like a team where they a game in which they could get anything done inside, especially, I mean, Şengün has been still, struggling as well.
We'll talk more about where the Rockets are. They play tonight as well. I believe they are playing against Washington themselves, right? So the Astros are playing the Nationals in some Grapefruit League ball, and then also the Rockets are playing the Wizards. So a little bit of a Houston-Washington crossover there as my computer refuses to work the way that I want it to. But they're playing tonight, and I believe that one's going to be on Space City Home Network at 6, I believe, since they're on the East Coast. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we return to the big moves that the Texans are making. What do these moves say about what the Texans want to do with this offense, and what do they say about C.J. Stroud? Because I do think that is always going to be the context this offseason for everything that happens. 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
It's that time of Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, where things are moving, things are shaking, things are moving and shaking. Nick Cacerio has been active on this Monday morning. When I saw the news that Titus Howard had been traded to the Cleveland Browns for a fifth-round pick, where he ultimately got a 3-year, $63 million extension, I was like, oh, okay. So Nick Cacerio, as much as he, will talk about obviously the side of the draft with the testing not mattering or whatever, he's still out there doing the convention portion of this. I have a strong feeling that this wasn't something that just materialized over the weekend. It's possible that it was, but I feel like there was had to have been conversations in Indianapolis.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you talk about the convention aspect of it. I think he's got a deal in place. I think it's because it's such a bold move. Let's just focus on the Titus Howard thing. You're sending it away, and we really haven't talked about it specifically to what Titus was on this team.
Yes.
Your best offensive lineman.
Correct, as of right now.
You just traded away your best offensive lineman. So let's think about that. Why would you do that? Even if he somewhat asked for it or wanted to get a new contract and you're like, I don't know, if we can afford that with the other contracts coming up, even you still wait. You still sort of try to figure it out. You still understand that you have, capologists in the building, and you're probably one yourself if you're Nick Cacerio, to not necessarily
I hope so.
to not necessarily just say, okay, you're gone. We'll trade you for a fifth.
But then we had this type of energy with Laramie Tunsil last year, because I was I was for it when they traded Laramie Tunsil and thinking they about to revamp this whole O-line, but they kind of went through the hand-me-down.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because
what makes you feel confident this is different?
Because about what we're going to talk about here in a minute. But just trading Titus Howard by itself, you're thinking, wow, why would you do that? Well, the only reason you do that is because at the convention you already have a wink, this deal is done deal, for another offensive lineman. Free agent is what I'm talking about. You have to have that in place. You don't just do that willy-nilly. Yeah, we'll move him and we'll worry about the rest later. You just don't. So I think that's done. And then it leads to what we're going to talk about here. Every move you're making, running back, Titus Howard, free agency, draft.
Well, free agency and draft you haven't made yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all these moves that wink on the free agency part, but all these moves have to do with one person, and that one person is C.J. Stroud. This is all about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and so how do we take that? Because you're talking about the offensive line, and that is your best offensive lineman, but also the dude who it seemed like he was stepping up as some level of leader in the offensive line. Now, how much of that is our impression from the outside looking in? I'd be very intrigued to kind of get some insight into how they viewed the offensive line room and who was the leaders, because if I had to guess, I can't. It's hard for me to think that Trent Brown was a leader in there inherently because he was injured a little while, but he does give leadership qualities very
He was a
easily.
teacher, mentor.
Been in that system before.
Yeah.
Right. How much was Jake Andrews as the center in the organizational and communicational piece? How much did he have leadership? But that, regardless, Titus Howard showed up in some way of leadership in that offensive line, and he's not there.
Yeah.
For C.J. Stroud, especially if you believe that C.J. Stroud had offensive line confidence issues, how does this help? Because, yes, maybe you're thinking about the contractual situation. Maybe even you get so far as thinking Titus Howard is still a link to the previous regime, that you had some questions on how swarmy they were, how tough, how gritty,
but he's still
so
your
on
best.
and so forth, right? Maybe that is how you view this. You are also, even if they do the thing where I hope that they do, where they go and they get a free agent dude that can play this game, has played this game at a high level recently, and you can drop in, that is still a dude that does not have the continuity. Like, you have even less continuity, and you will have to do some figuring out. How does that help C.J. Stroud and his confidence level as you try and get a full accounting of what he actually is? I know that they could say that, there's 50 other games outside of those two games that you had in the postseason that were no good, terrible, horrible, bad games for C.J. Stroud. You could say that, but you're still trying to see exactly what you have in him in this year. And the idea, at least in my mind, is that you set him up for maximum success. How does this help towards that end?
Well, and from the moment that that Patriots game ended, let's say give it a day, every single thing they've done, not just the Titus Howard thing, not just the David Montgomery thing, goes back to C.J. Stroud and the confidence you have in him or lack thereof, and the way you want to surround him and help him become the best possible quarterback he can. And that includes philosophical changes in what you're doing offensively, coaching changes. Every single thing you've done points to how we're going to equip C.J. Stroud to give us the best shot. That's what this is about. And ultimately, what's weird about it, it's still going to come back down to how C.J. Stroud returns, when we see him in OTAs or training camp or whatever, and how he fits in with this offense. But they're doing everything they can, from Shaplinski to the acquisitions and moves they're making. Everything comes back to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and I think as much as I'm still, and I get you, the people that are like, I'm not here for the same hopium that you have. I get that. You honestly, it's well within your right. Even if you're existing in a place of hopium that Nick Cacerio has demonstrated with the secondary move of going and actively and aggressively going and acquiring David Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, they are on the front foot, and hopefully they put that same level of aggression into the offensive line, right? Going and adding, whether it's a Tyler Linderbaum, which I think that this has energized my thought, even though I had fully let that one go. The idea that Linderbaum would be something the Texans would go after. It's energized it to a point. I'm not in the place where I think that they're going to make it happen, but okay, it's a possibility. If they're going to be aggressive, all these things are possibilities. But even that, I go, that is another change. And C.J. Stroud, if you have concerns about C.J. Stroud, it's not about the technical ability to do things. That's been there. It's about between the ears.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any concerns that this additional change, where we've talked about different coordinators, we talked about now a different quarterback coach, we've talked about different systems, all the differences and changes, and this is another one in the offensive line with one fewer dude that there's familiarity with, is that not a concern to getting the best out of him, which ultimately a lot of people think is, regardless of what you do, if your C.J. Stroud ain't right, that your team isn't going to be right.
100%. 100% is going to come back to him. And I think it not only puts pressure, this move of Titus Howard and David Montgomery not only puts a lot of pressure on Nick Cacerio to swing big on the offensive line. And I think more than just one free agent, at least a free agent or two, or at least a free agent and a first-round draft pick. Not only does it put pressure on him to do that, it puts pressure on them to ultimately make the decision after this coming season. This is the most important season for a lot of people over there, not just C.J. Stroud, but mostly C.J. Stroud. If it doesn't work now, do you make a decision on him? Do you make a decision on him? Like, look, man, we did everything. We did everything you asked, whether he asked for it or not. I mean, who knows if he did. But we're changing the offensive line. We're upgrading. We got 2 running backs now. We got you a quarterback coach that is specific to the this Patriot system that we're running. We're equipping you with everything that should make you happy and should make you a better fit. Reggie, if it doesn't fit now, does it affect how you feel about C.J. Stroud after this coming season? I think it has to.
Yes, but I need to see that. I need to see them follow through on what I hope they do.
Yeah.
Because again, I'll keep saying I am operating with a sense of optimism and hope that this gets done, but I have not moved on from last year, where it is possible that the thought process is, let's do what we thought we were doing last year, which is we thought we would have a high-quality running back, and then we believe in our capability to build this offensive line with talent and fundamentals. They tried to do that offensively, and I don't think that this is the way that they're going, and I sure as hell hope that it's not the way that they're going, because I'd be very mad.
Yeah.
But there is a line of thinking that could exist where you go, oh, the problem was that Joe Mixon wasn't healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's the right takeaway.
I don't think so
The
either.
right takeaway is the talent needs to be significantly better. And there's been certain things like Nick Cacerio saying that Jake Andrews was fine, but they could look to upgrade that if possible. Like that, those admissions are encouraging. But there is a possibility that they come into this and they go, well, if we have better running backs and then we just keep pushing forward on fundamental way that we get our guys to increase their level, and that we get 5 fingers in a glove and they're all going to move together, and that makes it better. I think that that's a possibility. And it would be absurd for me to talk about this as if that's not something that they could possibly do in this circumstance.
It's kind of two different things going on. Number one, how many times are you going to try to fix the offensive line? Because with this going on,
as many times as it takes to get it right.
This is 3 years now where they said, yeah, the offensive line really wasn't that bad. Because even last year, not talking about 2025, 2024, Nick Cacerio was talking about this offensive line. Well, it's probably better than people give it credit for, even though we all knew better. And then, the last year's offensive line, and now this year's offensive line, where it's a must that you have to sign, somebody big here. And then you go back and you look, okay, he didn't work with Bobby Slowick. Let's change that. All right, so we're going to change quarterbacks coach. All right, so we changed offensive line coach. Now we're going to change offensive line again. Now we got you another running back. We got you Joe Mixon. Now we got you Nick Chubb. Now we got you David Montgomery. Dude, at some point, it's not just C.J. Stroud that you have to start looking at, a little funny, but what they're doing on the offensive line, Nick Cacerio.
But the thing is, this is kind of bad timing, too, because you do got to pay C.J. Stroud. I mean, that time is coming real soon. So, they can look at C.J. Stroud and say, hey, maybe he ain't the quarterback.
Right.
And, so it's kind of bad timing because if C.J. Stroud was already signed up, then it's like, all right, C.J. is here no matter what, so we need to do whatever's best.
Yeah.
But they could totally point the finger at C.J. if they really wanted to, if it don't work out.
Yeah, I mean, it does. It creates pressure in a lot of different ways. I think that the pressure was on just generally on this team in a lot of different angles with the way that the season ended. I wonder just how much the pressure is on Nick Cacerio in that spot, but I think you're right. Like this is another instance where he has made it incumbent upon himself that he needs to hit this, because if you're moving on from a dude, mind you, with another move where the cost does not quite, or the get back does not quite make the most sense to the layman on the outside, right? Maybe you could just say we all don't know what we're doing. Okay. But I mean, the way that, if you compare this to other deals and other tackle deals and other, offensive lineman deals, you didn't get back as much as it feels like you should. If you don't hit on the other side of this, I think this brings even more pressure to Nick Cacerio's doorstep because you willingly made this move.
At some point, you have to, quit banging your head against the wall. Like we gave him, we understood that he hasn't had a good draft. And, 5 of the last 6 draft picks that he's had. And even might be some question in terms of development and how good he gets, with Ursery, have been misses. Just flat out. 2 second-rounders and a first-rounder are now gone. That's a lot.
If you're CJ, I'm not trying to say change the subject, but do you trust what Nick Cacerio is doing right now? Because this is the second year in a row one of his best O-linemen is out of here.
I trust.
Like, how do you feel if you're CJ Stroud?
Well, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question. How much more can you trust him? And from an ownership perspective,
and he got beat up pretty bad last year.
At what point does the ownership say, we love the guy. He's been great for us. He's made some great moves. Look at the defensive roster. Look at the trades he's made. But damn,
I think ultimately my answer is it's a mixed bag. It's the Facebook status of it's complicated is ultimately what it comes down to, because again, there's a level of aggression, recognizing that the running back room was not good enough and you need to go get David Montgomery, but also at the same time sending away one of your few knowns on an offensive line. And even if they're aggressive in handling this, which, again, I'm hopeful of, what is the trust level that they get it right when they evaluate on the offensive line? Because even with a more shotgun approach that they took this past offseason headed into the 25 season, they ended up with a mixed bag of results. And I understand acquiring talent is not going to be a 100% proposition, but there's also people that hit at a higher rate. And so if I'm C.J. Stroud, and I don't even need to get to if I'm C.J. Stroud, as Reginald Atula, it's a mixed bag in my confidence level that they get this right. And that's why I'm like, at the very least, I need you to be right on the confidence or on the aggression level. I need you to be right on how much you put towards this to make sure that this is right when it comes to the or that at least to give yourself the best chance of being right on the offensive line, so that you can get a better evaluation on C.J. Stroud, so that you can even all those things, so that you can win football games in the time of year that we've been waiting for you to win football games for year over year over year. That's what I need.
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous about it, to be honest, man. Like last year, I was a little bit okay with them trading away Laramie Tunsil because I thought they were gonna upgrade all over the place, and they didn't really do that. They was kind of shopping in the hand-me-down bin. And it's kind of it kind of feel the same this year. And I hear what you're saying, John. I think I would probably lean more towards you, but I'm still a little nervous about that, man, because I had the same exact thoughts last season.
Yeah, but one thing that we simply cannot do is once, free agency is over and the Texans have pretty much, established their roster, the draft is over, we can't be sitting here like we were last year having this discussion of, well, who do you think's better, Cam Robinson or Trent Brown? We can't have the maybe this, maybe that. It has to be sure things.
How would you feel if they kind of went into that approach last season as far as, I guess, just waiting for the draft to address some of the O-line?
Not good. Not good at all. You know, we were wondering, okay, is Trent Brown what's left? Cam Robinson what's left? These margins that he was working in. You can't be doing that. You know, there can't be any uncertainty about, you know, who's going to be your left tackle or right tackle, depending on what they do with Ursery, because there's just too much on the line. You can't do it. You have to have some sure things. You have to go big and make those big swings.
I see you on the text line 713 alluding to an ESPN piece that pointed to Titus Howard being 52nd out of 68 qualifying tackles in pass block win rate, 49th in run block win rate. I hear you. But with that being the case, right, and again, conversations about payment, I think all influence the way that this thing goes. And when I say payment, I mean the possibility of an extension, which it feels like Titus Howard and his side were probably very interested in. You no longer have that, right? Even at that level, you no longer
still your
have
best.
that. And so you still need to answer this. And at this moment, we don't know, right? Because we are in the middle of this, right? There's going to be a version of ourselves 3, 4, 5 months from now that will be able to look back on this conversation and either say you guys were being foolish or boom, you were spot on.
Yeah.
But in this moment, you've taken yourself even further out of a place where you have any answers on the offensive line. It may not have been the answer that you love there, dear texter, but there was an answer that felt more confident than the place that you are right now. And the reason why there's trepidation in the way that I'm talking about this is not because they don't have the avenues to get better. It's that we've gone through this thing before with Laramie Tunsil where the way they went and addressed this was not good enough. Have they learned their lesson from that? We will ultimately have to see. But I think that it's fair to acknowledge that there's a possibility, even if it's small, that they don't do the thing that we're hoping for, which is go full send on making sure this offensive line is much better.
I do think they will. You know, short answer, I do think they do realize, you know, that they just have to do it. There's not much choice. But how much, you know, how big of a deep dive are they going to? Are they going to sign a big free agent and draft someone in the first round? That's the big question. I think they should.
And they need to, right? That is ultimately the takeaway is you need to be as aggressive as you were with getting David Montgomery, maybe more so, because now 4 places on the offensive line, maybe you say 3, depending on how they feel about Jake Andrews. You need to have better production, significantly better production.
You need to improve on Jake Andrews too.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
But now you've got 3 big open holes, and I don't know that you can do 2 out of 3 of those in the draft. It needs to be, or maybe you definitely can't do all 3 of them in the draft. So it needs to be aggressive when legal tampering hits on the 9th. We need I need to hear
or
it.
last week.
I need to hear it. I need to hear it.
All right, at the end of the season, to be honest.
Yeah, could have been.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions. I wonder how many trade confessions you got here, Lopez.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's get into what you guys.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so you asked about, when we're talking confessions here, what trade-related confession might I have? This is one I've been thinking about here for the last few minutes. We know that we, as in people who follow and the Houston Texans, have seen the last of Joe Mixon, right?
I feel very
sure about that.
Yes, I think we, as NFL fans, might have seen the last of him.
Oh,
he's 30 years. He's going to be 30 years old. This bizarre nature. He might have had surgery, as Nick Cacerio said. And no one's saying what it was that has really, bothered him. He's been running, he's had a good long career. He's got his contract, and now, who knows what it. I think he might be done.
I guess that's possible. I don't know why I hadn't considered it. Maybe it just the immediate terms of what the Texans need and are doing had kind of clouded that portion of it. That's a fair point. I mean, we don't even know what this injury was that took him out for the entirety of a year, and that still cast doubt on whatever is going to happen. And you could take this move that the Texans make today as possibly speaking to that as well, that maybe he just couldn't come back for the 2026 season, at least not in a way that the Texans felt comfortable for. And so why would another team feel comfortable?
That's what I'm saying.
That?
Yeah.
And really, there might be a Joe Mixon factor, here as well. He's made his money. He's got whatever this mysterious injury is. And who's to say that he might just say, you know what? A lot of running backs have retired at that age or younger.
Do you get the feel he might do that, though? I feel like he probably want to, just the way he's.
But what if he can't, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's made $55 million as a running back.
I'm sure he want to make 57.
Well, of course, yeah, but still, I think it might be.
I'm sure he want to make 57 somewhere, or make an extra $2 million.
You know what? I will say that I think he will make his way back.
You seem convinced.
I was about to say because he's
think about other teams.
He's been so pressed about making it evident that no, he's making his way back. But of course, it takes two to tango. And
right.
What is the team that's willing to leverage that possibility? But maybe they, on a small deal as an additional running back, maybe they go. But every year, there's young guys coming out that teams can go and get, as opposed to the even a vet minimum is different than paying for a rookie running back.
Sure,
I think a team gonna give him a shot. I'm just not sure if he will be able to make it throughout the season or anything. Maybe it's like a extra body type deal, like a
Nick Chubb deal.
Yeah, or I was thinking like a Marlon Mack. And remember back Marlon Mack and see if he can do something.
But that doesn't mean he's not done, because he still might be if they give him a shot. And
exactly. Yeah. So I think you got a point.
These are my confessions.
I might have ruined barbecue for myself.
I knew this was coming.
I knew this was. You knew this? You knew this was gonna happen?
I knew both of y'all were gonna be like, "Dang, I didn't know it was like that."
Yeah. So shout out to J-Lo, even though he abandoned us for his granddaughter, who is adorable.
Yes.
He hooked us up so that we could go out to catch up with a few of the pitmasters that were competing in the barbecue cook-off. Right. Yeah. One of them, shout out to Doug Scheiding of Wild Game Crew. He took us through the whole run of things, talked us through his process, and we got to see the process of actually turning in
prepping and
the brisket.
Yeah,
it is so intricate. It is so pressure filled. The room feels.
They got 3 dudes on it.
Yeah, the room feels crazy. He cooked 2 different briskets, and they had to taste them to see which one would compete. And it looked like the brain trust at NASA trying to determine what decision that they would make next. And luckily, myself and Figgy got a chance to try competition grade brisket, where
you're done.
$300, $400 cut of meat.
Yeah, you're done.
All the different. brother, when I tasted that, I was like, meat tastes like this? You know.
You're done.
That was crazy, bro. I'm like.
There's no coming back now, Figgy.
Yeah, man. we can't just be doing any old brisket no more, man.
I knew this was coming, and it is quite the process. I'm glad you guys seem to have a good time. But when they, by the way, you say NASA, he is a rocket scientist. He's like legit rocket scientist that is now doing barbecue, and that's just one of them. But I'm guessing you were the same.
Yeah, that's kind of a little bit of my confession too. I get mine on out the way. To piggyback off of what Reggie said, my confession is, I kind of look at cooking totally different now than I did before after going to this cook-off.
Yeah.
Because just talking to Doug on how, the process is, I think we talked to somebody else, a guy named Reed from the Cowboy Yacht Club tent. And just how they, they try
precision.
to just off of their seasoning, their rub.
Yeah.
And just how they got to remember what they put in it. And then if it's too much, they try it again another way. I just be slapping seasoning on. I'm not judging anything. I'm just throwing whatever on there.
Yeah.
And now I'm just like, man, maybe I should, take a steak this time.
Yeah.
And just record and write down how much seasoning I'm putting on this steak.
Oh no, here comes Figgy's about to be
he's gonna be welcome. Welcome to the club.
I feel like I've been doing it all wrong, man.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I do grill a good steak where I'll be like, man, that was perfect right there.
Yeah.
And then the next time I'm like, man, it wasn't that good.
What did I do? Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe I do need to sit there with a notepad. And
how about the way they tend their fires and they're sleeping on chairs? And
see, we didn't even get that full experience.
It's wild.
I feel like I just been cooking all wrong during this time, man. Maybe I need to take it more serious. Not getting a competition. I wouldn't do no competition.
Not yet. But just 2040.
Maybe
2040, Figgy's going to be in that competition.
Hey, maybe I do need to make a rub for my family or something, like a family recipe type of rub.
You remember Doug was telling us he didn't care about food at all until like 2009. He said he would just like heat something up in the microwave and that's good. And now he's a dude like the where when you're making a brisket, he cares about the smallest details. Figgy, you're going to be there, man. It's going to be you.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll just do something for the family or something like that. It'd be a Figgy recipe.
There you go.
That could live on for 200 years.
Hey, that's how OG Sauce started. And it's not like taking the world by storm, but it's doing pretty well. And it was just for the family. I started for the family because I wanted a particular, kind of what you're talking about. I wanted a particular flavor, for my chicken and ribs or whatever. But now, even down to the way they slice it.
Yes,
and the way they present it and all that, it
got real intense.
It's intense.
We were sitting there. I didn't know what was going on.
You can't even talk. You're like, stay quiet.
They were sitting there just eating away, and they was pointing back and forth like, no, this. And then you got the judge over there, 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And just like, all right, let's go.
The highest end of everything always is just the whatever you think of, just any profession or sport or anything. The very highest levels of it, the stress levels that are involved, are always fascinating.
It's awesome.
What do it take to be a judge for something like
For something like that, there are classes and competitions you
I'm
have
sure
to have
you got to
done.
have a resume or something to be a judge, right?
Actually, let me start looking into that.
No, there are a lot.
I can't just walk up there and like, hey, I want to be a judge.
Hey, if this is some community cook-off, nobody cares.
That's different. I'm talking about
like
this,
at
something
this
like
world-class sanctioned event. You have to have just an array of kind of pelts on your wall and have done the training. There's some pretty intense training.
Yeah,
By the way, did you notice that the Houston Rodeo Cook-Off, they put this, it's some sort of metal like chrome or something piece that they hook on the meat to make sure it's the actual meat that you showed them earlier.
Yep.
I mean, it's
a number on there.
Yes.
And they had to read the number
and
off.
when they take it off the grill, it has to still be on there.
Yeah, and they can't slice it until the person that's coming to pick up the meat.
Yeah, the little ambassador comes and make sure that you're slicing that particular meat. Yep. It is badass, and this is why I've been telling you guys. You go in the afternoon on Saturday, that's the day to go. And y'all got to eat some too, right?
Yeah. No, it was good.
I saw you eating a rib and brisket.
That's why I'm gonna go make sure that I'm a judge now. So because this is the only barbecue that counts now.
Yeah, I tell you what, that rib from we went to Bit Bertha's tent, which is the Tejano tent you told us
Shout out
about.
to Abel, yeah.
Yeah. We didn't meet Abel, but we did meet somebody named Hector. And he was a big fan of the show.
Oh, good.
He recognized my voice.
Oh, good.
From the 713, are the judges fat? I don't think so because I'm pretty sure I only ate like 3 small cuts of brisket, and I felt full just off of the immense level of flavor. It feels stupid to say this out loud.
No, I say it's like meat butter. I call it meat butter.
Crazy.
Just like melts in your mouth. All right, I got one more.
These are my confessions.
That was really nice of you, Figgy. That was really nice of you to. Sean Pendergast walked into our studio before the show, and you're like, "Hey, man, happy anniversary!" How about that? So his anniversary was the 29th, so he celebrated the 28th
leap year
and the 1st. I thought that was really, really nice of you.
Okay.
My anniversary is today.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Thanks for remembering.
I ain't see a Facebook.
Ain't nobody wish you a happy anniversary. We know what you do to your wife.
Hey, where was your Facebook post at?
Yeah, I don't bother with that.
Oh, that's the only reason I knew Sean had an anniversary, because I seen the Facebook post.
I was like, oh, that's nice.
And I forgot to comment on it, so that's why I made sure I told him in person.
Yeah.
But happy anniversary to
too
you.
late. No, man, too late.
Hey, if you don't post it, it ain't real.
That's right. There you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. That has been quite an interesting one here in the great city of Houston, as the Texans have made a couple of trades, trading away Titus Howard, who has gone and got an extension already with the Cleveland Browns, and then trading for David Montgomery, who, yes, I don't know what number he's going to wear because it won't be 5. That is currently occupied. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But, yeah, those are the moves that Nick Cacerio has made to this point before we even get to free agency, which is starting next week. But already very interesting things happening around the Houston Texans. All right, coming up next, though, I want to talk a little bit about the Houston Astros, who they're playing right now. But over the weekend, a few Astros talked to MLB TV, and I thought that there were some very interesting things that came out of their conversations. I want to play those for you next.
In the Loop. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We're still getting texts in with people asking us, so I feel obligated to remind folks of the news of the day for the Houston Texans. A couple of trades have already been made that have Nick Cacerio's name on them. Early on in the day, probably about 7, we find out that the Texans have traded Titus Howard to the Cleveland Browns, a team that had no starting offensive lineman. They had a lot of work to do. They add one in Titus Howard. They give him a 3-year, $63 million extension. Texans only get a 5th-rounder back, that has been the main, I guess, frustration, it seems like, from Texans fans. I think the secondary one has been, the idea that you don't have a lot of certainty on the offensive line as of right now. With work remaining to be done, there's still the possibility for other trades. I know Trent Williams has been a name that people bring up as him and the Niners have not been able to work anything out. And then there's free agency still, and there's the draft that are still ahead of you to try and address that offensive line. Whether it'll happen or how much confidence you have, that remains to be seen. The other news, though, David Montgomery, previously running back for the Lions and the Bears, he will now be the Texans running back as the Texans trade Juice Scruggs, a 4th-round pick, and a future 7th-round pick in order to acquire the services of David Montgomery. The soon-to-be 29-year-old running back has 2 more years on his deal. I think totaling $18 million and change when it comes to the next couple of seasons. So you have a running back to, I think, run in tandem with Woody
I think
Marks.
so. Yeah, it's going to be a 1-2 punch, 1A, 1B kind of thing. And, we can talk a lot about when we have about some of the compensation you're getting and giving. But I just like the fact that they're actually – there is that urgency.
They're trying to do
something. They're going for it. Yes.
Well, they're doing stuff. We'll see how much going for it actually shows up as, because one of these is sending a player away, even though as you bring one in, free agency, maybe continued trade market has to be focused in on offensive line. I really and truly think, and maybe this means the big Dom Orange is the defensive tackle that you're looking at as yet another Iowa State guy joins the Texans fold. That's where David Montgomery ultimately played. So. We'll see. We'll talk more about it. I'm sure that the drive will talk a ton about it. It'll be the context of the conversation as we continue through the offseason for the Houston Texans. But we are also in spring training time getting ready for Astros baseball as some of the Astros headed off to play for their respective countries. The Astros already actually in action today versus the Nationals. Yordan Alvarez making his first appearance in Grapefruit League games for the 2026 season. By the way, he had a strikeout in his first at-bat. I know that you cared so much about the outcome of his very first at-bat in Grapefruit League.
Of course. It's going to
be a long season.
It's going to determine the entire year.
Man.
Yeah.
You're already off to a bad start this season.
Here we go.
I've often said that. But
over.
MLB TV had a number of Astros players and the manager on at various different times talking about some things that I thought were interesting. And I'd like to start with the manager, Joe Espada. We've kind of paid attention to some of the things that he's done, whether it was on the Space City Home Network broadcast talking with Collison and Blummer on those games last weekend. But this was him actually talking about one of the new additions to his staff. Victor Rodriguez is the new hitting coach. I thought this was really interesting.
How has his philosophy so far being received by the players here?
Very well. Victor is all about simplicity with Victor. He's not going to try to reinvent the game, reinvent the wheel. It's about having good at-bats, good pitches to hit, attacking the fastball. The stuff that's been taught for 30-something years, right? That I know Victor. Victor was my hitting coach, actually, in winter ball. So I know him very long. I know how patient and how he's able to relate with players. So having him, lead the charge, it's something that's going to play a big dividends for us.
And in the first couple of games of this spring, your team has exhibited a little bit more patience at the plate than we've seen certainly last year and maybe even the year before.
Yeah, right now we have walked more than 30-something times in the first 4 games. And, the message to our players is, a walk is a result of an aggressive at-bat. It's a quality at-bat. It's waiting for your pitch. You're being patient. And at the end of the day, those walks are going to turn into barrels. Now you start getting some hits, and we're able to, create more opportunities to score runs.
It's interesting. I think the best thing with a veteran team is to get a guy that, and this is kind of what he's saying, just work on the adjustments. He said, we're not reinventing the wheel. You don't need to. with a veteran team. With you're talking about Altuve, Correa, Jordan. I mean, obviously there's always some young players, but specifically with those guys, it's just like, what are you seeing? What have you changed? You know, everything from hands to elbow and stance and all that stuff. You know, you don't have to. There is no coaching per se in terms of like, do this and you'll get better. Let's just evaluate what you're doing and get back to what you do best.
And Victor, when he was on, I mentioned the Space City Home Network broadcasts when they've had an opportunity to have some folks on the headset from the dugout. He was on, and it was almost a bad appearance on the TV because it was so chill. But it makes sense, right? He's, they're trying to ask him, and he's just like, I trust the guys and let them get out there. And it seems like almost nonchalance is almost how it comes across. But it's what you're talking about there. A veteran hitting coach, I think, knows when to kind of let dudes do what they need to, and then also knows how to kind of get in there and make the tweaks that are necessary. And because it's smaller things that I think make the difference. So this was actually quite encouraging to me. Now, of course, it's spring. Everything is kind of encouraging in the way that you take it. But it was kind of encouraging to me to see his approach and hope to see how it can impact what was a team that needed to take some adjustments at the plate. Last year, they talked about the emphases that didn't quite land. I have a a little bit larger belief this year in their ability to actually implement some of these things.
Now, they've been a team that so far, what do you say, 30-something walks in 5 games or whatever it was? That's a lot of walks.
Yeah.
That's a lot of walks.
I think I temper that with, I vividly remember watching a couple of those games where they're going up against dudes who don't have command of their pitches.
Correct.
So, you're getting a walk, but dude can't hit the strike zone. So who gets the credit there in that moment? But at the same time, you use that to reinforce that, sometimes it doesn't even have to be something that you did, but if I can give myself credit for it and it can get myself in the mindset of this is the right thing to do, you use all of those things, whether you actually did it or just kind of lucked into it.
Sure. But it's going to be one of the big things for the Astros is their patience at the plate and how long does it stick, because we've talked about it. They tried last year. It didn't really stick. We'll see how it works this way. But I do like I just kind of do like that approach of we're a veteran team. If they get into slumps, and everybody gets into a slump at some point, it could be just a little, adjustment that you have to make. And veteran eyes like that can do that.
So that was Joe Espada talking to MLB TV. This is Jeremy Pena. And before I play this, can I just appreciate, I love spring training, just the sound of spring training.
Oh, yeah.
You just hear the birds tweeting. Why does it sound like Disney stuff? Hearing just like how lovely it is to be outdoors. It's starting to feel warm in Houston, warmer, I guess, in Houston as well. But there's something special about that feel. But I take you to Jeremy Pena, who was talking about the team's mindset headed into this year, especially him being one of the leaders on the team.
The goal's simple. Get back to the postseason, make a run. That's all we've known.
And stay healthy.
Stay healthy, of course. You want to do whatever it's in your power to stay healthy. There's some things you can't control.
Last year was ridiculous,
It was tough. It was tough for sure. I felt like it was just things that were out of our control most of the time. You could take care of your body, you could sleep well, you could do all your prep, and then we play a sport, things happen, so it was unfortunate what we had to go through last year, but, it is what it is. We turned the page. We got most of our guys back, and the guys that are on the way, they look really good. So we're excited. We have a great team. We have the pieces necessary to make a run, and we're looking forward to it.
The kind of the prevailing theme, they feel like they let one slip away by not making the postseason.
You heard exactly what I heard.
They're all talking about, we're a good team. We're going to make a run, as if nothing has changed, like it's 2021 again or whatever it might be. And I think that's a good. First of all, it's a good sort of approach to have. But then you start thinking about it. You're like, if they stay healthy, can they do that? The bats and the defense are still there. Like their everyday lineup is still there. With some little tweaks here and there, but they still have the offensive firepower to get it done.
I'm interested in that because it sounded a little bit more like, to me, the things that
trying to convince himself.
Well, I don't even know if he sounds convinced already. I don't think he's trying to convince himself, but it feels like things that you have to say this time of year.
Yeah.
No matter, I bet there are 30 different training camps or spring trainings that are saying similar, if not the exact same thing, because that is what you do this time of year. And that it brought to my mind. I was going to ask you, but it seems like you've given your answer. do you believe him in that they just flat out have the things necessary to go and do it? Because I keep looking at the outfield. I keep looking at the bullpen. I keep looking at a rotation that's not settled yet. And I go, yeah, there's some bats. You're also still trying to figure out how to get all the damn bats in the lineup.
No, I've said my big concern. In fact, last week we were talking about, did the starting pitching staff lose their superpower? I have questions about the starting staff. There are certainly some questions in the bullpen. What I'm saying, though, is like if their everyday lineup, stays healthy, and Christian Walker can improve, of course, but there are some players that can just flat out, still get it done offensively, especially at the top of the roster. It's just a matter of, what does the outfield look like? No, I think there's some big questions with this team, starting pitching number one after the top two guys. But offensively, those guys are still doing. I mean, they're still capable. Yeah,
especially having Correa the whole time for the entirety of the year. If you get a more steady and possibly a better with runners and scoring position, Christian Walker, and a healthy Jordan ultimately is one of those things that you also.
And who knows what Cam Smith is going to be? Is
that a threat?
Yes.
Because obviously there's a great part of that, but also is that a threat?
It is, yes.
Real quick before we go, speaking of Carlos Correa, this is Carlos just talking about being back with the Stros, because that was one of the fun things, especially down the stretch where it was a little up and down, was here comes a familiar face. This is Carlos Correa about being back with the hometown squad.
I never thought it would be possible to come back. And then when I got the call that it was a possibility, then, when we made it happen, we were very happy. My parents live in Houston, my wife's family is in Texas, so it's just a lot better for the kids to grow up around family and for everybody to be together. So it worked out perfect, and we come here with a chance to win the World Series every single year, which is what we always wanted.
There you go again. There you go again.
Did that one sound like convincing to you? Did that sound convincing to you?
Well, he said World Series, which is always like, that's a big ask. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, that one. When I heard that, I was like, oh, man, he's super excited about being back with family. And he tacked on the thing that he knew he had to say, which I appreciate, Carlos, because, hey, that's also something that a leader has to do at times. But, yeah, excited to see what the Astros can do. They're tied at 1 right now in the top of the third for whatever that is worth in a little bit of Grapefruit League baseball game. I'm really excited to see them tomorrow, actually, when they play Venezuela, because that's a tune-up game that obviously is leading up to the World Baseball Classic.
And the World Baseball Classic is going to be fun.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. By the way, Cam Smith, double.
There you go. What did I just say?
He's coming. He's coming. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there's even more Texans news that kind of we got over the weekend and through to now. I kind of want to talk about it, including the Will Anderson Jr. contract thing. There's an update on it. Let's do that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. They've been doing it since
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hope your Monday's going all right. Talking to you, Nick Cacerio, because I know that you've been busy. Couple of deals
going pretty good.
Yeah.
Going pretty good.
Couple of deals been made.
Yeah.
Titus Howard to the Browns for a 5th-round pick, where he has already gotten a 3-year, $63 million extension. So that clearly they had some conversations already. And then the Texans have added David Montgomery, running back, to this team for the price of Juice Scruggs, a 4th-round pick, and a future 7th-round pick. I believe you said next year's 7th-round pick.
Correct.
And so that is the cost. Little less than what I would have expected for Titus, a little more than I would have expected for David Montgomery. However, it seems like there's been talk of another team having come in and, made this a bidding war of sorts for David Montgomery, and I imagine that's how the price goes up a little bit. But they made sure to get him, which, again, speaks to the aggression that they at least operated with here, and I'm hoping we continue to see throughout the offseason as they build a team for the 2026 season.
Well, I think I just mentioned this to you during the break. Even if it goes against what Nick Cacerio normally likes to do, and it does based on what we've seen. Even last year we were talking about, they got to go big, and then worked in the margin. I mean, even if it goes against what he normally would like to do, this isn't normal. It's
yes.
not normal.
Aaron Wilson, KPRC2, made a note about half an hour ago on X or Twitter, however you decide to call it, that David Montgomery's contract will stay the same for now, but now I'm reading verbatim, but likely to be addressed later at some point after the trade is officially finalized. Hearing he's very happy with the trade, healthy, played every game last year and under contract for 2 years, which we discussed. How do you feel about the idea of amending the contract? Because that was a sticky point for some folks, especially when you look at the Stephon Diggs trade, where that trade gets his contract gets amended after the trade, and ultimately that makes it a less than stellar trade in hindsight with the injury that he then sustains, and then him going off to New England, playing well, and then going to play in a Super Bowl.
Well, Figgy says this occasionally, and I like the term. The price of the brick has gone up.
Shout out to the Wire, man.
The price of the brick has gone up, yes. And you're playing at a big boy level. You have to pay big boy prices, and I think that's what they're doing.
Okay, so the idea of, hey, look at the savings that you have with a David Montgomery. You're okay if some of those savings end up being eaten up in, hey, just rewarding the guy, making sure that he's maximum happy?
Yes, I am. I think. Are you not?
I would like to say that I am, but I feel like I probably need to be a little bit more exacting in the way that I do this. And I think, honestly, less about me. They probably need to start being a little more exacting. I know that Nick Cacerio it's a gentleman mentality thing with him, and I understand it because I do think it's somewhat a competitive advantage where a lot of teams around the league are going to quibble with you on the very finer points, and sometimes that can be a point of contention that hurts relationships at times, and you get rid of that friction here. But that friction exists for a reason. We were talking about minutia and competition in which the margins, those thin margins, can be the difference. And we're starting to get to a point, understanding the idea that you can make things move under cap situations, but you're starting to get to a point where a little bit here, a little bit there. We've all seen how that changes things, and they might need to start being a little more exacting in the way that they go about things. But maybe they just decide this is the MO of the way that we go about things, and we'll make everything else fit how we need.
You're not just totally like, hey, we'll worry about that tomorrow and putting everything on charge cards here. You have your budget. You understand, what's at stake. It's a place of need. You can save a draft pick on a running back, at least an earlier draft pick. So I think there's pros and cons.
Well, with that, Aaron Wilson is also reporting that the Texans are prepared to make Will Anderson Jr. one of the highest paid defensive players in NFL history. In fact, actually, I'd like to take you to Ian Rappaport. This is cut one here, Fig. This is him talking about a Will Anderson Jr. contract extension.
Deals come together when they come together, and a lot of time these happen later in the spring. I wouldn't be surprised if this one happens at some point in the relatively near future, mainly because what the Houston Texans have done and what Nick Cacerio and DeMeco Ryans have established is a team that takes care of their stars. Right? Every negotiation is a battle. But if you look at what the Texans have done, they have paid their guys. I mean, Stingley was the latest, right? I mean, that was a huge deal, 3 for $90, one of the best corners in the NFL. I mean, they make it a priority to reward the guys who should be rewarded. You look across that defense, and they got a lot of guys who are really good, who are going to make a lot of money. I would expect Will Anderson to be the first, and I would expect him to be very, very worth it. And as far as C.J. Stroud goes, wouldn't be surprised if that waits a year just to let him have a little better year under his belt before he negotiates.
Well, not so much let him have a better year under his belt. Let's see if he does have a better year under his belt. That's just on C.J. No, Will Anderson Jr., do you expect it this offseason relatively soon?
I feel like, yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I do.
Because even looking at how the Texans roll, you see how quick they got with Derek Stingley.
Mm-hmm.
I think they trying to get out there quick because, like you said earlier, the price of that brick is going up, man, and they trying to get it done ASAP.
And there's no doubt that this will change. Like, this is not a circumstance where you go, there's a small chance that you end up in a really bad place for Will Anderson. No, I feel great about paying him.
Let's get this done now.
I say that barring the most absurd injury, and I'll knock on wood for those who are superstitious, barring the most absurd injury, even if he gets one of those run-of-the-mill football injuries that can happen, when he comes back, I'm still very much in on the Will Anderson Jr. experience, right?
Yeah.
And so, pay him earlier because who is the next big pass rusher or just person in sports or in the NFL generally that's going to get paid that makes it so that you have to pay more? Just go ahead and get it done, especially knowing that you're going to pay him handsomely. He's probably going to be one of, if not the highest paid defensive players in the league. Just go ahead and do that now, so that
close to a non-quarterback.
You don't have to do that again, except with a higher number later.
$40 million a year, somewhere in there.
Wasn't Myles Garrett already there?
Yeah,
man.
Where's Micah Parsons at? He's a little kind of high too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so he's going to be around in that neighborhood somewhere.
All your favorite dudes getting paid in this way. He's going to be literally in that neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And so, man, I just get her done. And I don't think anybody's going to be upset about that, especially because it's not hitting you this year either, right? It's gonna be an extension that
it would be
next
year,
right?
But then there is a little murmur. Speaking of some of these nuggets that Aaron Wilson and others have thrown out there. Danielle Hunter wanting to get a new deal as well, or an extension of some sort. You're going to, again, it's the price of doing business when you get to this level. And so I don't have a problem with it. I always feel as if they can work it out. There is a line, as you often pointed out, there is a point where you're like, all right, we got to be a little careful here. But I don't think it's going to be any deal breaker with these two guys.
That's the question I was actually going to ask you is where is the line? Because you heard Rappaport when he was talking about the Will Anderson Jr. thing, right? And I think we're all in the same place. Go ahead and I think we get that done this year, and everybody is happy with it, especially because you've created this MO of getting to dudes and getting them their contracts early.
Yeah.
It'd be real uncomfortable if that started slowing down with probably your best player.
Yeah. You don't want to do that.
It'd be real uncomfortable to be like, hey, we expect you to understand in this moment, Will. But where do you have to? Because, again, you're starting to pay dudes. You're starting to hand these contracts out. And how do you feel about the extension of Danielle Hunter? Because he is still a very, very good pass rusher. However, how much longer does that last for you in your mind? And is an extension, does that take you to a place where you start seeing the decline on your dollar?
I think maybe with Danielle Hunter down the road, but he is still, he's shown no signs of being anything but, a huge impact player. And so I still think you can do that with him. What I think what ends up happening is you start making deals like really kind of like the trade. You can maybe go to the trade market a little more. You're going to save $8.5 million by cutting Mixon, by releasing Mixon, but you're going to bring in you're going to bring in another player, and you're going to be able to get it done. And even with the extension, it'll be less than you pay a running back on the market. Same thing at the offensive line position. You're going to pay big for at least one guy, but maybe you can draft with your first round pick. You start balancing, like, where can we not cut corners, but at least be prudent with our money if we're going to pay this much over here.
Yeah. I think that adding more to Danielle would probably be okay, especially because maybe that helps you manage the money a little bit, right? He is getting to the final year of his deal. He'd technically be a free agent next year. There's some void years on the back of that, and I'd be lying to you if I told you I knew exactly all the machinations there, but it does feel like you add another year, it gives you an opportunity to make some of this shake and move in a little bit different when we talk about the cap manipulation of it all. So, and again, I'm 100% cool with seeing another year of Danielle Hunter alongside, or on the opposite side rather, of Will Anderson Jr. I'm good with that.
Well, and the other thing with it is, Sean brought this up this morning. The Cleveland Browns are still paying Deshaun Watson, whatever is left of the $230 million contract, and they and they just extended, extended Titus Howard. There is money that you can find somewhere, and I know they didn't have the other linemen, and they're going to have to draw a line.
Don't have any
they're going to have to draw a line somewhere, but these are things that if I think the way he put it with you is like the math is the math. It can still work, and it can work here.
Some other nuggets that we've kind of gotten outside of obviously the big one, Will Anderson Jr. Contract extension. It feels like he should be one of the highest players. That's just a no-brainer. The Texans want to add 2 or 3 new linemen, and that makes even more sense when you see, hey, Titus Howard is no longer there, right?
Mm-hmm.
This has to happen. And then you said that likely, or rather, it's possible a new center as well.
Mm-hmm.
That one is interesting because with all the kind of hand-wringing that I've done today on, yes, I hope and I believe that they will be aggressive in the offensive line, but you cannot ignore last year where the circumstances were kind of similar and they weren't as aggressive. That would show that they are being some level aggressive because center is not a place where they are forced to get an addition.
Well, you're right.
Guard is a place where they're forced to. Now, tackle is a place where they're forced to. Center is not a place where they're forced to. There is an argument, and a reasonable one to be made, that you could talk to your fan base and go, Jake Andrews was solid last year. He'll continue to be solid if we put things around him. And the idea that they are going to take a real look and hopefully actually try and upgrade at center, that speaks to an aggression and an urgency of the offense.
No, I think that's a great point. You can easily argue tackle and one or both guards, however you want to do it now that Titus Howard is gone. But you could argue the other way on Jake Andrews. The big litmus test on just how serious they're taking the refurbishing, remaking of the offensive line is if they do something with Jake Andrews. Because Cole Popovich likes him. He's coached him before. They've been around him. He fits that Patriots, sort of mentality, et cetera. If they upgrade at center, that's going to be a great sign. Like, oh, okay, they really are serious about going big time and getting these getting this upgrade.
Are you all in on the idea of? Well, this is probably unfair because I don't think anybody that's on the Linderbaum train is this extreme. But are you all in on the idea that's basically Linderbaum or nothing? Like just
no,
go ahead and shell it out and get Linderbaum, and then we'll deal with the rest.
I would love it if they got Linderbaum. I think it's going to be a huge, bidding war for him. But I am in with the report, rumor, whatever you want to call it, about Cade Mays. I like him. I think he's going to be good. They've talked about Braden Smith at tackle. Then you can start talking about some math. You sign a center at that position, and Mays is going to be what, $11-12 million at least, right? And then Braden Smith, the Colts tackle. Then you draft somebody. Then you're signing and extending Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. Well, then you're getting into some dollars now. You're getting into some real dollars.
And that's why it kind of made sense for them to go do the trade for a David Montgomery.
For Montgomery, yeah.
And but that's also where I'm like, hey, what are we doing when we talk about amending that contract?
But how much is it going to be really? Is it going to be $12-13 million? I don't think so.
For who?
For Montgomery, the new deal.
I would hope not.
Doubt it.
I would hope not. No, I think you're probably right.
Yeah.
So that you have those. Mutual interest has been shown between Sheldon Rankins and the team, and that makes sense. Sheldon Rankins wanted to be here. I think that him going to Cincinnati, not this past season, but the year prior, he got a little bit of a feel for what he lost in not being here in Houston, what he appreciates about being here, and it should be mutual because he matters so greatly, not just to the physical on-field performance of what you do, but he was leader guy.
Yeah.
When it came down to getting them organized as a pass rush, I've said it a number of times last year. It felt like their curtailing of quarterbacks running on them was in large part because of Sheldon Rankins getting that thing right in the middle.
He's going to be important for this team. I also expect them to draft another interior offensive lineman. It's kind of their MO.
And I would want you to draft one where Sheldon Rankins is there, because can you imagine the way that Will Anderson Jr. has heaped praise upon Sheldon Rankins being a mentor to him? Why would you not want that same experience with the defensive tackle who's going to come over and do that?
No, I agree.
So there's those guys. There's also the EJ Speed, Trent Brown, Tommy Townsend mutual interest. All those you good with, or are there any ones where John Lopez's interest might not be as mutual?
Well, I think they have mutual interest. How mutual is it from the Texans side? I mean, like, they're not going to say no, but I think the Texans have the leverage on all three of those guys. Even Townsend.
Power rank them in for me.
That I would
priority.
Want them to come back?
Yeah.
I would say Townsend 1.
Really?
Yeah. Not real expensive, but Trent Brown, EJ Speed, I think kind of faded. I wouldn't argue all three of these guys coming back, but Trent Brown in a very specific role, EJ Speed in a very specific role.
EJ Speed feels like number 1 to me without question there. Or maybe I speak a little hesitant. No, I'm going to stand on it. I think EJ Speed 1 because I look at that linebacker and I'm linebacker room and I go,
he's part of the. He's part of the question. But he's part of the
him playing last year. I had no concerns about.
I thought he faded a little bit most of the year. No, that's picking nits. I get it, but that's one of those where I think you can replace EJ Speed.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you feel like it could be somebody out there you could find that's better, or this is somebody you need to lock in?
I think it's almost kind of an insult, but I think he can be replaced. With someone at that same level of play.
I loved the thing that I don't feel like is going to be as easy to replace is the mentality is so clearly there.
Mm-hmm.
That locked in so very well with what they do. And then Trent Brown is a close second because you saw what he was able to do as kind of a mentor of sorts on the offensive line, especially now that Titus Howard is not there.
That's what I mean. It has to be a very specific role.
But then also, I don't want this to be Titus Howard returning with the priority of him playing as your right tackle for real. Because while he did play pretty well in those 7 games, he only played 7 games, and that ended up being one of the things that I won't say torpedoed you, but it did not help at the end of the season. And then, funny enough, Tommy Townsend is third here. I was the weird guy who was kind of the punter, not hater, but I guess I end up being that because I was like, hey, man, he outkicked his coverage a lot of times in ways that were – and then there was a lot of, shanked punts at times that it's easy for us to not think of, but that field position matters, especially when you were so defensive.
No, look, Tommy Townsend can be replaced as well. My thing is I think they trust him, and he was a little bit erratic, but I think they trust his consistency by and large.
Oh, we didn't even talk about the mutual interest on Ed Ingram.
That's a good one. I think they probably want him back, wouldn't they?
Pay the man.
Well,
but at what cost?
Yeah, that ends up being an interesting thing. And you 13 mil?
No.
You're no. Not just no. No. Okay.
13 mil a year?
No. A year.
Like 13 mil
5
what?
years?
He's like, I'm like, what are we talking?
That was good. All right, you're talking about every year, right?
You're in the loop here
for the rest of his career.
Sports Radio 610. It's the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got a wild story about a Canadian woman with a rare disorder and plus a new milkshake flavor alert. I wonder if this flavor going to bring all the boys to the yard.
Oh, wow.
I see the Khalees.
I see what you did.
I like that there. Let's get into it next.
Yep, it's Figgy Fig holding it down. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo kicks off today. And I saw a post from Rodeo Houston on Instagram reminding folks you can catch the Metro rails straight to the rodeo grounds. And here's the best part. It's only $1.25. Skip all the traffic. Skip the parking stress. Just tap your Ride Metro card, or you can scan the app and hop on. It works for Metro Rail, buses, and don't forget about the park and ride if you're coming from outside the loop. You can even pay with Apple Pay, Google Pay, credit and debit. It all works. Just download the free app today and learn more at ridemetro.org/fare system. That's ridemetro.org/fare system. Ride smart, ride Metro.
Payne and Pendergast.
This trade of Titus Howard to me.
our website for more details on this national contest. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. This your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So I ran across this story about a Canadian woman by the name of Emily Nash. And she is currently, I want to say, the latest and youngest person to be identified with a rare disorder. So I'm going to go to 60 Minutes with the story.
Not 60 Minutes.
Yeah,
this ain't even local news.
Now we're getting serious.
National news, man.
This is national, man. So I kind of want to get y'all thoughts on this disorder she have.
On the outskirts of Ottawa, this humble student has just recently learned she belongs to a very unique club. She has highly superior autobiographical memory, known as HSAM, a condition that affects fewer than 100 people in the world. They share a confounding and rare gift, able to recall exact dates and minuscule details of history and almost every day of their lives. Just ask Emily a pop culture question to get a sense of what she can do. Can you tell me who died on January the 22nd, 2008?
Oh, Heath Ledger.
Yeah. How old was he when he died?
28, turning 29.
Who was born on the 5th of September, 1946?
Freddie Mercury. He actually has the same birthday as me.
Well, you're not going to forget that one, are you?
No.
Can you name the hosts of the SNL season 47 from 2022 and 2021?
Oh, yes. Like all of them?
Well, what about the first three?
The first three. Owen Wilson hosted on October 2nd, 2021. Kim Kardashian hosted the following week, Halsey as a musical guest. And then Rami Malek hosted the following week on October 16th.
Yikes.
He said yikes.
Yikes.
So she says this is like autobiographical. So I'm guessing the connection there is she's thinking back to her experience on that day when she... Because she's not just like, I have all this information and I could just sort it.
Well, she got Freddie Mercury's birthday just like that.
1947.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is this I'm sitting here trying to think how this is a bad thing.
And I'm glad you said
disorder.
that. I think this could potentially be a bad thing because I went
straight. She'd win a lot of bets.
Hey, I went straight to the comments section after I watched this video.
Yeah.
The first thing I seen was, God bless her future husband.
Oh, yeah. You ain't winning none of this.
Oh, yeah.
No, you said this. No. On October 3rd.
You said it at 3 p.m.
It was 3:07 p.m. when you said this. Somebody else said, I need her when I'm arguing.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Somebody else said, when you what do you call when you had the total opposite of this gift? Because I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday.
Yeah. I still think, ultimately, if you're married to her, you don't even try anymore, right? You're like, well, of course she's right.
I think I might get irritated. She don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know that, huh?
Yeah. It's our anniversary.
Miss Know-It-All.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me what happened.
Yeah.
Somebody else said, my wife has the same skills. She uses it in every argument.
That's right.
Yeah. She's just not right. She just.
Yeah. Somebody else said, I walk into the kitchen and forget why.
Mm-hmm. Well, that happens all the time. Far too often. But again, I think, less than 100 people in the world.
I never heard of this before.
Yes.
And at first, I was kind of looking at it like, man, how real is this? Because that could be somebody that just know everything. Just know everything. I wish I could get her on the phone just to kind of just throw up random stuff.
And it's different than a photographic memory. A lot of people have that. It's the actual just details.
Just the small detail of things like that.
And being able to place the date of it.
Yeah.
Somebody said that they kind of have this. Said that they remember that their anniversary is 2 days later. They played the Giants 2 days later and lost in 2014. So like they used the devices like that to remember. I wonder if that's the way that this is happening, or it's just flat out. You tell her something, she's like, I know this date, with completely devoid of the days that it's attached to, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I'm even thinking just all the stuff that happened during my lifetime.
Yeah.
If you was to ask me, when did O.J. Simpson pass away? I have no idea.
Being a sports fan, would this be good or bad? Because you would kill in trivia, but also, those moments where you're like, I like to forget that. No, you won't.
No,
that's
you won't.
all them terrible games that come through inevitably in any sports fans' lives.
Yeah.
They're sticking with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I would like to know more about this, I guess, condition.
Me too, because, again, there are a lot of people who can remember things with the photographic memory because they were exposed to them at some point. But this seems like even a little different. Like
just small details.
Yes.
Yeah. It's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So we got a new milkshake flavor, and this is coming from the Great Wolf Lodge. Have y'all been to the Great Wolf Lodge?
We went in Minnesota at the Super Bowl. We stayed at the Great Wolf Lodge.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. I remember the Great Wolf Lodge when it was the Great Bear Lodge at one point.
Really? That's what it's called?
Yeah, that's what it used to be called. The one in Sandusky, Ohio, used to be Great Bear Lodge. And then I don't know why they changed it to the Great Wolf Lodge. Maybe that sounds a little cooler. But they actually released a new flavor of a milkshake. I want to see if y'all down with this one.
I can already tell the answers now.
Why?
So it is a ranch flavored milkshake.
What'd I say?
They coming out with this in spring, and it's not just ranch. It is topped with carrots, celery, whipped cream, and crispy chicken, plus a lime salt rim.
Oh, they basically tried to do a savory shake.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
So, what are the ingredients again?
Yeah. So,
ranch dressing.
Yeah, ranch flavored.
Well, yeah.
Milkshake with carrots, celery, whipped cream, and crispy chicken with a lime salt rim.
Why can't I just have some fried chicken in that moment?
You know what I mean? And see, I thought the same thing because I thought they was going for maybe like a wrap or something like that, especially with the chicken, crispy chicken in it.
Yeah.
But the ice cream is actually vanilla flavored with it too. Man, so you still got the vanilla flavor.
Companies just keep doing this.
If you're interested in it, it is $3.10 a piece. And
they're giving them away.
Yeah, so I think this starts this Thursday through the 20th.
But you have to be staying at the Great Wolf Lodge?
I guess not.
I'm sure they'll let you walk in just for that one.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said that like I'm going to go. You know me. I will never.
Yeah, I'm about to say, let me know. Let me know how it is.
I'm going to have to pass on that one, man.
Yeah, same here. I'm going to have to pass on that.
Yeah.
It's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's that time of the month. It's the first of the month, pretty much.
Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and pay this rent.
Yeah, it's a couple things. I'm going to go through a couple things to look forward to in March. So daylight savings time starts this Sunday.
Weekend, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this Sunday, March 8th. So we're going to lose an hour of sleep, which that always kills me, man.
Yeah.
I feel like I never get enough sleep. And this March on the 20th is the first day of spring. So spring is right around the corner.
What that mean to us in Texas?
No kidding.
Yeah.
It's 85 degrees outside. What that mean to me?
Other things to look forward to in March. The Paralympics. Have y'all heard of the Paralympics?
Well, yeah.
I never heard that term. I always see it, but I never heard the Paralympics.
Yeah, it's
that starts this Friday.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they run through the 6th, or they run from the 6th through the 15th.
Okay.
And I think the wheelchair curling starts a couple days early on Wednesday. So that's something to be looking forward to.
Don't worry, it'll be on one of them TV.
Yeah, well.
Really, y'all going to be tuned in?
Yeah, I'm going to catch some of it.
Give us a segment on it?
Sled hockey is fun. Have you ever watched a little sled hockey?
I think I have.
Yeah, sled hockey is fun.
Have to put that on the rundown then for y'all to break it down.
These people will riot.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna write about this one. March Madness.
Yes, sir.
It seemed like it popped up quick.
It is here.
I ain't even tap into college basketball like I wanted to.
With all the times we haven't talked about it?
No, we talk about it, but in my mind, I'm like, okay, it's still early.
It's
I got
still
time.
down the road.
It's March Madness now.
It's March. What do you mean? It's March.
Yeah. So they get started on the 15th, which is, I think Selection Sunday is on the 15th. And then the tournament, the men's tournament.
The conference tournament starts next
17th.
week.
Yeah.
Conference tournament start next week.
Yeah. Have you seen the Sun Belt's conference tournament?
What about it?
It's a gauntlet.
Like, what do you mean?
I think they have like 16 teams, and depending on, I think the number 1 and 2 seeds have a quintuple bye. The 3 and 4 seeds have a quadruple bye. The 5 and 6 seeds have a triple bye. You know what I mean? Like you have to win. The teams that are at the very lowest have to win. I think
lot
like
of games.
6 or 7 straight games.
That's fair though.
To win the championship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Other things that's happening in March: baseball is happening in March.
What you mean? I've been watching baseball.
Yeah, I was watching it.
The regular
a little bit
season
too.
starts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's funny because it's on the TV in here. I saw Framber Valdez going out there in orange.
Yeah.
I thought it was an old game. I'm like, why are they playing an old ass Astros game right now? He played for the Detroit Tigers. But baseball starts, I want to say, on the 25th, technically.
Oh, are they going to have another one of those games in Japan or something?
Yes, absolutely.
The Yankees and the Giants kicks things off on Netflix.
And nobody's going to watch it.
On Netflix?
Well, it's on Netflix.
Because it's your body clock is going to be off. You're going to.
I don't know if it's going to be
think
over.
It's a spring training.
I don't know if it's going to be over there, but that game is the Yankees and the Giants. It'll be on Netflix on the 25th, and the other teams get started on the 26th. Other things to look forward to in March: National Pancake Day is tomorrow. Are we getting pancakes from somewhere?
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
Okay.
Maybe that's going to be pancakes, breakfast for dinner kind of thing.
Yeah. It's tomorrow's a big day, man.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we got, a little programming note, Bun B coming through tomorrow.
Yeah. I wonder if he's going to do something for Pancake Day. Or he just going to bring some Trill Burgers through.
Pancake burger?
Yeah. Hey, that might be all right.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, that might actually be all right.
Yeah.
National Cereal Day is on the 7th.
Oh, well, I'm going to be celebrating that.
Yeah.
In your truck.
Look, we get breakfast all together. Pie Day is on the 14th.
Of course.
3.1 what?
You couldn't get
3.41.
Okay, I was about to say, you got to at least get 3 digits.
Yeah, I was playing.
Yeah, National Puppy Day is on the 23rd and the 27th. Lopez, National Viagra Day.
All right.
I don't know why I just called you out for it. I just said Lopez, National Viagra Day.
Entertainment purposes only. How long can I do this?
All right.
Okay. I'll get y'all out of here on this. Just want to give a shout out to everybody who was at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo World's Cook-Off Championship or Championship Cook-Off.
Yeah.
And me and Reggie, we was making the rounds on Saturday, the last day of it. And just want to give a shout out to all the tents we went to, courtesy of John Lopez, who hooked us up. Yeah, we went over to the War Pigs barbecue tent. We talked to Caleb and Dennis. Then we went over to the Yacht Club tent with Tyler and Reed. We went over to Bit Bertha's. We talked to our guy Hector, which I need to link up. Yeah, we need to link up with Hector. He was telling us about some crawfish.
Oh, I will be there soon.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. I had to write his name down. I'm like, all right, Hector. Salute to Hector. And then last but not least, shout out to our guy Doug over at the Wild Game Crew, as we got to hang out with him as he released his brisket.
Yeah.
And we got a chance to try it.
Doug had a weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, he was that close to.
He actually hit me up. He said he placed 11th.
11th overall, which means, and for those who don't know, you have 700 and something teams out there. When you're 11th overall, that's basically like one judge moving, like it's basically decimal points.
Yeah.
It kept you away from winning the whole damn thing.
Yeah, he says brisket got 11th place.
And Chicken was a finalist as well. Like, he was way up there.
Yeah, man. Salute to everybody that was in the contest or just going around, man. It was cool being around Cook-Off. It felt like it happened so fast, too, man.
Yeah, man.
Because I'm like, damn, it's already over, but rodeo season is today. And the first night starts tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Lopez, we're just going to say this right now. A year out. Saturday cook-off next year. We good, right? All three of us.
You're going to have to drag me away from that place.
You ain't got no more grandkids that are going to go fishing, huh?
Oh, I got one more.
Okay. All right.
Shoot, I need to put this out here. If y'all got a tent for next year, man, hit us up.
Oh, yeah.
We'll come through.
You want to make this a whole tour?
Yeah,
all Saturday?
Let's do it.
But was I wrong? It's a blast on Saturday.
It's really
fun. It's a lot of fun,
Yeah.
man. I had a good. That's probably the best time I ever had going to
cook-off.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. A little mixtape action here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. Every day at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, somebody said, why are you going to leave off Austin 3:16? Thank you for that. Coming up next, let's get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. The Rockets have an interesting question, or they've induced an interesting question for me. There's a couple of dudes that matter a great deal to them. Who needs to step up more? Is it a men or is it Alperin? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
In the Loop.
Initial reactions, John Lopez, to David Montgomery now that he is a Texans running back.
PowerCompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's been a big day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 as the Texans have moved and shook in making a couple of deals, sending Titus Howard to Cleveland for a fifth-round pick where he ultimately has already gotten an extension done, 3 years, $63 million, and David Montgomery acquired for Juice Scruggs, a fourth-round pick, and a future seventh-round pick. It's interesting because I'm not going to pretend like this is everybody. I think a large amount of people see this as a good move, even if they, question some of the cost of the move. Mm-hmm. But some people are not viewing him as an upgrade, interestingly enough. And, obviously we'll have a lot of time to talk about this as he is going to be a part of this running back room. I found that to be very interesting, that there's some people that are like, he's not an upgrade. And I wonder what they mean by that.
From Nick Chubb?
Right. I'm guessing that they mean from Joe Mixon. It's just I don't know that the Joe Mixon that you're anticipating is, one, available to you, and two, still exists. I don't know. I have no idea.
From Dare? Gumbawale? Because Dare was getting reps at the end of the year. No, he's an upgrade. The Joe Mixon at his best? No. But
honestly, this could be something. This could be like a running back. This is all they need right here. They might not need the fancy superstar running back. Maybe this is good enough right here to pair him as a 1-2 punch
with Woody. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe this is all you do need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Obviously, a lot of time to have more conversations on David Montgomery. Obviously, we've talked about it all show long, him and the sending away of Titus Howard, what we believe that means. And, of course, throughout the week, we still got a lot of time to talk about it, and only God knows what other things Nick Cacerio has up his sleeve because, again, you moved on from who was probably your best offensive lineman this past year, for whatever that actually says. You better have some corresponding moves that show up with that. So we'll definitely be watching that Texan space as it's important this time of year. Also a space that is worth asking or watching rather, as we are down the stretch in the National Basketball Association, is the Houston Rockets. They were on the road yesterday, or rather this weekend, and they actually lost to a Miami Heat team that in that game, it didn't feel like Miami did crazy amounts of things. It wasn't like they did anything that felt so very special, but no Jabari Smith Jr. dealing with that tweaked ankle. Felt like, at least to me, it felt like it mattered because there was a lot of points in the paint for the Miami Heat, and that brought to accounting for me and Alperen Sengun, who just hasn't felt like he's been the best version of himself, especially coming off a year where it felt like he should have been, on that All-NBA track.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel like he's been quite that this year. And then you also pair that with an Amen Thompson, who has been on ball a lot. And you saw that even on Saturday when Reed Shepherd was starting. It still felt like Amen was doing a lot of the on-ball stuff. And that feels like it has also been kind of the trend of this year of him not being the best version of himself. So with both of those guys, two of the three probably most important players on this Rockets team, who do you feel like needs to step up more in this instance? I think the answer is probably both, but who is the more important of the two to step up in this final stretch?
Well, the easy answer is Alperen Sengun, just because of what you just said. I mean, he was an all-star, on track to be an all-NBA type player, and so integral to what you're trying to do offensively in terms of inside-out type stuff and facilitating through the post and all that. That's the easy answer. I'm not so sure that I don't think Amen Thompson is close to that though, simply because sometimes I'm watching the Rockets, and I'm feeling like Amen Thompson's kind of a man without a country. Yeah, and by that I mean, well, we don't think he's going to be able to be an everyday, in every possession, every game, however you want to put it, point guard. But he kind of gets in the way sometimes of when you do have Reed Shepherd on the floor, or whether Fred VanVleet even, he was better with Fred VanVleet, but no matter who ends up being at the point guard, because he's sort of a hybrid player, and it kind of gets clunky, when he's there. But you have to have him at the same time because he's so good on so many other things, whether it's finishing or defense or whatever. So it's almost like, again, clunky is the word that comes to mind.
I think actually the case that's there to be made for Amen, you kind of skated past it when you're like, he's so good at other places. Defense, he has not been the all-defense type player that you expect of him. It's not like he's atrocious by any means.
Right.
But he hasn't been that level of disruptive. And this defense hasn't been atrocious, but if you could feel the difference in Amen not being that same dogged defender. And that matters when you look at the remaining of your defense and how integral he's supposed to be to all of that. I think that's actually part of the stuff that makes me ask this question on who needs to step up more between these two.
So would you say Amen?
I mean,
I would not. The easy answer to me is Sengun because his importance.
Yeah, because
all I'm saying is it's closer than you think.
Yeah, and some of the Amen things I think I place more at the feet of the coaches, right?
Sure.
Him being in places that it feels like takes him out of the opportunity to be in the best of his element. Alperen Sengun, we're talking about things like him missing easy buckets around the rim and having that not look as good as it had for a stretch as it felt like he was getting better. We're talking about Alperen Sengun kind of taking a step back on the defensive steps that he had taken forward to make it so that him as a center is more viable. Again, last night, him being the main defensive guy as a big without having the benefit of Jabari Smith Jr. rolling over and adding his additional, shot, maybe not even shot blocking, but shot contesting. It was pretty evident that the Miami Heat, with admittedly a nice young center in Kel'el Ware, they were just getting after you in the paint. And that felt like I would put that at Alperen's feet to some degree and say, hey, man, these are challenges for you to be the consistent player as well. Because Kevin Durant, as good as he is, he's also fairly consistent in the way that he's handling things, in a way that Alperen Sengun he's been a little bit less of a version of himself as you want.
That's what I was going to ask you next. I mentioned earlier.
A little.
I mentioned earlier.
Mr. 13 and 6?
Yeah.
My man rolling in 16 and 6. You can count it.
Yep.
Count on it.
I mean, he's averaging like 20.
Listen, my man in the last since what was it? January 28th, he has scored 20 plus points 3 times. That's over 16 games.
Dang, I didn't even realize that.
I know you didn't. I've been looking at this 16-6, which feels like every day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is like how bad has this been?
Yeah.
I went back there, boy. He is in them teams hard.
Yeah, that's interesting. But that's what I was going to ask you. How much of, like I said earlier, Amen Thompson sometimes feels like he's a man without a country, sort of in between in terms of what they want to do and what they think they are. How much of that is Durant, being on the court? Obviously, nobody's going to regret Durant being on there. But
I don't think it's Durant being on the court. I think
it's making it feel clunky.
I think it's the absence of people to set him up.
Yeah,
like he feels more of like the passing chops that he has and the way that everybody's tried to make that a point guard. That feels like more of a connector, like a secondary playmaker than a primary playmaker that they've tried to make him. And it seems like that is taken away from his capabilities of doing the other things, right? Being a slasher, being a cutter. He does less of that when he has to be on ball.
Yeah.
Those are the things that he's really good at. Those are the things that make defenses have to commit to paying attention to him. In fact, now when you either have him on ball or have him just kind of standing over on the side, it either allows defenses to just sag off. Well, they sag off him either ways, whether it's sagging off of him in order to, just condense the floor or sagging off him from the other side to go and help double on Kevin Durant and things like that. So, yeah, he was nice in this game, getting into the middle of the floor, moving the ball around. But ultimately, yeah, he's been less of a version of himself. And you're right, Alperen Sengun, absolutely. You can see, actually, look at these splits by month. And I'm just talking about points here.
Man, I'm looking at his
month of October.
You got me thinking.
24.
Yeah.
November, 22. December, 23. Then you get to January, 17.7. February, 17.8. And that's just points before we start talking about the 3-point percentage has gone down, so he's not as much of a shooter and he can't space as much, and the volume's gone down. There's a lot of places where Alperen Sengun needs to bring the level up to meet what Kevin Durant's been bringing to the table.
My man has been banging out them 16-6.
I'm looking at his game log.
16-6, 16-3 here.
16-9, 13-7, 16-6, 16-9. He had a 26-11 in there. 26-13, excuse me. 16-5.
I'll tell you.
Well, you're right.
January 28th, he got a third one. It had been 2. He had a third one where he got the triple-double recently.
Yeah, that's
he has had 3 games. This is an all-star. He was trending the first month plus as an all-NBA player. Nick does his pyramid. He had him in the top 12. I thought that felt aggressive, but then you start looking at what he's been doing. My man doesn't score 20 points. 16-game period? 3 times?
Yeah. 3 times.
That's obviously the voice of Ron the Show, Hughley, Clint Stoerner, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. They bring you the crosstalk every day. Man, we are doing I'm good. I'm glad that I made it, because when we start the show with, here comes David Montgomery, we have been running and gunning. Man, how are you guys doing?
Man, let's just keep this thing 100, man. Hey. We all been in this business a minute. Sometimes you wake up, figure out it's combine time.
Yeah.
Middle of the NBA season for a market that, let's be honest, our listeners don't really give a damn about the NBA. What the hell are we going to talk about?
Yeah.
And you wake up and you're like, what are you going to talk about?
Here you go, Ron.
And I'm riding. And I hear Sean.
I got this for you.
I hear Seth and Sean come through. Yeah. Titus. Woo! Okay. All right, got action.
Yeah.
And then I hear you. Hold on. Let me make sure that I'm getting this right.
Because, buddy, can you imagine if I had gotten
this Tom Pelissero? Let me make sure I'm getting this right.
Can you imagine if that was the fake Tom Pelissero and I had read that one?
That's all right.
But it wasn't. It wasn't.
Fake Adam Schefter got me one time with a Cam Newton.
Y'all can fake all y'all want. That Stephon Diggs is going to always be the king. I mean, look, we changed the radio game to Sports Radio 16. You can just read whatever the hell you want to, and it's going to tell in comparison to old buddy that sat across the table
You're right. It was in our face.
Hey, and the most beautiful part of it all, boys, it's on the boss man.
Yeah, that was not on you.
It's on our face.
Hey, Ron, I can't believe you read that fake Adam Schefter. I can't believe you set that damn fake Stephon Diggs across that table.
and asked you 2 questions. but no, man, we got something. Well, we got action. we got action.
Come on, man. Hey, can we talk about, as y'all were talking about, Amen Thompson and Sengun? We got a lot of that going around Houston, don't we,
buddy?
We got a lot of that, boy, that first year, man, that rookie year, when it's just, hey, man, let's just get it. Just go, man. You're done, young, dumb, full of it, let's go get it. We got guys playing lights out, boy. The more structured it gets, the higher the expectations get, well, all of a sudden you start different players, man. I mean, it is a different animal. I was one that was a lot better, young, dumb, and full of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you started putting structure around me, wanting me to do certain things, wanting me to give me more responsibilities and the expectations going up. Boy, I messed the bed in a hurry now.
Well, that's why I said even with the with the offensive linemen that are now gone, 2 second-rounders and a first-rounder, I was even saying, well, the saving grace is Ursery, but it's still kind of early to say definite saving grace on him.
Yeah.
We got to see how he backs it up.
I just assume Şengün's been hit by a car and they haven't told him.
He's got something, internal injuries. He's got
Dude, man, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
That is it's like a shift, just a stop, and he just become a third or fourth option player.
Yeah.
That's what his numbers are saying.
Yeah, and some of that again, when you don't have somebody that's supposed to set you up, I think that shows up, especially for a big man.
Now, I'm sorry, man. Fred didn't mean that much to him. Fred didn't mean that much.
Well, maybe not Fred specifically, but a point guard, period.
But we just saw it the first month.
Yeah.
The first month plus, Şengün was one of the best players in basketball. Now he routinely is at 16 points.
Yeah. Those guys are really, really good in push it, hustle, play harder, grind, be physical. They're clearly they succeed and they produce in that environment. The more it gets where you're at least attempting to have somebody that's an identity, it's a different approach.
Text line, Ron always has stats when it comes to bad news. No, sucker. You hear what you want to hear.
Not a sucker.
You didn't hear last week when I said Jabari Smith. 9 of the last 10 games, he has been either the leading scorer or the second leading scorer on this team.
He's been on a
Taking
run.
over a 2. Thank God for him. Yeah. Sucker. Listen.
Got stats for positive, too.
Y'all, some of y'all just act like y'all hear what the hell y'all want to hear.
Is that my boy Ron?
Sure is.
Yep.
All right, fellas. I am not going to take any time for you to talk about all the breaking news and all the fantastic things that are happening in the world of Houston sports. Lopez?
Y'all get to sleep on it.
Now we do.
Yeah, now we do. We jump right into it, baby.
There was something John said. I'll let you get it.
You're listening to KLTA. I'm KLTA FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Appreciation to DNM Auto Leasing again for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
It is. We had to get it. I heard John say this earlier when he was like, they got to get one. They got to get one surefire lineman to come in here, Lindenbaum, somebody. I was like, man, they got to get one. I feel like they might have to get a couple. They might have to get a couple right now. This.
I also said they're going to have 4 new faces.
4 new faces. Yeah, they got to do a lot, but we got a lot to get to here on this Monday. I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure, Tyler, if it's a reaction Monday, but hell, I'm reacting to whatever the hell has happened throughout the day. A crazy day here. Two big Texan stories. One player coming in, one player going out. Let's start with the player coming in, Clint. We first heard the news, as we talked about in the crosstalk, of Titus Howard, but the latest thing, as Reggie went ahead and shared with everybody here on Sports Radio 610, that the Lions, they are trading their running back, David Montgomery, to the Texans for what is now being looked at as a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, and guard Juice Scruggs, who they took. We were there when they took Juice in the 2nd round. Mm-hmm. They moved up to go get him. They have made that move to bring in David Montgomery, as we said, giving up a 4th, a 7th, and Juice Scruggs. By the way, according to Aaron Wilson, the Texans' new running back, David Montgomery, contract stays the same for now, but likely to be addressed later at some point after the trade is officially finalized. Hearing that he is very happy with the trade, healthy, played every game last year, and is under contract for 2 more years. Montgomery will be 29 June 7th, so he'll be 29 in training camp. He played 17 games, we said, 716 rushing yards, 8 rushing touchdowns, 24 catches, 192 yards, no touchdowns there. Clint, your thoughts about them bringing in David Montgomery, and potentially, I'm guessing, obviously this means the end for Joe Mixon, and this looks like this is going to fill the void of the running back spot.
Yeah, I love this on so many levels, man. I'm a big David Montgomery fan. Love his style. I think it's, you're picking up a back that a team's letting go because arguably the best back in the league is getting more of the workload, and he, understandably so, has seen his carries decline over the last couple of years and wants to go somewhere where he could be at least a 1A, if not just a straight-up 1. And so you're not taking somebody's leftovers. You're literally taking a guy that lost his quote-unquote 1A job to again, what I would argue is one of, if not the best back in the league right now, in Jahmyr Gibbs. And so it's I think it's benefit Houston on that front. You're getting a really, really good back. I think he complements your existing back in Woody Marks to a T. You're talking about a downhill, more physical, between the tackles type runner, and now that shifts Woody Marks into a position where I believe he fits better as a change of pace back, a third down back, catching the ball out of the backfield. Both of these guys are absolutely tremendous at pass protection. And so your 1-2 punch, your 1A, 1B, however you want to slice it, with David Montgomery and Woody Marks, I think is absolutely tremendous. When you look at what you had to give up to get him, who cares, right? I for one, I'll be honest with you, I love the fact that the Texans thought they were getting David Montgomery for a 5, and apparently the Denver Broncos stepped in and said, no, we're going to up the ante a little bit. We're going to at least cost you a few more. Somebody else, another playoff team, another one of the better up-and-coming AFC teams wanting David Montgomery, I think is a good sign for the Texans. I don't care that it went from a 5 to a 4. I don't care that they threw a 7 in. I don't care that Juice Scruggs is thrown in. He couldn't even get into the too deep last year on a team that was begging, that desperately needed.
Couldn't get past 62.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just – so I absolutely love the move. I said it before. I want the Texans to be aggressive at the running back position. I think they identified who they wanted. They went after him. They had the up to ante to go get him, and now he's in here with Woody Marks. The running back room is in really, really good shape right now. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't do more. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't find another veteran back in free agency, or even find a young guy in the draft that they really like. But I love this David Montgomery move. You get him relatively cheap. The production that you expect to get out of David Montgomery is going to I think it's going to exceed the money you're going to have to pay him. You're going to actually save money, obviously, when you release Joe Mixon. So yeah, man, the running back room for the Houston Texans, the running back position for the Houston Texans, the run game for the Houston Texans, I think all just got a huge shot in the arm in a good way.
Look, as we're discussing, there's two big headlines today. Titus Howard being traded to the Browns. We'll get to that. And also when we look at what's going on with David Montgomery. We're talking about David Montgomery right now. He'll be 29 June 7th during training camp, and throughout this year he'll be 29 years old. And 716 yards last year, 8 rushing touchdowns, a lot of that in the red zone where he's really, really good, a strong, powerful back. I think this fits a lot closer to what they want to do, the way they want to run the football, how physical they want to be. I think this fits that, and he is a physical runner. I have 2 questions, and 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. I have 2 questions about this, Clint, and one is, now we don't know the answer to this yet, but is he the type of guy that can help an average offensive line? Right? That's something we talked about with is, all right, as you said, maybe it's hard to replace this many offensive linemen, but can you get a back that can make it better? And the backs we talked about, the Jeremiah Loves, the Breece Halls, the Kenneth Walker, they can help. Is he that guy? Is he a guy that can help average line play? And is the Montgomery Marks combination, is that good enough? Is that a good enough combination for them to do what they want to do? Because keeping it honest, David Montgomery was not amongst the names that we have been talking about over the last week plus on the type of backs that they should add. As again, we talked about, if you could go get a Jeremiah Love in the draft, make that happen. How about a Travis Etienne is a name we've talked about. But Breece Hall was a dream. Kenneth Walker was a dream. Those are my 2 questions. Can he help an average offensive line? And is that combo good enough to do what they want to do?
Yeah. Look, I think before Dan Campbell came out and said, hey, man, we've got to get basically more touches for Jahmyr Gibbs. Again, we're talking about the most explosive back in the league, arguably the best back in the league right now. Before that moment, and before David Montgomery's numbers started to trend downward over the last couple of years because of that, right? all the guys you just mentioned were would have been David Montgomery would have been mentioned probably ahead of, if we're being completely honest. I've never looked at Trevor Etienne and said, oh, boy, man, he's better than David Montgomery. Now, if we start getting off in the weeds and we start, the numbers are coming down.
Right now, I would have thought.
I wouldn't. No, I mean, I wouldn't at all. I mean, but I mean, even if you do, it's still it's not an absolutely surefire, no question asked about it.
They're in the same ballpark.
Well, I mean, but you got one guy that was playing that splitting carries with arguably the best back in the league, and another guy that it's been a carousel over there, and he's a good player, really good player. I just. I don't know. I think David Montgomery was thought to be one of the best power backs or downhill backs in the game, one of the better three-down backs in the game until Jahmyr Gibbs became Jahmyr Gibbs, and all of a sudden now it's, Kenneth Walker wasn't Kenneth Walker 3 weeks ago. Now all of a sudden when Charbonnet goes down, Kenneth Walker's all of a sudden a $14 million guy, right? Like, to me, I think all of that is a little bit fantasized right now. I think David Montgomery, to answer your question, Ron, the answer is yes and yes.
That combo.
The answer is yes and yes. To me, the answer is yes and yes. Yeah, he can help an average offensive line, absolutely. He is a guy that's going to be able to overcome. Everybody up front doesn't have to be perfect for David Montgomery to keep you ahead of the chains, which is exactly what this head coach and this general manager want the running back to do, keep us ahead of the chains, right? I mean, what made Woody Marks so good and really allowed him to take over the running back room was – the one there, if there's any kind of leakage or whatever up front, he was able to make that guy miss and go get 2 yards, right? It wasn't the home run ability. Obviously, they weren't going to throw him the football out of the backfield much. It was the ability to not let just leakage completely cause a negative play, and I think David Montgomery can do those things. I love the 1-2 punch with David Montgomery and Woody Marks. To your point, the 1-2 punch, yes, I believe it's good enough. I believe they're good enough at the running back room right now. I don't know if they're done, but I believe they're good enough in the running back room right now to go win a bunch of games.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't know the answer for me yet. I know he had a really good offensive line in front of him in Detroit, which, again, we don't know exactly what this offensive line is going to look like. If we look at and compare it to what it has been, which I think last year they got to a space of being an average offensive line, can he still do some of the similar things that he was able to do 4.5 yards a carry like he did last year in Detroit? And yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think obviously if they go David Montgomery and they're not saying, guys like Breece Hall if they were available, guys like Kenneth Walker if they were, to me, I think they're also saying we like Woody Marks more than just a comp, like just a third down scat back. I think they're saying we got a 1A, 1B. I think they're saying Woody Marks is going to get a fair amount of carries as well, and not just going to be like this is a workhorse type of deal.
Yep, so. And here's the other part of this thing. Why I love it for the Texans is we don't know if Breece Hall is going to be available. We don't know if Kenneth Walker is going to command $12 million or $14.5 million. What we do know is that David Montgomery was available. He fits DeMeco Ryans' culture to an absolute T. Everybody you talk to about this guy he's exactly what you want in a football player, in a teammate. And I mean, this is a Nick Cacerio, DeMeco Ryans guy before you ever made the deal. And then I always say this, man, don't ever pass up for sure for some more. I mean, this is one of those deals where if you know he's on the market, you know you can go get him. Go get his ass. Don't let him go to Denver and then come back here and tell us, oh, well, man, Kenneth Walker wanted 14.5, man. We can only get to 12. You know what I mean? Like, set your sights on somebody, go get them, and let's see if it works out. And I love where they landed with David Montgomery, especially at the number that they got him at. Now, we'll see if the 2 years remaining on his contract, we'll see what they do with it. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with it, but right now, David Montgomery, especially in 2026, the money that's there is, I mean, shoot, you get a solid 1A, 1B with Woody Marks. It's worth every penny.
I definitely believe their offensive or their running back room got better.
No question.
Today as to what it was last year with Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. All right, the other news that came before that was Titus Howard, Clint. Titus Howard, he has been traded to Cleveland for a 5th-round pick. And the Browns went ahead and immediately signed him to an extension, a 3-year deal worth $63 million, $45 of it guaranteed. Titus Howard, in a statement. This is from Aaron Wilson, said, I wasn't surprised. Texans is what Titus Howard said on the trade to the Browns for a 5th-round pick. They're trying to get younger and pay some guys. I ain't mad. I kind of knew it was going to happen. And then he, as we said, signed a 3-year deal, $63.45 million. He didn't seem to be surprised. Clint, I guess I'll kick this off and to the people as well. Were you surprised to wake up this morning to hear that he was going to be traded?
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I'm not mad at it, but I'm very surprised. I mean, this is an organization that has prided themselves on cross-training offensive linemen and position flex and versatility, particularly with offensive linemen. I mean, they use those terms ad nauseum. I mean, it's exhausting how often you hear it. It's frustrating to watch how often it happened. The one guy that's been really, really, really good at it, and the one guy that saved their ass multiple times is Titus Howard. I mean, you're talking about a guy that could be a above-average left tackle, above-average right tackle, and clearly an above-average guard given how he played this year on either side of the football. It wouldn't shock me if he could be a center if they gave him an offseason to practice it. Surprised they didn't, to be completely honest with you. So just from an organizational perspective, he is exactly what they want him to. He's been a good soldier all the while, too, not playing tackle. So I am surprised that they let that player go, knowing that you've got a right tackle, right guard problem in terms of just not a starter, and you've got a center position that you'd love to upgrade. You've already got a very steep hill in replacing those guys. Now, with Titus Howard out, you've got one guy, and that's Ariante Urshey to be one of the tackles, left or right. You've got to replace or upgrade significantly 4 positions on the offensive line. So those two things to me is you got the most versatile player that we maybe have ever seen on the offensive line for the Texans in a sense of playing both sides of the ball, these different positions. And then you've also got a guy that was insurance for some critical spots, left tackle, right tackle. That surprised me that they move on from that guy with so many needs on the offensive line as we sit right now. But it's a money game. It's a money play. Get used to it, folks. This is one of those deals where if you're fixing to give Will Anderson the kind of contract you're going to give Will Anderson while paying everybody else, and if you're fixing to give C.J. Stroud any kind of contract over the next 18 months.
Well, now you're scaring me. You think they're going to get cheap on the offense?
Absolutely. This ain't about Ron. This is not about.
So this isn't to you a deal of like they're moving on.
They knew
Titus, and they're about to do what the Bears did and bring in like surefire guys that are good. You don't expect a big money move here on the.
I don't know. I mean, it's not a It's not necessarily do I expect a big money play or not. It is that because I could see them with C.J. Stroud and the communication issues, and I could see a center being a different big money play for them longer term. And they're saying we're willing to make this investment. What I'm saying is they weren't willing to pay $45 million in new money. They weren't willing to pay $21 million per year moving forward for a guy that is a position flex that can play any position across the offensive line, not named. This is not about Titus Howard wasn't any good. This is about they were not willing to give him the extension. They were not going to pay him $21 a year. They could not afford to pay $21 a year 3 years into the future, given what's coming down the pike for them. That's my opinion. They save $4 million, I think it was this year maybe. But then moving forward, what you do is you ultimately save $63 million. Or let's say 45 in new money. You save $45 million. I think that had more to do with it than whether they were happy with or not happy with Titus Howard.
Yeah. All right. Let's kind of continue to this. These two big stories. David Montgomery, he is the newest member of the Texans and that running back room, and then they move on to what has been their best offensive lineman damn sure this year. Second straight year they have traded away their best offensive lineman. Those two moves we'll kind of dip in and out of. But this down makes it, and I think Clint was kind of alluding to it. The pressure is on the two top dogs in this organization right now. We'll discuss what that means coming up next.
All right, the pressure should not be on you if you're trying to sell your home, right?
2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we are reacting today to big Texans news. Kind of a couple of stories and moves made by the Texans today. One, they first early this morning traded Titus Howard, their best offensive lineman, they traded him to the Cleveland Browns for a 5th-round pick. He then immediately got a 3-year, $63 million extension, 45 guaranteed. So good for Titus Howard getting his money. That charade of him having to move up and down the offensive line, he still was able to get another good deal. So he goes to Cleveland, and then David Montgomery, they make the move and bring in their running back, David Montgomery. They give up a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, and former 2nd-round pick who they moved up to get, Juice Scruggs, the guard center. They trade him to Detroit to bring in David Montgomery. And so when we look at these, Clint, obviously there have to be moves moving forward, right? Maybe they're done in the running back room. I did like what you said and said that doesn't mean anything. Like, they should still probably look to add something else. I don't know if you're just rolling with, David Montgomery at 29, Woody Marks, and Gerard Jordan and British Brooks. I don't know, maybe not. But they damn sure are not rolling out with Ursery, Patterson, Andrews, and Kingston, and Fisher across that offensive line. So I would assume right now with Trent Brown and Ed Ingram being free agents, right now those guys aren't on the roster. I would imagine there are going to be big moves that need to be made and are going to be made, and they've got to be the right moves coming up for the Texans. So that means D'Amico Ryans and Nick Cacerio, who are joint at the hip, who I believe are the decision makers when it comes to adding to the roster. Woo! They got to get this right, Clint, especially if you're a team looking to try to get to a Super Bowl, because that seems to be what their goals are.
Well, you got to get it right, or one, you're going to waste a defense, an all-time great defense with never getting beyond the 2nd round, and two, the more and more they miss offensively, whether it be play callers, supporting cast, offensive line, running back, whatever it may be, the more they miss offensively, the more I believe they're gonna get a lot of the blowback from C.J. Stroud, ultimately regressing year over year since his rookie year. I think it's already there. I mean, if we're honest and you cover this team on a daily basis, like, they've failed C.J. Stroud miserably when it comes to offensive line, when it comes to offensive play caller and kind of how they've approached this thing. I think they failed him miserably, but there's still time to recover. And here's the deal: this offseason is gonna tell us, is D'Amico Ryans just another great defensive mind that couldn't figure out the opposite side of the ball as a head coach? Or does he get this thing figured out and win some ball games in a fashion of these are all complementary pieces? You've got an offense that can win a championship as well as a defense that can win a championship. We'll find out this offseason. It is a monster offseason for D'Amico Ryans. You look at Nick Cacerio. Is he a good roster builder, culture builder, which we know he is, but he can't get the team over the hump with bold moves at the right time? That's what's at stake for Nick Cacerio. And I think this is just – the Texans are on the verge of, you backslide next season, you're on the verge of, again, wasting an all-time great defense, ruining what we thought was an unbelievably promising young quarterback, and squandering away an opportunity at a run to an AFC championship or a Super Bowl when the AFC had some major problems outside of Houston.
They got to get this right, man.
Yeah,
they got
no question.
They got to get this. They have got to get this right. And Clint, it is the position group now that we're eyeing that they got to get right, that they have struggled with the most.
Yep.
Like again, we said it. They are now trading their best offensive lineman 2 years in a row. All right. This can't be Cam Robinson as the answer on purpose. coming into it. That can't be the replacement on purpose. Not what it shook out to be, but on purpose to be one of the tackles. We've seen it. They have got to get this thing right. And to be honest, I think you said it too, man. It can't just be all rookies either. Like they've got because remembering this is not just a team that is in growing. This is a team that is trying to get past the second round, which means AFC Championship game, which means one step from the Super Bowl, right? That's what this team is looking to do with their quarterback, with everybody. They have got to get this right. I've said to you, and I said it Friday, the one time that they ever have appeared to do things that organizations that aren't as healthy as the Texans are is how they've handled their quarterback. And right now, this could be a good or a bad thing, Clint. This could be a thing of we know that this wasn't good enough, so we're going to clear this out, and we're going to bring in dudes that we believe are good enough. Or they can just go in here and blow this thing up again and then put their young quarterback in another situation where he has issues up front, which he has had most of his career here in Houston. They have got to get this thing right, because to me, Clint, if they F up the offensive line again, somebody has to pay for this, and not just the old offensive line coach. Like if they screw this up again,
yeah.
I mean, how many times did have they revamped this? It can't go out of your mind to think who they're trading away to get David Montgomery, a guy they moved up in the second round who they thought was going to be an answer. That is just like what they did with Kenyon Green last year, a guy they went up and got. So they have got to get this right.
Well, they've cleaned house in the offensive line. Right now, you've got 4 open spots of the 5, right? Ariante Ursary is really the only starter that you are wholeheartedly committed to at this point in time. And to be honest with you, you got some holes depth-wise as well. So It's a numbers game as well as a talent game. And here's the deal. You mentioned Cam Robinson. You trade Laramie Tunsil. You trade Titus Howard. You miss on Kenyon Green. You miss on Juice Scruggs, right? I mean, the list goes on and on of guys that you've either missed on or you've pushed out of the building. You chose to move on from those guys, which I have no problem with any of them. I have no problem with any of the, hey, we're going to move on from these guys, whether it's Titus for money or Laramie Tunsil. We just got to get out of that business and kind of change the leadership style on this team. I get it. I understand it. But at some point, you've got to get it right. At some point, you've like your smartest man in the room with the offensive line, you've got to get it right. You can't go into every year thinking you're going to go to an AFC Championship or a Super Bowl and do it on the offensive line with more guys that you're expecting to do more with less with than you are, hey, these dudes are dominant players. These dudes have the talent. These dudes have the resume. These are guys that we're not going to go in here and talk to them about techniques and mechanics. These guys know what the hell they're doing. Whatever scheme it is you're blocking, they know what they're doing. They know how to get it done. They've done it before. There's proof in the pudding. To me, they got to get this right. It's going to be now there's so many open spots. It's going to be a combination of draft picks as well as free agents. The good thing is on the offensive line, the pool of free agents from all levels. How much ever money you want to spend, how much ever experience you want, the pool of players out there from the interior offensive line perspective is deep. There's more guys damn near daily, it seems like, jumping in that pool that teams are letting go. The draft, I think they went to the combine run. I think they saw some offensive line prospects and said, yeah, we're going to be able to get one of these guys, one of our 2 top draft picks, and we feel really good about their ability to at least give us great quality depth, if not start in an Ariante Ursary type of way. So I don't think it's a coincidence that they felt comfortable moving on and having 4 voids in their offensive line at this point.
I'll tell you what, Tyler, it better not be Blake Fisher's right tackle spot.
Hell no.
That can't be it. We drafted you second round 2 years ago. That better not be one of the answers.
I left that one out of the mix, didn't I? I forgot
that better
that
not
one.
be one of the answers. All right, coming up, some other news. This is kind of going under the radar. Former Texan, the news, we'll give you that. And the curious case of Alfred Sengun continues. He did it again on Saturday. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're out there and you're struggling with your sleep, man, you're suffering from allergy, sinus, and/or sleep problems, maybe you got some kind of snore.
a.m. right here on CW 39.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, be ready. It is a Monday, and that means we want to hear from you, especially on a day like this. Big moves being made, which we also know there are going to be more hopeful big moves. We know there are going to be more moves, hopefully big moves to come where the Texans sit with their roster. But we want to hear from you, 713-572-4610 in the next segment at the 3 o'clock and the 3 o'clock hour. We want to hear from you, hand things over, because you guys, this is your show as much as it is ours. So hang out with us a little bit to get your thoughts on these moves by your Houston Texans. Another move here, Clint, now that we know former Texans quarterback coach Gerard Johnson is joining the Eagles coaching staff, sources say. Johnson and Houston, as we know, mutually parted ways, so he could seek other opportunities. He is heading to Philadelphia to work alongside head coach Nick Sirianni and Sean Mannion, who is the new 30-year-old offensive coordinator for
he ain't been out of the league 2 years.
Yeah, about to say. What's up, Bird Gang? He's the OC.
I like the parting of ways, mutually parting of ways. Yeah. Let me guess. Gerard Johnson wanted to leave his hometown with his family right up the street where he'd been for 3 years, and with a guy that he's been coaching since he was 17 years old. I like that.
I don't know. I think there could be, I don't know the hometown thing, but there could be a thought of what you've said and we've been saying. And that is, would it actually help his career if he got out of this situation, especially a situation in which it looks like he's banging his head up against the wall? I think Lopez said this. I mean, he has to probably feel like they're probably never going to make me the OC here. That's probably not going to be the next step we go into when they pass me up to bring in Nick Caley. And so maybe getting out of this, and he may be taking a hit for what's happening with CJ. So that could have been the thought process as well.
Yeah, no, look, I don't doubt that there are, reasons why both would want to go the opposite direction. But the just mutually like, hey man, have a good one, man. We hate to lose it. Yeah, hate to let you go, man. It's better for our team if Gerard Johnson stays around. But yeah, man, good. Nah, come on, man.
It's done, baby.
Come on, man. Let the cat out of the bag, man. Let the cat out of the bag. What's going on here? You done ran an offensive coordinator off. It made him sound like he couldn't deal with. Nobody wanted to talk to him the last month he was in the building over there. Now all of a sudden, Gerard Johnson. Come on, man.
Yeah, just mutual.
Yeah, okay.
Parted ways.
Now, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on the thought of like, if I'm Gerard Johnson, get me the hell up out of here. I ain't going down with this ship. Yeah. I see what Nick's doing. I see what them Knicks are doing. And
this could be if he is a part of this as the quarterback coach, and we see a better Jalen Hurts. That's a thing that could help him get the OC role. I think that he is looking for the next step. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. But Gerard Johnson officially lands in Philadelphia. They don't even really have what I'm assuming quarterback coach. Although that's what Sean was, but he's the OC. I'm assuming quarterback coach. I know he interviewed and was interviewed twice there to the OC job this year, and Sean Mannion ended up getting it. So that is the latest there with former Aggie. I did that for you, Tyler. Former Aggie.
He paved the way for old Tannehill.
Tannehill might get an OC job before he does. But if they're coming out with Sean Mannion getting out here that quick. From one of our diehards, Champ Slice, this is your show as much as it is ours. So don't telling people to kiss your ass. No, I can. You can kiss my ass. Yeah, this is your show, but you can still kiss my ass.
I mean, if you read that text line, all the things people tell Show to do, he can tell somebody every now and then to kiss his ass. Yeah. I think he's being generous, not saying it more often.
The showman.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it don't mean that you're not a part of the show. They're just some things you tell your brother, kiss my ass.
If anything, it makes them more a part of the show because you're bringing them up and mentioning them and then letting them know where they can kiss.
That's a take.
I think you, with a little more bass in your voice, told me to kiss your ass last week.
I believe I have. I've told you that. I've told you to kiss my ass. I've told Tyler to kiss my ass.
I think you're half-hearted serious, too.
I think in the moment I would.
I know when you tell me that, it's out of love, so I just kind of take it with a grain of salt.
Just roll with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Means a lot.
Yeah, kiss.
If I tell you that, you're really under my skin.
But there are two different kiss my asses. There is a term of endearment, kiss my ass, and there is like legit kick rocks, open toe sandals. Get some cuts. All right. I know there's a lot of Texans news going on, but the Rockets they lost over the weekend. They had like that weird day Saturday game against the Heat, and well, I will say also, in fairness to the Rockets, that is one of the toughest trips, especially when there's a day off in between. The Orlando day off to Miami trip. That is one where many a basketball teams have come up with bad performances. Yes. The Orlando day off to Miami, and then have to play the Heat in a day game also as well. Not a night. They didn't get the whole night. They got the day game. So they did whatever the hell they did Friday in Miami and then had to play the day game. But still, for me, they end up losing by 10 in that game. If you missed it, it was fantastic to see KD hit that jumper and then express himself to Tyler Hero. I cannot say that on air, but if you missed it, go take a look at it. It was very clear. And Tyler Hero said some things, too, that kind of funny, that led him to say that where you can understand why KD said what he did. But again, Clint, I've told you this, and we've been talking about this, and this is a story that I will not let ride. 34 minutes, 13 points. I hope Tyler didn't make any bets on these things. 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 of 4 from the field, went to the line twice, went 1 of 2. That is your all-star, Alfred Sengun. Has Sengun hit the we're no longer going to bet on him spot anymore?
It's funny you say
that. Has he reached that point yet?
It's funny you say that because when I was putting my board together for today's best bets, which we will get to at 5:20 later on down the line, when I was putting that board together, I was looking at an Alpy bet long and hard. Decided against it. Alpy will not be on best bets tonight.
Clint, he's going to get them knocked out of the first round. Oof. He's going to get them knocked out of the first round. If this is the production they're getting from him,
yeah.
And then now we are shoving hey Reed, man, we need you to get us 20 something tonight. Jabari, man, we need you to consistently in a 7-game series give us 20 something. Hey, Amid, we need you to this 13 and 6. I mean, this it is becoming such a routine and regular that this is like you almost can't say like this. It's almost like this is who he is.
Yeah, well, I can't speak to the Miami game because I was booked up and busy. I didn't have time to catch that one. But the interesting thing, Ron, you've been on a daily, weekly basis talking about this fall off. And every time I watch a Rockets game, not only is it 13, 15, 16, whatever, he is working his ass off to try to get it. He is. It is hell night in, night out for him to, and it's not producing. So, I'm with you, man. I don't know.
I'm serious.
I just don't know what the answer is. I can see what's going on, but I just don't know what the problem is.
If he is injured, I just want him to come out and say it. Just that he's working through something. Maybe not even give us exactly what it is, but let us know he's working through something. Because Clint, this is out of control. Like, this is a long stretch, man. That dude, as you said it, boy, he fights it to get to 15. Like, none of his shots or moves they look clean or crisp. Like, it is. If he makes it, he is doing all kinds of stuff to contort his body. He doesn't get to the free throw line.
Well, it's the giving him the ball outside the 3-point line and asking him to isolate is a lose-lose situation for the Rockets. Like that is not
Astros too,
I mean Astros too. That's a good point. But the running and moving and picking and rolling and him cutting through that's he spends too much time away from the bucket for me. Tyler, we were talking about asking Tyler about the bets with Şengün. Like I would feel comfortable betting his assist.
That's the bet. That's probably the best thing.
That's the one I was looking at tonight, to be honest.
He slipped into the 3 in his last game. The only reason why is because Reed and Kevin can hit shots.
I mean that rebound. I mean he's not even close. Like he's not even down there to rebound half the time.
8.5.
Now,
That used to be easy.
Absolutely. Now when he does get them, now he'll get 4 or 5 right in a row. But it is just man, he spends so much time away from the basket that it would be painful to bet the rebound.
He's moving around and like he's got a piano on his back. Like if there's an injury, I would feel much better about it. But his play like that, they're gonna lose in the first round if he's playing like that. All right, coming up 713-572-4610. Tyler will open up the phone lines. I want to hear from you, and I want you to think about it, and let's discuss it in this point. Which affects the Houston Texans team more? Trading the 29-year-old Titus Howard, who was your best offensive lineman last year, to Cleveland, or trading the soon-to-be 29-year-old running back David Montgomery and trading to bring him here to Houston? Which one affects the team, Titus leaving or David Montgomery coming in? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Şengün struggles on the basketball floor. You're struggling with that hair loss issue. A struggle's a
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Monday as we continue to react to the big Texans news today. And we want to hear from you. We want to hear you react. The phone lines are open, 713-572-4610. And those of you who are reacting on the base power text line is the same, 713-572-4610. But Tyler will get you uploaded, and we want to hear from you. We want to hear from the Drive family on a day like this. It's as much wanting to hear from you as we hear from ourselves. But I do want you to think about this thought. Which to you is on your mind more? Where is your mind going to more? Is your mind going to trading away Titus Howard or trading for and bringing in David Montgomery? Clint, I'll let you kick it off for the people as we'll get to them. But what is jumping into your head the most between the two big moves?
The David Montgomery move. I've said this from jump. There's not one offensive lineman that's going to move the needle the way a running back will. A running back will make guys right. Will mask issues up front. I'm not talking like glaring issues. I'm just talking about, you look at the great running backs in this league, the good to great running backs in this league, they make their offensive line look good several times a game. When on the flip side of that is you get an average to below average running back in the backfield, then all of a sudden every level of penetration stops his feet. Now you're getting tackled for a loss all the damn time, and it's hard to overcome. No offensive line is going to be perfect, and a running back that has the ability to make up for leakage, that has the ability to go get positive yards when everything's not blocked up perfect up front, I think was the number one get for this team, this offense this year, and I think you got it in Montgomery, and I think you got it in a fashion that's very complimentary to the surprise that you found last year in the fourth round in Woody Marks. So I would go with the 29-year-old running back coming in that's proven, that's got a resume, that's got a style, that you know what you're getting. I would go that way in a hurry, and I think it affects the team in an extremely positive way.
Yeah, I think I do go the other way, just because of what it signals is, one, I think in a good way of, like, obviously Nick Cacerio was not being 100% with us in the combine and all the stuff he talked about where he said, what'd he say, Tyler? Yeah, maybe I was watching different tape than y'all were. Yeah, you was watching different tape, and now you have certainly gotten some guys up on out of here, and it looks like you about to make some real changes to this offensive line. And what it signals is, and maybe they may get Ed Ingram to come back. Maybe they may get some of these guys to come back. But as of right now, in a huge season for C.J. Stroud, in a season in which you're going to find out if this is going to be your quarterback long term, you now sit here with one. When we're talking about starting caliber, Clint, I'm talking about from a version of a team trying to get to an AFC championship game in the Super Bowl. They have one quality starting offensive lineman right now. I don't think Patterson, Andrews, Jared Kingston, is that his name, Blake Fisher, I don't think those guys, which those are the only ones that are left on the roster, I don't think those guys do it. So it does look like there's going to be some potential sweeping changes. Like I said, maybe Ed Ingram comes back. Maybe Trent Brown is the plan. But they're going to make some major changes. And in this season where they're trying to avoid getting bounced in the second round of the playoffs for the third straight year and take that next step in a season that is so important to your quarterback and trying to do the best you can, I think they really helped the quarterback with David Montgomery. But now we got to see what they're got to do where they potentially are going to have 4 new faces in here to go along with Ursary to fill out this offensive line in a season where you're going to find out if you are going to continue to roll with or move on from your quarterback. So that just what Titus, what bringing in Titus meant, and obviously the history that they've had in their struggles with the offensive line and filling that.
Yeah, look, I'm higher on. I've been higher on Titus Howard than most people have for the last 3 years. I think the value of being able to play inside and out, and the ability to play right side or left side, and do it at an above average level. And we can say that about all the positions now. I mean, he was well above average this year at guard, and so I mean the value in that guy, even if that's the lens you view him through. I'm on record. I would rather him be the right tackle, be a right tackle, play right tackle, pay him to play right tackle. But there's extreme value in that player with an organization that, I mean, just to an exhaustive level has talked about cross-training offensive linemen and position flex, and this guy's the one that has seemed to have mastered it, and you move on from him. So that's my running back, David Montgomery take is not a slight to the importance of Titus Howard by any means. I would much rather have him a Texan, but I'm not going to panic when he's not. There is a deep, deep pool of interior offensive linemen in both in free agency, and there's some in the draft that I think they like as well.
All right, let's hear from you. 713-572-4610. Which move is standing out to you more? Which one has got your mind more? Is it trading Titus Howard to Cleveland or bringing in David Montgomery into this running back room? Tyler will take care of you. Let's start with our guy Derwin. Derwin, which one is got your brain more, David Montgomery or Titus Howard?
Fellas, let's keep it real, Ron. Look, if Titus Howard walked into that room and demanded $70 million, knowing that we've got all of those positions to fill, Nick probably said, you know what? I ain't got it, but I know somebody who will give you $70 million and send him on over there. We just got to make sure that they don't start at Dollar General and 5 and below. They need to get up in academy and get some real offensive linemen in here, somebody that are true to those positions, man.
I hear you, man. No, that's a part of it. That's a great, nice
tried and true. You want good quality that's got a resume that'll last. Academy Sports and Outdoors,
all over the place.
Yes, indeed.
Got to be one close to you. No, I mean, but that's the other part to it, right? Like in a vacuum, like if you just say it out loud, hey, they've drafted 2 tackles the last 2 years in the second round of the draft, and one of them is a left tackle, right? And he is your left tackle. You feel good about in Ursary. You could say, all right, this guy's second contract we signed him to, and maybe this now is the third one at 29. Are we going to do it again? It can make sense of it, and that's fine, all right? Now, we know Blake Fisher's not ready to take over and be a starter, and we know now, Drew Scruggs not even on the team, and then there's not another guard unless you think Jarrett Patterson is ready to take over, and I just don't think those are moves you're talking about if you're trying to put a ring on the bull or the bull on the ring or whatever they're trying to put on it. So I would imagine like this means that they are going to have to make some moves. And to your point, Derwin, you know, you only bring up the Dollar General stuff and needing to go to Academy Sports because they have done that before. Like they traded away Laramie Tunsil and they said, how are we going to replace him? Cam Robinson, okay. Right? Like Lincoln Tomlinson, okay. A.J. Kahn and Shaq Mason, we've seen it. So that's the other part of it. So trading Titus Howard, like you said, from a football perspective, you can get it. Now it's just what they do off of it. That is the part of it. All right, Larry, it's been a minute. Larry and Stafford, what's on your mind more? Is it Titus moving on, or then bringing in David Montgomery?
Well, so I want to first say thank y'all for taking me off that block list y'all had me on, man. Y'all don't want your boy to call in, man.
You ain't on no block list, Larry.
I know I talked about your shoes, but I heard you losing weight again and you eating good, man. You don't have to hold your boy out. But let me get to it, man. First of all, so on a day like today, you stop at the corner store and get you a Fanta strawberry and a bag of Doritos, and you sit back and you enjoy what's going on. The move that is enticing to me is going to get David Montgomery, and I'll explain to you why. Because there's plenty of old linemen in this draft, and there's going to be plenty of them in free agency, and there's going to be a few more that's going to get cut that you can go out there and get and solidify that offensive line. But here's the real truth to all of this. The Houston Texans have to push all their chips into the middle of the table at this point because you got your quarterback on a rookie deal who didn't end the season that he wanted to end the season the way that he wanted to end the season, but you have an opportunity to go back to that same place again and go beyond that to the AFC Championship and a possible Super Bowl. You push your chips all the way into the table, man, and you go out there and you get you somebody that can tote that thing. And if you don't remember, the Texans were one of the worst teams in the red zone and on short yardage in the red zones in the National Football League. And David Montgomery makes that a lot better already, and he ain't even put no pads on. I like the fact that D'Amico has said he is going to fix that offensive line, and he's going to fix that running game. This does not mean you can't draft your running back. What this does mean is that if you want that tight end from Oregon, you can go get him now, because now you don't have to prioritize running back. Fellas, this is a great day, man. I'm going to finish these Doritos and this Fanta strawberry, and so I'm going to see your fine ass in a little bit in our hollow.
A couple of things there. One, if you're going to go Fanta strawberry, obviously, that is a correct choice. Orange, maybe.
Doritos and Fanta strawberry.
Oh, yeah, that is. And he's probably old school, so he probably just went regular Doritos. I got a spicy nacho in there that could be an answer for you. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a good thing. But my thing is, I hear you, Larry. But Tyler, how long they been trying to fix this offensive line? How many years have we walked into the offseason
since
going
the war?
into since the war?
Yes,
right. Every year since D'Amico.
You need to specify that.
Yeah, before the current one. But no. But, I mean, every year, D'Amico, the offseason, the next one, we got to get the offensive line. Let's not just say, hey, it's plenty of guys out there in free agency. There's plenty of guys in the draft. There's been plenty of them jokers every year. They don't seem to be able to pick them. There was plenty of them jokers walking around last year. And you know what they said? Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, and Ed Ingram. I got one. There's plenty of linemen in the draft. How many they draft last year? 1, 7, 8 pick. So let's not just say, hey, man, like if they was picking corners, receivers, if they had to fill corners, receivers, defensive ends, linebackers, hell, interior linemen, I'd be like, there we go. No, they got to fill that one thing that has been giving them problems since they arrived here. So let's just not just act like, all right, yeah, there are guys out there. I'll give you the list a little bit later. There is a list of a bunch of veteran offensive linemen that you could work, that could work. But, I mean, let's just not act like they knock them dead every time they do it. Uncle Glenn, man, we got to get you in. Uncle Glenn, what's on your mind? Is it Titus, the move that traded Titus, or bringing in David Montgomery?
What kind of question is that? It's David Montgomery. But let me tell you something, fellas, and I ain't got a dog in the fight. I was born in California. From kindergarten on after that, I'm a Texan. But let me tell you something. I don't give a damn about this team, but I applaud them. Doorbells. Last year, the Bears hit it at the park with a kick-ass center, left guard, right guard. Now, it's time somebody get a switch and takes it to Nick Cacerio. Yeah. Larry got a good heart. I'm not going to blame.
Do you want Nick? Do you want Glenn? Glenn, do you want Nick to go get his own switch, or are you going? No,
I want Larry to get it so he can switch it, and I'll help him. And Larry got a good heart. God bless you, Larry. I know what you're saying, but what Houston needs to do: beg, borrow, and steal to get Tyler Linderbaum, get Mays. They need to get the top, like y'all was saying. You need to shop it. What's Neiman Marcus instead of Walmart? You need to swing for the fishes. But I'm glad they got the back. But you need to get the best that's available, not just folks that are out there.
All right, Unc. Yeah, it is. No, that's going to be the next thing. There are going to be moves made. I know we got it. This, real quick. It's just we sit right here on, what is it, March 2nd, Clinton Tyler. When we see them finally make the O-line moves, like when we see whether this is draft, I think we're going to see some free agency in this draft. Do you think you're going to be loving it? You think you're going to be feeling good about these moves? Or do you think you're going to come in here and lose your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I would
toss up.
I'm gonna lean towards losing it.
No.
I mean, look. I mean, it's just.
I give it a 50-50.
Look, I mean, Ed Ingram worked out. Trent Brown worked out. They got lucky last year. I mean, I'm not minimizing the moves. They did some stupid stuff last year.
I don't think they intended either one of those
got
two
away
to
with
start.
it.
I don't think they intended either one of them to start right off the bat.
I mean, it just either way it goes. I mean, there was like some of the stuff last year. It's easy, and I agree with Nick Cacerio. You can sit here right now and say, hey man, offensive line was not the reason we didn't win last year. Could we have been better? Yeah, but it wasn't the reason we didn't win. I don't know what film y'all, whatever he said. Like, I don't have a problem with Nick saying that. But the fact that you did it picking up a guy that New England didn't want last minute, the fact that you did it with Ed Ingram, who was absolutely a bust until he played well for you, the fact that you did it with Trent Brown, who didn't put a pad one on until midseason, and the fact that you did it rotating left guards who both guys ended up not even in the two deep after midseason. Like, the way in which you did it, you can't tell me was like something that you want to applaud. Like, you landed in a decent place, but you got damn lucky doing it. So,
and then it bit you in the ass as soon as Trent got hurt in the playoffs.
Good point. Fair point.
You had to swing stuff around.
Yeah. So I don't. I mean, I hope like hell that they go out there and spend some money and get a couple of guys inside that are surefire plug and play. We're not rotating guards through 6-7 weeks in the season. But I don't have confidence that they're going to do that.
I think it's going to be at least two guys we feel really good about. I don't know that they're going to bang this thing out like the Bears did. Uncle Glenn was talking about with the Bears. You put him in, and it's like what the Bears did. It was just like, hey, if this don't work, I can't blame Brian Poles, right? Like, it just didn't work. Right now, he may lose his job, but he went out and got the best center on the market. He went out and got a 4- or 5-time All-Pro guard and went out and got another Pro Bowl guard and said, damn it, we got Caleb, and we're going to protect him. And we got our tackles that we've drafted. If that doesn't work, like, I can't get mad at him. But you're damn sure going to get mad if we got to fix the quarterback, and I'm going to get $3 million Laken Tomlinson.
And they went out and hired the best offensive mind in the game as well, in Ben Johnson, one of, if not the. So
Eric Bieniemy on their staff.
They just had a total different approach than the Texans have offensively. And I just going to be honest with you, you look at what they're doing offensively, there was never a moment in New England where they went out and just loaded up on cats like that offensively. So probably ain't going to happen here. Oh, I hope I'm wrong, though.
Me too. All right, coming up, we got to get the Astros as, hey, maybe he's going to draw Clint in, Tyler. Maybe he's going to reel him in. Maybe he's going to turn a new leaf. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Bracket season is here now. Bracket.
Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome in. Big news of the day, Tyler, Clint, listeners, if you're just jumping in, I know many of you around that 3 o'clock hour are just getting off work. Shout out to our callers. It was good. Larry, your ass ain't been blocked. You just call at wrong times, I think. Yeah. I think that's about it. But your ass ain't blocked. Larry, you got to do more than that to get blocked. I like verbally tussling with you. But the big news of the day, first, the Texans, they traded Titus Howard, their best offensive lineman. They traded their best offensive lineman back-to-back seasons. They trade him to Cleveland. He promptly gets a 3-year, $63 million contract, $45 guaranteed. And then they bring in David Montgomery, running back with the Lions, they bring him in. They trade a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, and Juice Scruggs, their former 2nd-round pick, in the deal as well. So those are that's the big story of the day here with the Texans. We will jump back into those because there's a lot to get to. It was good to hear from you all as well on that. All right, Clint, we talked about it last week, and you weren't here Friday, Tyler. He's completely out on Lance McCullers, and like
I was getting that sense.
Not even just out, but damn it, he's like, I don't even care. He just said that Lance's pitch. I don't even care. I really don't even give a damn. It's where Clint is.
Lance McCullers fatigue, man. I'm just exhausted, boys. I'm just exhausted. I'm exhausted of hearing about him playing catch at distances. I'm exhausted of throwing off flat ground. I'm exhausted. And then it just, every bit of the wind that was in my sails that was left just completely fell by the wayside when
Shot
he came.
That kite out the sky,
no question. When he came back with this new Lance McCullers approach of, hey man, if baseball's over, baseball's over. I love my family. I'll go home to them. Like that. That approach, man. Happy for you. Glad you got a really good family. I can relate. Good wife, couple kids. Yeah, great.
To hell with that. Hold on now, Tyler. Friday, Lance got the ball.
It looked good, didn't he?
Yeah, 1 inning, Clint. 3 batters faced. 8 pitches.
Let's go.
5 strikes.
Okay.
Trending in the right direction.
No hits, no runs, no anything. No strikeouts either. But nothing. No walks.
That's all right, I guess.
Got in there and got out. 8 pitches. Just got to believe he could have given us more than 8 pitches. But got out.
Old Lance is back.
He's just playing possum with that.
Look, he was that'll keep his name being mentioned around here.
8 pitches, 5 strikes. What? I'm sorry. What did he gain out of that?
Warming up.
What did he gain out of 8 pitches?
Warm up, mind.
I
right
gotta understand.
approach.
Maybe the plan was, all right, man. We're gonna go win 1 inning. But
Ron, he's got this new edgeless approach. He's got this new edgeless approach to pitching, and
edgeless Lance.
Yeah, he had to see what that felt like, and man, it's not the number of pitches. It's the warm up. It's the getting there. It's the heart rate. It's all the vitals that I'm sure they monitored as he was getting ready to pitch, and then he had some good results. So they're just trying to prove to him that that's the right approach.
Edgeless Lance. Tyler, we're going straight to sports radio hell. Edgeless Lance.
It's a change you needed.
Now, I'll be honest. On the other hand, Spencer Arrighetti got the ball after him and then went in there and got his ass shelled. Now, I'll be honest with you. I feel a little bit different on the Hunter Brown is working on stuff, and some people got some hits, then Spencer Arrighetti is working on some stuff to Clint to the tune of 2 innings pitched, 3 hits, 4 earned, 4 Ks. Okay, so he struck out some people, 1 walk, and a home run in that slipped that ERA to 18.
Yeah, somebody's going to look at that line and try to tell us that, boy, the swing and miss was money. It was there, y'all.
Yeah, it was.
Swing and miss,
yeah,
4 strikeouts.
4 Ks, 4 earned.
Yeah.
God, how many pitches he throw? Jesus. If Lance threw 8, he struck out 4, walked 1, just got his ass. The scary thing about this, though, fellas, is, like, am I off? The Astros are going to need one of these dudes, right?
Ooh.
Maybe
right?
more than one.
Like, I'm just saying, maybe not both, but one of Lance or Spencer have to be a part of it.
I think that's probably safe. Have to maybe a bit strong. Need to.
You're just when I say have to, you're thinking Lance. So I know that's where the have to. That's the scary part. But Spencer definitely Spencer's like in the cards.
Yeah, I'll be shocked if Spencer's not in your top 5 and produces in a way, not just because it's.
But if Spencer ain't in your
default.
top 5, I think.
Lance got a much better shot.
I think Lance may. Yeah, man. Listen, I know he may have been working on some stuff. It just feels different when Spencer Arrighetti is working on stuff because Spencer Arrighetti certainly wasn't working on some stuff at the end of last season, and we saw some lines similar to this. That was what we did. We would see him, to give up 7, 8 hits and runs, but he strike out 5 or 6, and it was like You hope that is not something that he is continuing to move through the regular season. But we'll watch. But Lance, man, told you, man, came out there, baby.
Oh, yeah.
1 zeros all the way across.
I can't wait for your I told you so when that season starts.
Zeros all the way across.
Well, we halfway through spring training?
Not even close.
Not even halfway?
Not even halfway.
I thought we was halfway.
No, it's his first time.
I heard Joe Espada talk about being halfway.
This he ain't. It's his first time stepping on the mound.
Lance ain't got no timeline. We don't know where he's at halfway. Where is the halfway point?
He said he's got no timeline. That damn edgeless Lance, boy, I tell you, that's good. I don't know about your nicknames, but your nicknames in regards to Lance McCullers, Luxury Lance and now Edgeless Lance, they hold on to something. All right, Monday, that means weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can text in your thoughts. What is something that was weekend's best and what was weekend's worst? We will discuss that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
It's that time of year again. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That boy made him some money, didn't he? That tight end ran a...
Yeah, he did.
Under a 4.4. He was already the guy there. Damn. All right, go ahead, Kenyon Sadiq. That's what you go in there and do. You probably didn't have to run. I could have waited till your combine and did it. But go ahead and do your thing. All right, 713-572-4610. Those of you there on the Base Power text line, YouTube, and Twitch, we do this every Monday. Weekends best, weekends worst. It doesn't have to be relegated to sports, but whatever it is for you, weekend's best. What was your weekend's best, weekend's worst? Send them in. We'll read some of the ones, especially the ones inappropriate. We'll read those on the air. We like a little nasty here on the drive, so that's all right. I'll kick it off, Clint. My weekend's best. You know, it's tough because the best player in the world in the NBA and in basketball is not really a an interesting guy, not somebody who is, out in front. He just plays ball and chills out. And that's the Joker, Nikola Jokic. But, boy, he had him a moment on Friday night, and this is going to be a meme. Have you seen this, Tyler?
Yes, the stare down.
Oh, my God. That dude is nuts. Like, he looks – everybody talks about him and his brothers a little crazy, and they might whip some ass. Like, that stare down he gave to Lou Dort, who tripped him, in which he said later after the game felt like it was an unnecessary play. He got a hold. I think somebody, the old Arkansas boy, Williams, the other Jalen Williams, he came over and then I don't know what Jokic did. Jokic had a maniacal, psychotic look on his face that he just held it there. Like, looks like what one of the people that are on Dateline is about to do right before they kill the person. That's the look that he had on his face.
When they catch the killer on camera?
When they catch it right before. I mean, but that was the best. I was like, damn, that boy is nuts. Well, I wonder if they got over that bench and said, boy, man, he looked like he might. Like, I'm talking to the OKC bench.
Yeah.
They look like he's going to lose his mind.
Yeah, he was awfully comfortable, it seemed, in that moment to just yeah. I mean, that was I'm with you. I think he actually had a hold of Williams when he did it. That's what kind of took me aback because Williams did. I mean, he's not. I don't remember him at Arkansas or anywhere being a real confrontational guy. You run up there and grab that big fella and you look that dead in the eye.
I feel like that moment makes a lot of people think twice. Just
hell
about
yeah,
Jokic.
it does.
And not also to know his brothers are nuts, and they're like the Gronkowski brothers.
Yeah, 2 7-footers in the stands that's threatening
and
folks.
they're ready to go. That they like. I remember when two other crazy twins, the Morris brothers, were when they tried to try him, and those brothers were in the stands, and they were ready. Apparently, going to try to meet up somewhere and square off.
Yeah,
I don't know about that one from Markeith and Marcus on that one. That maybe. I know they took on the Kansas football team one time in the courtyard, but I don't know if this is the same thing. Have you heard that story?
No, I've
not.
Them
two go back to back. They stood up and they go back to back, and like 20 other football players, they all fighting in the
Good God.
Bomani said, "Hold up, what was her name?"
Well, exactly. No question.
He said, "I can't remember, but I think she ran track." But that's my best of the week.
Great.
What's your best of the week?
Best of the week, them Arkansas boys at the Combine. Look, I got to be real careful calling them Arkansas boys because they were transfers and short-term players. I don't know if there are real college players from the standpoint of committing to a school anymore. No. But two fellas that wore that damn Razorback on their helmet the last time you saw them play, they absolutely showed out at the combine. Quarterback Taylor Green went 4.37 in the 40, 43.5-inch vertical, 11.2 broad jump. A couple, I think, were records for quarterbacks. But look, there are some severe flaws in his mechanics. I've watched it for 2 years throwing the football. I don't know if he can play the quarterback position with those flaws mechanically. But I look up, Ron, and I see – what's my man's name that quarterbacked at he quarterbacked at Arkansas the last year, but he quarterbacked at Florida, Felipe Franks?
No.
I look up and Felipe Franks is out there playing for the Falcons still, doing different things, playing receiver, playing special teams. Boy, I mean, Taylor Green, who, by the way, I've always thought this stylistically. Now, I didn't know he was going to run that well, but stylistically, he looks just like Matt Jones, the quarterback that was the quarterback Arkansas.
Or not Kentucky, Arkansas.
He was. I mean, he was a quarterback and then got drafted number 23 overall in the first round. He flamed out in the league, obviously, because that's a terrible idea to draft somebody that. But you talk about a quarterback that's 6'6", that can go 4.3. There's somewhere in the league for Taylor Green. But then Mike Washington Jr., running back, was at Utah and he ended up at Arkansas. Big joker, big back. 4.3 in the 40-yard dash, 39-inch vertical, 10.8 broad. He was the highest rated, some rating that they put together, 92 was his score, the highest scoring running back at the draft. When there were some pretty good running backs out there, I think, compete. A lot of folks were asking me about Mike Washington would he be a fit here in Houston. I know he would have been what I think they like here in Houston, a bigger downhill back that'll lean on you, kind of a one-cut back.
Yeah.
You know, and
what round are they talking about with him?
Man, I don't know. I have no idea. I saw some stuff where he could possibly get into the second round, maybe. I mean, he's a big joker.
Up there, yeah.
I mean, he's a big dude. I want to say he's 6'2", 6'3". He's special. But I think he's going to be a better fit in one of them zone schemes where they're just he is a true. When you talk about Petrino's offense, you know, he's a track runner, not track as in the sport, track as in the train track, right? I mean, they want you to, you know, stay on that path, that exact track until you got one cut, one direction or the other, in some of that wide and outside zone scheme. I think he'll be ideal for that in the league. I think he'll be fine either way, but I think he'd be ideal for that in the league. So,
y'all know I love Arkansas.
He's probably not going to be here given the David Montgomery move, but
they still may draft one.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse now. He's exactly what they would like in terms of how they play.
Maybe not round 2 or 3, but they'll probably still draft one. Yeah. All right, someone on the text line, weekend's best. My girlfriend winning an all-star cheerleading national championship. Well, congratulations to your girlfriend.
Oh, wow. Congrats.
Yeah, I'll stay there.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. I hope you guys had a great time afterwards to celebrate. That's a cheerleader.
Hey.
The contortion. Yep, you're right.
Easy.
I'll stay right there. All right, my weekend's worst. I had to have a come to Jesus meeting with my youngest son, Nicholas.
Okay.
Before his baseball game. I don't know where he gets this from, as I would consider myself a humble guy. But I heard him at his last practice running around saying, I'm the best player on the team. I'm the best player on the team. Does it in front of his teammates. Then we were in the dugout getting ready for the first game. He was doing it again, and I had to help him with his cleats, and I had to bring him in. I said, "Hey, man, stop doing that." I said, "First off, you're not." I said, "You're a good player, but you ain't that good.
Right?
Just calm down a little bit." And I said, "And you don't know baseball. This game is a way of humbling the best. All right, so calm down, man. Chill out and stop doing that in front of your teammates. It's rude." He then proceeded to lead off with a triple, hit a single, and then hit a 3-run homer in the last inning. Caught a foul pop-up. He's 6. Caught a foul pop-up, and caught it right too. Didn't underhand it. Went up,
right.
Caught it right, and then ran a kid down and tagged him at home plate as the cutoff man. And so that whole come to Jesus keep yourself humble thing just, I believe, went or not.
Well, he tested it real quick. Did he go back to it?
Man, you couldn't tell him nothing. Couldn't tell him nothing. I promise you, and I know this may sound mean to some people, but I think some parents, maybe you're not there yet, Clint. Some of you all may know when you get a little cocky little son of a gun like that. I was hoping for a couple of strikeouts. I wanted him to learn that a little bit. I wanted him to get back. I wanted him to strike out a couple of times.
Yeah, I don't.
And he hit that ball opposite field, and it rolled all the way.
I think
that was not an overthrow home run. He was rounding third when they picked the ball up in the outfield and threw it.
Right. Well, for what it's worth, I'll give you my 2 cents. I think what you do is son, if you really are the best player on a team, you don't need to tell people about it. They know. All right. And then after he goes out,
because I think Jordan is. I think Jordan's slightly better.
Well, then he goes out there and plays like he does. Then you say, "See, son, that's what I'm talking about. Now shut the hell up and keeps playing ball just like that right there."
I wanted to go pit. It was coach's pitch.
So you can strike him out?
Yes. I wanted to bad. I said, this just went to hell in a handbasket, man. What the hell is he listening to? Nothing. Okay, Dad. Yeah, sure
got it,
yeah,
Dad. Watch
got
this.
It. All right, hey, what's your weekend?
What if he comes back his dad? What'd you say, Dad? Told you. My weekend's worst. My weekend's worst is the NRG parking attendant that wouldn't let me walk through the yellow lot. Me and the wife went to the cook-off Friday night, and we parked directly. Couldn't have center punched the yellow lot. The yellow lot was the only thing between us and the front door of the cook-off, and we were just gonna walk. You know, they got areas that are roped off for pedestrians. Hell, we walked right through it. I asked one guy, he's like, "Man, ain't nobody gonna stop you, man. Going through there. You ain't supposed to be going through there." I get all the way to the gate, and the dude's like, steps out square in front of me and the wife. Hey, no, can't let you walk through here. I mean, take him his job.
And I know you.
No, can't let you. Meanwhile, there's 42 parking attendants standing in the road, by the way.
I know you went back and forth with him.
No, I didn't. I just kind of looked at him like, man, are you serious? And he said, yeah, man, you got to go. I mean, he was a real prick.
Rules are rules, man.
I mean, but he was a real prick. And I felt like the bad thing about it was I felt like he was showing out for his buddies. You know what I mean? Like I felt like it was one of those, like, let me get this one. And so he was a real prick. And then when we turned to walk off, some lady down about two kiosks down from him said, "Hey, y'all, look, if you go this other direction, it's a lot shorter." And so she pointed us the right direction. But that prick wasn't even going to. So he definitely gets my weekends worse. And then the second thing, weekends worse. I'm tired of looking at that Imes commercial with that big boxer that they freeze frame in the crap position. I've seen it 4 times in here this morning. I mean, it's the dog food, Imes. It's a dog food. And it's just a dog walking around out there in the middle of the field, and all of a sudden he hunkers
actually take the dump. No, but he's in dump position.
Yeah, he is hunkered. I mean, he is hunkered up now, and they freeze frame it, and it's a help your dog have nice comfortable craps. But I mean, come on, man. I mean, I've seen it 3 or 4 times today.
It's the position of if you see me, myself, and Irene, Tyler, that dog is just squatted in.
Oh yeah,
it takes a dump on.
Well, I feel like of all dogs, I feel like boxers are the hunchinest of hunching. You know what I mean? Like they get I mean, bowed the freak up, man, and they look at you all crazy with it. I mean, so it just
I thought for sure turds were coming out every time.
No question. What you got
coming up?
Texans, baby, they making moves, and I absolutely love them. Let's break down what the Texans have done over the last 48 hours or 24 hours, maybe. I guess 24 hours with this offensive line and this running back room. Let's do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast.
This trade of Titus Howard, to me, is not a vacuum thing, but I feel like there's another deal coming. Whether it's flipping that 5th for something else, or whether it's going and finding Titus's replacement imminently before free agency gets started. Look, this is a huge move for the Texans. I think there's more coming.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
Trimfaya. Visit trimfaya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Boy, them Texans are active. And I like what I'm seeing, ladies and gentlemen. Two moves by the Houston Texans, bringing one player in, shipping one player out. Let's start with the shipping out of Titus Howard. Now, I say I like this just from a standpoint of I don't believe that they were going to be able to afford him long term. I believe that Titus Howard wanted an extension. Obviously, he wanted an extension. The minute that the trade went down, he goes to Cleveland. The Browns send back a 5th-round pick in return. I believe that happened at Crosstalk this morning. Did it happen earlier, or was that Crosstalk?
I heard it announced. Reggie announced it at Crosstalk.
The Titus Howard move?
Yeah, my man. No, not Titus.
Yeah, I'm talking about Titus Howard.
Oh, that was early. That was 7:30.
So the Titus Howard move happened early. The Texans got a 5th-round pick in return, and Titus Howard immediately signed a 3-year, $63 million extension, and $45 million of that was new money. It actually saved the Texans some money of cap space, cap room, if you will. Not much, but some, I believe. But more importantly, I just don't believe that the Texans were in a position to pay that offensive lineman $21 million a year and $45 million of new money. I don't believe that their future is one in which you can pay an offensive lineman that kind of money when you know you got C.J. Stroud coming down the pike, possibly, definitely Will Anderson coming down the pike here sooner rather than later. I think that was a future play more so than a right now play. I don't have any problem with it. I don't have any problem with it. It did hit me a little bit unexpectedly, just because I believe Titus Howard is literally he would be the poster child for what this organization seems to want on the offensive line from a cross-training perspective. He can literally play guard or tackle. He can literally play right side of the line or left side of the line. Doesn't need a whole lot of time to prep for it, and can do it at the drop of a hat with an injury during the regular season. That's the part that I find a little bit fascinating, is for an organization that constantly preaches cross-training and position flex, to trade the one guy that is your best offensive lineman, but the one guy that embodies that and legitimately is good at all of them. That is an interesting move for me. But I do understand the fact that, hey, the guy wanted an extension, wanted more money, and the Texans weren't in a place to extend that into the future. That's my opinion. That's just wholeheartedly my opinion of where the Texans sit right now. 21 a year for a guard/tackle. I don't know that they were in a position for that.
I hope that is a thought of they didn't want to extend it with him, and not that they aren't going to be aggressive and still spend big money in the offseason to get other guys to replace. Because right now, their offensive line is Ursery, Patterson, Andrews, Jarrett Kingston, and Blake Fisher.
Yeah, and they're not going to land there. Obviously, they're going to make more moves. Now, I would say this, and I expect this with the Texans. The stars have aligned. Yes, I think there's real value in Titus Howard. I like Titus Howard. I like Titus Howard more than most. But I can say that and also say I don't have a problem with them moving on. If they're going to pay $20 million a year or anywhere remotely close to $20 million a year, it needs to be a center, to be completely honest with you. It needs to be a guy that is not only a great player, that not only has pelts on the wall, but is a guy that is a high-level communicator and makes everybody around him better immediately. It would be nice if that $21 million a year guy is an alpha and a super leader within the building, not just possibly in the meeting room when the coach is in there talking. right? So I do think there are some shortcomings, if you will, of Titus Howard. That if you're going to pay $21 million to, I think you would rather pay it to that kind of guy. Like, I don't know that Titus Howard was a natural man mover at the guard position. He played a high-level guard. He played good guard. He could do it all. But I don't know that he's the guard that you want to pay that kind of money that's going to go in there and move people in the run game consistently. So I don't mind the move. I believe they're going to go out and spend more both in free agency and in the draft. And I would believe that they're going to go get true guards that are going to play guard, that are true man movers. I believe that it's going to start with a center that is not only a great player but a great communicator, and they're going to probably spend their money a little different up front. Instead of having 21 wrapped up into a guy that can play 4 positions, let's have some money wrapped up in a guy that can communicate at that center position and make everybody around him significantly better, including your young quarterback. Take some of the onus off of your young quarterback. In the pre-snap stuff, in the communication category, Ryan. So I think that's probably the move with Titus Howard.
Yeah, I was surprised just because, this opens up now definitely from what is on the roster now, they have 4 voids to fill.
That's right. Had 3, now they got 4.
Now there may be some of these guys there may be some returning. Maybe Trent Brown or Ed Ingram, they have some sort of thing worked out. They can go get him. I would even still argue, like, Trent Brown is somebody who is good, but I don't know if you're in the right space of trying to get to a Super Bowl. That's what you're doing, and you're putting your eggs in that basket of somebody that you can depend on to be there. I don't even know if that, but. Still, what it meant was they got one lineman. Ursary is the only one. So that was why it was a bit surprising to me. But clearly, the plan is they're going to revamp that unit yet again.
Yeah, they're going to revamp it with or without Titus Howard. Now, to your point, I think they do put more pressure on themselves to go out and make sure that they fill that void. The only thing in now, to be clear, I'm sitting here telling you right now, I don't mind the move today. Now, that's with the expectations that the Texans are going to make aggressive moves to fill those voids, right? There are a ton of centers and a ton of guards that are free agents that the Texans are entertaining, right? You see lists all over the place of they're entertaining this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy. The point is if you're a Texans fan, know that if you look up free agent guards and free agent centers, there are a lot of them out there that would be upgrades to even Titus Howard at guard, would be upgrades. And so you're going to have a deep pool to pick from in that free agent world. I've not studied the draft up and down to know who is who. Hell, but let's be honest, Kenyon Green missed, Juice Scruggs just got traded. I mean, but there are some really good offensive linemen in that first round that the Texans could make a move for as well. So I would imagine that it's going to be in free agency as well as the draft at this point, with 4 positions where you either have to find a starter or you could stand to upgrade one way or another. They got a lot of work to do in the offensive line. So I sit here today, and I don't have a problem with the Titus Howard move. Now, that's with the understanding that I think they're going to make some moves, and they're going to make some convincing, aggressive moves on the offensive line before now and camp.
I just hope the plan makes sense. Like we see the start of the plan. I just hope, and not just a plan that makes sense to them, a plan that makes sense. Because they did this last year. They revamped it last year. And it was like they're trading Laramie Tunsil. And you remember, we did not hate it. We did not hate it. And then we get to the plan, and the plan was Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, and Ed Ingram. And it was just mid-level guys. And it was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we did after – 8 sacks ended our season in Kansas City. That's what we. I just hope the plan. We see it. They traded away. I just hope the plan makes sense.
Well, the reality of it is, I have no idea if the plan's going to make sense. Nobody has a ton of reason to have a lot of confidence in this group in fixing the offensive line. Now, it's very clear that running the football is what DeMeco Ryans and I think Nick Caley and Nick Cacerio want to do. And if you're going to do that, as you've said, there's a promo out there, I believe, still running. If you want to do it, there are interior offensive linemen out there that are available for you to go get, and you'll have a much better chance of running the football if you go get two or three of those guys. So we'll see. But Titus Howard out. They got a 5th-round draft pick back. Now, the big move, this one turns me on. The big move happened right at the 10 o'clock mark, and it was the Texans making a move for Detroit Lions running back David Montgomery. Now, this is an interesting move here because the thought was that David Montgomery was going to be available for a 5th-round pick. I think Detroit kind of put that out there. They dangled that in the water, if you will. 5th-round pick, David Montgomery. And David Montgomery's a guy that he just happens to be playing 1A, 1B with who I think is the most explosive running back in football right now, in Jahmyr Gibbs. And there was no qualms about it. I think Dan Campbell, hell, I think he said it in a press conference that they had to find a way to get Jahmyr Gibbs more touches, which obviously over the last 2 years led to David Montgomery's numbers dwindling, and so he wanted out. He wanted to trade. This is not a guy that can't play anymore and is on the backside, and they had to move him. This was a guy that they said, man, we got to get one of the most explosive players in football, Jahmyr Gibbs, touches, and they're going to come at the expense of David Montgomery. And so here you sit. David Montgomery comes to Houston, and Houston gives up, we thought we were going to give up a 5th, but Houston ends up giving up a 4th, a 7th, and Juice Scruggs, which, again, I know there's a lot of chatter out there about how, boy, they got fleeced. No, they didn't. Juice Scruggs was never going to play here. They went to the lengths last year of letting him, instead of naming him a starter or naming him a backup, they actually let him rotate, and he still couldn't earn a starting position. Juice Scruggs was never going to play here, so they cut bait. The 7th-round pick I don't give 2 rips about, and the 4th-round pick, it is what it is. It's a cost of doing business. Somebody else, I believe it was Denver, may have jumped in and upped the ante on the Texans, but the Texans decided that's who they wanted to get. They stayed aggressive. They got him. He is their man. I like David Montgomery a lot. I think he's a great fit in Houston stylistically. Downhill in between the tackles, physical runner. I think he complements Woody Marks really, really well, 1A, 1B type of deal. I think he puts Woody Marks in a position where he can be used as more of that 3rd down change of pace type back. Now, we know he can also obviously play 3 downs if he needs to. Both of these backs are absolutely phenomenal in pass protection. And so I think this is a great move for the Texans. I don't believe that they overpaid. And if they did overpay, I am A-okay with it. I wanted the Texans to get aggressive. I wanted them to find their guy. I wanted them to go get their guy. And clearly, this is the route that they wanted to take. If Denver, another up-and-coming team, or whoever it may be, decided to get in and they wanted a little bit of that David Montgomery stuff, hell, that just makes me more excited that there was somebody else out there that pushed the Texans, and the Texans stuck to their guns and went and got their guy. So, Ron, I like the David Montgomery move as well.
I think the David Montgomery move, to me, clearly pushes closer to where they want to, what the type of football they want to play. Right? He is physical, smash mouth, a guy that's not going down on the first carry. Yeah. Right? Listen, I'll be honest with you guys. I know some of y'all like the swarm thing. I just don't. I've never felt comfortable saying it, but you all know that quality of player. He is a physical player that fits what D'Amico likes to do. So I think they have clearly gotten better in the backfield in their running back game, which to help their quarterback. I think that is clear today. I think a couple of major questions for me is, one, I think it's going to be dependent on what they do with this offensive line, because I do think he looked a lot better to me with the Lions than he did the years with the Bears. Mm-hmm. I think it was pretty good with the Bears, but the Lions for the last several years since he's been there has had one of the, if not the best offensive lines in football. And he's also got that other nut in the backfield with him that they would line up together at times, and so many weapons on that field. And Ben was great in Detroit those years. So he is moving from Ben Johnson for the most part there to that offensive line, to those weapons around him here. And I do wonder if he can still be to what you need behind a potential average offensive line, because that's probably the best that they have had, because we've talked about, hey, getting backs that kind of fit that that mode of like your offensive line don't have to make the perfect block all the time. You don't have to get it perfect because Breece Hall can get through and make a play, or Kenneth Walker can make a play. That's the other part is, does he fit the range of backs that we've been talking about? That's the other, because we were talking, they've got to get a real difference maker on this team. I think he has a physicality and everything. I don't know about the home run hitter stuff, although he's had some big runs, had a big one against the Ravens. But those are the things that I wonder.
Well, look, I think he fits what they want, and I mean stylistically. Like he's not a twitchy back. He's not a, hey, the hole's not there, let me bounce it around outside and outrun everybody to the sideline. He's not that guy. He's a downhill between the tackles. If nothing's there, I'll get you one or two. Do I believe that he's an above-average back that can make the offensive line better? Absolutely. Can he make the first guy that penetrates? Can he make that guy miss? Absolutely. I think he's a well above average back in this league. I think he is a great 1-2 punch with Woody Marks, and I think he is literally in every sense of the phrase exactly what DeMeco Ryans wants on this team. Now, we'll see how it works out. To your point, they've got a lot of work to do on the offensive line. And whether you can put Saquon Barkley back there if you want to. If this offensive line, if they don't make big splashes in the offensive line room, they're going to have problems. So we'll see. But Titus Howard out. He goes to Cleveland, signs a new deal, $45 million worth of new money, and the Texans get a 5th-round pick. They then flip that 5th-round pick, or thought they were going to flip that 5th-round pick. They end up flipping a 4th round and a 7th round plus Juice Scruggs for running back David Montgomery. Nick Cacerio a little busy on this reaction Monday. By the way, boys, real quick, did y'all see the price increases at Dyken Park?
I bet Tyler did.
Oh, I took notice.
I mean, I know you're not one to complain about prices, Tyler, nor am I. But I mean, you got them deep pockets. I just pick and choose what I want to complain about. But
no, but it's still. I mean, what is this, inflation? Like these price hikes are a bit out of control.
Well, it's ridiculous. I mean, and it really just, it's like if you're just reasonable, people will shut up about it. But like when it gets to an extreme, like I'm pissed off about it.
Yeah.
Like I don't.
I'm pissed off.
I mean, I don't want to go. Like now, I'm so pissed off about it that I don't even want to buy a beer. The El Tiempo margaritas at Dyken Park that we talked about the other day. I was literally trying to rally the troops, Tyler. I don't know if you were here or not. Were you here when I was rallying the troops to have a El Tiempo margarita night?
Don't believe I
whatever
was.
section's right in front of the El Tiempo margarita, we drink margaritas and sit in that section and we claim it as our own kind of deal.
Sounds like a good time to me.
It sounded like a really good time until I saw the margarita price. One margarita, $25.
It's ridiculous.
And is this frozen? How big is it?
I believe it is the frozen ones, actually.
How big?
$25.
How big is it?
It didn't.
I need a size of it.
Probably 12, 16 ounces.
The image that I saw had $25. It didn't tell me. I didn't see how many ounces. $25 for a drink at an Astros game.
Yeah, $1.50 an ounce is a bit ridiculous.
Tyler, I could probably, at a Texans game when there's one game a week and there's 8 or 9 games a year, I could probably swing 25. But Astros, I mean, we can go to 4 games in a week, 5 games in a week.
81 of them sons of bitches every year.
I mean you're absolutely nuts. Now I'm pissed off about the hot dog prices.
I mean this 16 ounce, this was $21.
It went to 25. They upped it.
$4 increase on 16 ounces.
At what point is it illegal? At what point is it criminal?
It's not. Neither one of them.
They can just do whatever the hell they want to in there, huh?
Just like those bastards at the movie theaters.
It's unbelievable, man.
They charged me $5.
Buy tickets. I mean, where are we at? We buy tickets to go in there.
Half of it goes out.
We buy tickets to go in there and sit and watch a game, and then we just get straight bent over at the bar.
It's sad.
It's not right.
And then the movie theaters,
$25. I had myself jonesed up about it. I was ready to go to a game and have a margarita. Now, no chance.
Not anymore.
Never forget that time.
Hey, Reggie, nix that whole plan.
I brought those two Whoppers in my pockets to the movie theaters. I had mayo all inside my pocket.
No, you didn't.
But I ate them.
No, you didn't.
I did. I just sure did.
No, you did.
You crazy? This was at a younger time.
I'm not talking about eating them. I'm not. I don't doubt if you'll sneak them in that you would eat them if there was
sneaking it in portion of it. I got them in my pocket.
You put burgers in your pockets.
Damn right.
Tyler, are you hearing this?
Yes. They talk about a combo of. All I want is just some nachos, a drink, maybe a little popcorn. $40. You kiss my ass.
We're on the show and saving money. It tells all this time. I'm not surprised.
I'm certain I ran into maybe a Whopper.
It wasn't even his at the time. He was sneaking Whoppers in his pockets.
I think it was a 2 for $6 or something with Whoppers. Got them in there.
You know that's illegal?
It should be illegal for them to charge me $40 for a popcorn, a medium popcorn, nachos, and I'm trying to get an extra cheese, and it opens up and half of it comes out, and there's $5.
I agree.
Damn shame. Well, I ate my Whoppers.
I mean, that is $25.
I had to let that jacket go, though. All right, coming up as we continue.
2 Whoppers.
There was so much mayo and there was so much mayo and ketchup in my pocket.
He had to throw a jacket away.
I did. I had to let it go, but it was worth it. That jacket probably cost a little bit more than that special they had. All right, man. What is going on with the Rockets' second best player, and is Şengün going to cost them a chance to advance in the playoffs? We'll discuss that next. But before we get there, let me tell you about. Now, listen,
accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Cinemark, Missouri City. I've enjoyed that one a couple of times.
What's that?
The theater.
Okay.
From a texter, base power text line. Changed their menu. Got rid of the best menu item, the loaded buffalo fries. Ruined my Scream 7 movie experience.
Scream 7.
Had a hell of an opening weekend at the box office.
Did it really?
It did.
I didn't know Screams were still going. Hell, I didn't know there were 6.
I got to be honest. I don't think I would look up on that board and think, I'm about to grab these buffalo fries here.
Come on, you snuck 2 Whoppers in, bro.
Well, I know what I'm getting into with the Whoppers. I'm just saying, like, buffalo, like when I go to the theater, when I go to a place like the movie theater, when you know who's back there making it, and you know that how it's probably coming in packaged, I'm going for the ones that I know when I'm getting my hands on. Now, maybe if it's one of those ones where you sit and they bring you the meal, this one. But if I'm walking through, this is nachos, this is popcorn.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Hot dog.
Maybe a dog and drink.
Yeah, you can't trust them pimple-faced teenagers
Like I've
to
looked
make some
up
good
there,
buffalo fries.
we've got macaroni bites.
Pass.
Text line coming in. Maybe mozzarella sticks. Maybe. I don't know. But they're going like the sliders. Nah, I don't think so.
I don't know that I've ever. I'm not a movie guy. I don't know that I've been to too many movie theaters that went beyond with the first first line of defense that you mentioned.
There's some that get aggressive. There's some that are really trying to perk up their menus. There's some sliders. I saw some chicken sliders once. On one going up there and order them.
Okay.
Nah.
If I was real hungry, I'd venture.
Would you?
Yeah.
I'd stay to the matter of facts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a candy popcorn, maybe nachos.
Just like when if I go to a pub.
Okay. Beer,
hamburger.
Oh, food. Yeah.
Hamburger. I see the ribs on the menu. Not getting them. I see any kind of.
What about the fish and chips?
Nah, maybe.
If it's an Irish pub.
Maybe it's an Irish pub. But I'm strictly burger. That's where I'm going. Anything that got off the beaten path, like, oh, they got pizza there. I'll pass.
Okay.
I may just miss my blessing on that one. But yeah, movie theater. Yeah, man, popcorn, nachos. Let's rock and roll.
I think you should just get your favorite meal. I think you should just get your favorite fast food meal on your way, stuff it in your pockets, and going in.
I'm telling you, man. Go work a dollar menu. Tyler, you go ahead and you order. You go to Taco Bell. You go get your 5. That's easy to carry in too. Get you a couple of soft tacos. You may have some lettuce and cheese remnants in your pockets.
Gotta have them cinnamon twists.
No, you do not.
Yes.
Stop, man.
I have a sweet tooth.
You're keeping the cinnamon twists alive.
Hey, you could definitely get you a burrito or one of them soft tacos in, a couple of them in each pocket.
I think I've put a burrito in the pocket for a movie before. Yeah.
I mean, I'd be nervous as hell. Y'all are criminals.
Well, this pricing on food at theaters is criminal.
Agreed. Two wrongs don't make a right, Tyler.
Sure it does. Hey,
it ruins jackets.
They're getting over. I'm getting over. Okay.
Yeah.
I figure it's like speeding. Going out there, going 80 on that.
Only 5 over.
Yeah. I didn't bring the fries in. Shoot, I bought the drink from there.
Shoot, I've brought flasks of liquor into a movie theater.
Oh, I've done that too. Oh, yeah, that's easy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pour it in your
Even the
Coke
ones
Zero.
that sell liquor. Yeah. Hell with that. No, I'm not spending. No.
If it's something they don't sell, I could get it.
No, that's.
I mean, you're buying something. You're doing them a favor buying something to mix your drink in with something that they don't offer. So that's a little different.
No, they
something about just sneaking random food in.
They offer whiskey. It's just a little bit of a high offer.
Yeah.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they offer whiskey. They you can get a drink. I just choose to bring in maybe a couple of airplane bottles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cost you a little less.
They sell whiskey at most of the spots I go to too, but it's mid-level whiskey at high-level price.
And again, I want to say that this is something that I have gotten better in.
No, it's not. You're proud of it. You are proud of it. I mean, you're proud of it like it happened yesterday.
I have not brought in outside food in a movie theater pre-pandemic. Well past it. Okay, so like well past it. But this was something. This was something that
you mean you haven't done it post-pandemic?
Yeah, I was saying well before it is the last time I did it. Well before it.
Couple weeks?
No, I did like the theater. I would hit matinees during the day by myself. I like to go by myself.
I love doing that.
I used to have my other job. I used to have a day off in the week, and I would go get in there. Maybe a McChicken in one pocket.
It's kind of nice, right?
Maybe a double in the other.
Like watching a movie at the theater by yourself. There's something about it that's just kind of lovely.
This was
Tyler?
smack dab in the fat year. So yeah, I was getting a popcorn.
There's not.
Of course, with my sandwich.
He's over here talking about sneaking sandwiches in each pocket by himself
and
in a movie theater.
I would buy
popcorn. And you're going, there's something nice about it, ain't it?
It was,
no,
man. It was like my own. No. It was. We were 4 or 5 deep in the theater. I would go by. There was a McDonald's. Get to the McDonald's. There was a gas station. I would get my king.
He mapped it out.
I get my what is the king size peanut M&Ms so I can pour in my popcorn. Get my little large.
So
popcorn.
You cheated with the M&Ms too?
Yeah, I got the M&Ms in the pocket. I like
smart.
Yep, I like it in there because them M&Ms in there, man, they cost triple what I was gonna pay. I'm not paying a damn $6-7 M&M. That small box.
Hell no.
It's only 24 of them in there. I got a king size.
You got a king size with peanuts.
Pour that in there.
Gotta have the heart.
Look at the guy down the road. Want one? Want one? What, man?
Man, he's so smart, man. He stopped. He loaded up before you got here, didn't you, bud?
Yeah, text line coming in. Vodka in the water bottle. There you go. Have some fun, guys. I told you how much we saved when we went to the Kentucky Derby.
You cheated at the Kentucky Derby?
Oh God, yeah, the infield. I didn't know anything about it. Went 2 years in a row. Had some real veterans. This was college. Real veterans. 2 years in a row, Tyler. These guys had it mapped out. You go to the infield, but these drinks were expensive as hell, especially for college.
Imagine what those.
So they would get Ziploc bags, and Justin had the vodka. I had the gin or the whiskey, and you tape it to your legs underneath, and then we'd all order drinks. And brilliant in the middle, in the infield. What you got? I got.
How'd you get it out?
Whiskey. Well, I just pulled it out. Once you get in the infield, it's a bunch of people in there. Now it's a crowd. They're not watching.
Real.
But these people taught us. There were some Kentucky veterans that taught us this.
So again, y'all are using 2 and sometimes 3 different clippers to shave your body, but you're pulling whiskey out of a plastic bag that's been taped to your leg, your inner thigh,
the inside leg,
and more importantly, from other people's inner thighs, and pouring them in a drink. No, I'm okay with it. I'm the one clipper guy.
Yeah, no, this is not anywhere close to that. Not anywhere close to that. This was back in the time we were also playing beer pong and just washing the ball in a water cup and then drinking the beer out of the cup.
There you go. That's a great point.
Which is the most disgusting thing I've ever done.
Great for the immune system.
In my life. All right. Coming up.
Kentucky Derby whiskey.
Sorry, guys. I was going to tell you about how Alfred Şengün sucks again, but we'll do that a little bit later. That'll come up in a bit. This is the best part to me about everything that happened with Cacerio and the moves that the Texans have made. And we will give you, as much as we can, the available options across the offensive line that could be out there. Just free agency-wise, let alone the draft. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, look, I hope you never need this information, but if you do, if you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, I'm going to tell you right now, remember this name, Mokaram Injury Lawyers. And the phone number is easy, 281-222-2222. 281-222-2222, right? They're located right here in the heart of Houston.
SportsRadio.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, we're typically taking the best players. I would say as it pertains to the offensive line. I mean, honestly, it's probably one of the best years we had since I've been there. We played, I think we gave up the least amount of sacks, or second in the history of the organization. We had the most improvement from sack production from one year to the next. I think it was us and the Bears. So, honestly, our offensive line actually played pretty good last year. So maybe I was looking at different film, but, we're going to look at who we feel are the best players that we think are going to help us and, try to put together a good team.
That was General Manager Nick Cacerio at the Combine last week. And we love to hear from you, those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. To me, one of the best parts is we heard, and you heard Nick Cacerio there talk about his offensive line. And I think there was some fair concerns from many people. We saw it up and down the text line, and people who commented on things here and was wondering if he felt like they would make any major moves at the offensive line spot. Well, we've seen the first domino. They've traded Titus Howard to Cleveland. But I think for me, Clint, what I think is good is, hey, he was clearly he didn't think that it was that good that they needed to run it back. Clearly he thought that there needed to be some changes and improvements to what this offensive line, even though they played better, as he said, but he clearly needed and wanted to see some improvement here at this offensive line spot. And to me, Clint, I don't necessarily believe this is a 100%. They just couldn't pay Titus Howard, and they decided not to. I think if they wanted to pay Titus Howard, they could have paid Titus Howard. But this, to me, I think as much as is we feel like we can get better across the offensive line. And if I'm a Texans fan, I would love that he didn't just sit there and say, hey, man, let's just run it back out there. Yeah. Like, no, it's clear. It's clear they believe we got to get better up front. We got to get better to play the brand of football that we want to play up front. Now, we'll see what he does to get those players in. But to me, I think if you're a Texans fan, even though he said all those things with I don't know what film I'm watching, what his action said was, Titus, get up on out of here. And now he's put himself where he may replace 4 different guys. And the guy he drafted at his left tackle was maybe the only spot. So I'm glad. I agree. I think their offensive line needed to be better than it was last year. And it looks like they're going to try to do that.
Yeah, look, I think several things can be true at once, right? 2 things can be true at once with the Texans. I think they can be happy with the way that the offensive line played last year, and they can also understand and acknowledge that there's room for upgrade and there's room for improvement, really, to be honest, in a big way. And, when you look at the Titus Howard situation specifically, I think the value in Titus Howard is that he can play 4 positions on the offensive line at an average or above average level. Now, is he, if you're a team that feels like, hey, we have got to run the football, is having Titus Howard, who could play multiple positions at an average to above average level, is that where you want to invest your money? Or is this a situation where, all right, we want guards playing guards and tackles playing tackles? Yep. Titus Howard is a tackle that was playing guard. I think that's fair. I think that's obvious. Not that he couldn't do it, but I think he was a tackle playing guard. If you're going to run the football and you want to get significantly better running the football, you need guards playing guard. Number 2, I think if you're going to invest $20+ million a year, or even close to $20+ million a year on an offensive lineman, an interior offensive lineman, I believe that Nick Cacerio, Nick Caley, D'Amico Ryans, everybody involved, they understand that if you're going to do that, it needs to be a guy that makes everybody around him better. And the way you do that is you spend money on the center. You make an aggressive run at one of the best centers on the market, and whatever. Don't let $1 million a year get in the way of getting it done. That guy, a great communicator, a guy with pelts on the wall, a guy that makes everybody around him better, and most importantly, a guy that will take a significant load off of your young quarterback from a communication standpoint, right? Having been a quarterback, I can tell you there's nothing. And look, now I'm not saying that Jake Andrews can or can't do it. I don't know. But I can tell you there's nothing more, reassuring. There's nothing more, I think there's nothing more that you could ask. The number one thing you could ask from your offensive line, beyond protecting you, obviously, but is to have a center that you just blind trust.
Yeah.
I see it with my eyes. This protection should be going here. This is the call. I don't need to communicate it. He's communicated. It's over. Boom, let's go. Like there's as a quarterback, you will never feel any better than when you got a center that can do those kind of things for you. And so I think this is a play of, did they want to extend $20+ million a year into the future with Titus Howard, who's a really good cross-trained offensive lineman, or did they want to spend $20+ million a year solidifying the interior of this offensive line with true interior offensive linemen and a center that can communicate?
And that's a big part there is you would think that potentially for them it would make sense, whatever the contract would make sense to keep Titus around just because of his versatility, as you're talking about. That may be worth whatever it is to them, because he has in a pinch the last 2 years he's played damn near everything but center. But when you move on, again, they could have brought him back if they wanted to. When you move on from him, to me, that lets me know, as you said, we're going to go get guards, real ones.
Yeah.
Not all right, we're going to go get a guard or do something where, well, maybe Titus could fill the guard spot or the tackle spot. No, they're going to go and get those.
Well, at $20+ million a year, I mean, you're talking about as good a guard as you're going to find that money can buy. At $20+ million a year, you're talking about the best center available. I mean, so at $20+ million a year for an offensive lineman, odds are, and this is not I guess it is a knock, but it's just, I mean, we talked about it before. Like Titus Howard is not that just alpha, get your ass in the huddle and let's get rolling guy. I mean, he's just not, I don't think personality-wise he's that guy. And so, again, if you're going to spend that kind of money, this team needs that guy to be an absolute dog, not just a good guy and a good player and a a leader at times and a leader because he's been in the league for 7 years, but an absolute dog that changes the game for everybody around him. And I just think if you're going to spend that kind of money, that's what the Texans are looking to spend that money on. And I understand, rightfully so.
Real quick, Clint, some available options. This is early. This is just from what we have, not even understanding guys that could be traded, like David Montgomery. David Montgomery was not really on the available options for running backs, and then the Texans were able to get him. Rashad Walker, tackle from the Packers. Braden Smith, a name that has come up. He had been with the Colts. He's been a right tackle in this league. Obviously, this one we've talked about, Tyler Lindenbaum, the number one center available. The Ravens are there. The Giants are sniffing around. We talked about Joe Bonito from the Browns. He's around there. Jonah Williams, another tackle. Wyatt Teller, also from the Browns. Several guys that Connor McGovern, the center guard for the Bills, and Juwan Taylor, who just got cut by the Chiefs, another tackle option. So there are a lot of guys out there. David Edwards, another guard for the Bills. A lot of guys out there, Clint, that they could look at to bring in. So it's just going to be the question of, all right, they want to revamp it. I don't have a problem with that. I think they should. I don't think it's good enough for what kind of offense they want to play. Now it's when you revamp it, you've tried to do it a couple of times. Now it's just going to be what they do.
Well, I agree, Ron. The element of D'Amico, Nick Cacerio, Nick Cayley, Cole Popovich, and that crew, whoever's been responsible for picking offensive linemen has not been good. They've missed more than they hit, right? And so that's always going to be there. But for me, I look at it and I go, okay, what am I looking at now? You got David Montgomery. That's going to make whoever you pick up front is going to be better because you got David Montgomery and Woody Marks back there that can make it happen, right? What is I hope they go get 3-4 guys. That'd be nice. But what is the biggest bang for the buck outside of running back? How I can help more guys? And to me, it's center. As you just read that list, I think there's going to be 4 centers available that would be huge upgrades. I mean, now you have to pay for them, but would be huge upgrades and will make everybody around him, including C.J. Stroud, significantly better. It'll make Nick Cayley's job significantly easier. So, I mean, Like that's where I go to right now. Yes, obviously they got to do something with the offensive line. There's 4 positions where you either have to get a starter or you could upgrade significantly, right?
And,
obviously they're going to have to do that, and they're going to have to address it in the draft and in free agency. But the key here is the center position. What are they going to do at the center position? Because that's the one you got to get right. You can get both guards right, but if you got a center and a quarterback that can't communicate, your guards are going to struggle. Your tackles are going to struggle. Your running backs aren't going to know where the hell to go until there's 2 seconds left on the play clock. You got to get that centerpiece right, and if they do, I think it's going to be a good day.
All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire, we'll look at the 2 big stories. David Montgomery, he is the latest member of the Houston Texans, and as we talked about Titus Howard moving on, we'll give you all the particulars of the trades and everything that the Texans gave up and got back, as well as Gerard Johnson. He has a new home in the Rockets. They got a big one, well, not really, against one of the worst teams in basketball. They're a 15.5-point favorite in Washington. We'll do that all as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Hey, y'all, look, I tell you all the time, man, I've dealt with a lot of paint contractors around, whether it's my home.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest, and the latest is Texans have been the most move-worthy team of the day. They have made moves throughout the day. Started off early. We'll get to the Titus Howard news, but the latest news, Clint, is their move to acquire running back David Montgomery from the Detroit Lions. David Montgomery rushed, had just over 700 yards, 716 yards last year, 8 rushing touchdowns, played all 17 games. And in this deal, they make the trade, Clint. They trade a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, and the former 2nd-round pick, Juice Scruggs, in the deal. And he is going to be here for the Texans, according to Aaron Wilson here, Clint. Texans running back David Montgomery, his contract stays the same for now, but likely to be addressed later at some point. After a trade, after this trade is officially finalized, hearing that he's very happy with the trade, healthy, played every game last year and is under contract for 2 more years. I think it's about $6.5 million this year, and then goes up a little bit next year. But big time pickup for the Texans. And just overall, we've talked about different type of backs potentially coming here to improve their backfield. Is this what you envision?
Well, no, this is not what I envisioned because I didn't know he was on the market.
Or at least the type of guy.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that the type of player, as well as you know, the aggression that the Texans showed to go get that guy, the commitment that they showed to go get that guy. Yeah, I do. I think there's a lot to like about this David Montgomery move. I think when you look at the player himself, I think you're looking at a between the tackle, downhill, physical runner. He's not a home run hitter. He's not this super twitchy, super explosive back, but he's really effective downhill. He's a one-cut, but he's a downhill guy. And I think that is he's been really successful in doing that. Last 3 years, he's averaged over 5 yards a touch. He's averaged over, I believe, 4.5 yards a carry. So, I mean, he's been really good in Detroit over the last 3 years. And you know, this is a guy that stylistically, I think, fits what Nick Cacerio wants this offense to do and DeMeco Ryans wants this offense to do. Number one. Number two, I think he's very complimentary to the existing running back room. You look at Woody Marks. I think Woody Marks is definitely a back that if he's going to be a 1, he's a 1A or 1B. He's not a bell cow. I think he's more of a change of pace, more of a third down back. So I think he fits the running back room really, really well. He's a veteran, long in the tooth. He definitely fits Nick Cacerio and DeMeco Ryans from a culture perspective of the kind of player that they want. Again, that veteran, long in the tooth, when he's in the huddle, can make a difference. I've heard nothing but great things about him from being, an alpha and accountable, kind of player. And so, yeah, I think, and you mentioned the money. I think from a money perspective, I think if he produces at all, he's gonna produce more than the money you're going to have to pay him. So, and look, what you had to give up to get him. If this guy goes out there and plays even just on par with what your expectations are, nobody's going to care about a 7th-round pick. Nobody's going to care about the 4th-round pick.
I will.
Nobody's going to care about Juice Scruggs. I mean, nobody's going to talk about that. That will be a problem.
I value the 7th-round picks.
Yeah, that'll be a problem if David Montgomery – If he bombs out and doesn't play well, then it don't matter if you gave up a 5th-rounder for him. Nick Cacerio would have to eat it. So I love the move on all fronts. I think it's a great move for the Texans, and they got significantly better with him.
I'm still thinking through this. I think their running back room is better and much better. I'd say much better than it was last year. Hell,
yeah.
When you're talking about Nick Chubb and then Woody Marks, I think it is better. But, man, when you start talking about the names we were talking about, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, who either one of them I don't think is going anywhere. Travis Etienne, just explosive players where it was like that 1-2 punch. I'm still wondering if David Montgomery fits that level of back we were talking about. I think he's really good. Again, I have to tell the whole story. He'll be 29 June 7th, so he'll be 29 during training camp, and he's hitting that age where Tyler believes that they should be jailed and not allowed to play football anymore once they hit 30.
Keep them away.
But I still think he can go. But this still is a guy who's been in the 700 yards, and I know he was sharing with Gibbs the last couple of years, 700-yard range. I don't think this is a guy they're like, he's going to come in and give us 1,000. I don't even know if they're going to give him that many carries, which I think brings to another thing to show us that I think they believe in Woody Marks maybe more than – and I mean Woody Marks not just to be a pass catcher. Woody Marks to get a good amount of the load as well. I think this is going to be closer to a splitting, potentially. I think maybe David Montgomery might get some more carries, but I think this is going to be closer to a splitting than maybe they've got a lead back with Woody Marks coming in and being kind of like the third down back.
Yeah, look, I hope not. I hope.
You hope not?
No, look, I hope not. I don't. It would be interesting if David Montgomery, if he chose Houston, which word on the street is he had some say so in it. He chose Houston. He literally is splitting time with a younger back that's super electric, and they came out and said, like, your time's getting cut because we need to get Jahmyr Gibbs more touches. To then turn around and go to a place that's telling them, oh man, we got Woody Marks and he's going to be our guy, and we're gonna split carries with you. That would be an interesting approach. Maybe it is. I don't know. I think this is your first and second down back, and I do think there's the ability, if need be, to split some carries with Woody Marks, but. The interesting thing I think that really throws me off a bit with it is, and which makes you probably more accurate on this topic is, I look at this offense and I don't. The one thing I don't see them doing is going, yeah, man, let's use Woody Marks in his third down. Let's get him in the pass game. Let's getting some exotic formations in third down. Let's do some things with him out of the backfield. I don't think this offense is going to want to do that. So
I think they're going to look at exactly what Detroit did and try to use them like that.
Sure, yeah.
I think there's like Gibbs in their version of Gibbs and Montgomery.
Yeah,
if he's not Gibbs.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't think this offense has the ability to use two backs the way that Detroit used two backs. I don't think they have the desire to do it, to want to do it.
I just meant in terms of like touches.
Yeah,
maybe not exactly, but I meant in terms of.
I hate that. And again, I mentioned I didn't like this offense. Like this has got David Montgomery. Because here's the one thing: you look at where the part I left off earlier. The Texans in the spots where they struggled mightily in short yardage and goal line type stuff. That's his forte. That's what he does. Nobody's been better. Man, that's who he is. So I mean, to me this just screams a heavy dose of David Montgomery, and of course, yes, Woody Marks can get load manage a little bit, but Woody Marks in that being fresh on third down and in obvious passing situations, the entire game and the entire season is sexy as all get out. Now, I say all that to say you're probably right. It'll probably be a 1A, 1B. They'll split carries and
I think if they wanted a more of a Bill Cal back, I think they would have gone and got one. I think they see Woody being a big part of this offense, which we'll see. All right, that is the first of the two big moves. David Montgomery, the latest member of the Houston Texans.
We have a liftoff.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the other move that kicked off the morning on Payne and Pendergast, and that is that the Texans are trading right tackle Titus Howard to the Cleveland Browns, and he is going there for a fifth-round pick, Clint, and immediately receives a 3-year, $63 million extension. These are the words from Titus Howard as he spoke to Aaron Wilson. Reports this. I wasn't surprised. They're trying to get younger and pay some young guys. I ain't mad. I kind of knew it was going to happen. And as we said, he signed that $63 million. Yeah, there is that Imes commercial where that boxer is taking a dump.
Little bowed-up boxer.
Yeah, he is. Yep, and hopefully Titus took a good one today too.
That's what Titus looked like when he got word he was trading.
He was on the toilet, man. I know, but I guess for me with this one surprised me, Clint. I don't know if it surprised you. This one surprised me. I thought this year with everything with C.J. Stroud coming and how big this season is, and them trying to advance, I didn't think they would be moving on from the good offensive linemen they had. I thought they'd be trying to add to it, and it looks like they want to revamp the entire thing. So I was surprised that Titus Howard was somebody that was on the move.
Yeah, I was really surprised that Titus Howard was on the move, not because I thought he was untouchable or too good to move, but more I just thought that, he literally, Ron, is the epitome of what Nick Cacerio wants his offensive linemen to be. We've heard about cross-training offensive linemen. We've heard about position flex, and nobody's done that better on either side of the football. Nobody's done that better since Nick Cacerio. When did he get here, 2021? Nobody's done that better than and more consistently than Titus Howard. And so I just thought that if they valued cross-training and guys that could do all of these different things, why not pay that guy and keep him around, the one that can play four positions, literally guard or tackle on either side of the football? That's why it surprises me, not because I think Titus is that good of a player, or Titus is that big of a leader, or that big of a piece of establishing the run here, anything like that at all, but just that he has been a good soldier through it all, and he's the value in him is the fact that he can play so many different positions at the drop of a hat. And so what it looks like to me is they didn't want to pay $20 million per move, 3 years into the future for a guy that his best asset is he can play multiple positions, right? If they're going to spend $21 million a year on the offensive line, it's going to be on a road grading guard or a center that's a road grader that is also a great communicator and has got pelts on the walls and is known as one of the most physical guys in the league and can set that tone and make up for maybe some of your quarterback deficiencies if indeed those communication issues are real. So I think this is we didn't want to make a $21 million a year investment 3 years into the future. And if we do, we want it to be on a guy that is a interior presence force or a big-time communicator at the center position.
All right, so Titus Howard, that is the other big move they've made. And now this opens up major moves with their offensive line, as it looks like they've got four positions across that offensive line that they're going to have to change.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets. I cannot wait to see Best Bets tonight. The Rockets are back at it tonight, and they're in Washington, yet another team that does not seem to give a damn about winning basketball games. This is the third one. They got the Jazz, who are openly quitting, and they got the Kings, who are torturing Russell Westbrook because he can't not play hard. The other ones, they don't give a damn. But this is their third one in the last week or two where they face teams that just appear to be tanking openly. And the Washington Wizards, they went and traded for Anthony Davis, who they knew was out for the rest of the season. They brought him in. We'll see what he does next year. But the Wizards will host the Rockets. They are a 15.5-point favorite. Last I saw, Tyler, you may have seen something different. They're it's dropped down. I've seen it 14.5. 14.5. I'm sorry, I just seen it drop. 14.5 point favorite in Washington. And I just know that I am mentally going to prepare myself. And if any of you are in the thinking that I am, and I know most of you are because, why wouldn't you? Şengün's going to piss me off because he is going to wear out.
Triple-double.
Oh, he's going to wear him out. I mean, whatever you're looking at, Tyler, I don't know what it is. I would mark it down.
He plays the bully role good, man.
Oh, God, he's going to come out
It's
here.
not just him. I don't want to pin it on just you.
Oh, but he really does. He's got 26 and 12 written all over him.
Afferent Şengün.
Yep, he's about to go in there. He's about to go in there and work. And then I'm going to come in here like I did last week when he did it to that Maxine Renard guy. Whoop-de-doo. Because all I know is you couldn't even handle the Ware kid. Or Bam. Asia Wilson had to sit in there and watch you get your ass kicked.
Wendell. Oh,
damn it! He has got. They got to. You take that Florida trip. You are taking the trip of a couple of dating some of the WNBA's best. Go down there, and Bam. When is he gonna pop the question? I mean, Bam's got to be. It's got to be hitting here.
At least he's got a cool name.
Bam's got 2 years. I mean, he's got 2 years in. Bam's got a year away here. Asia's going to be like, hey, what we doing here? What Taylor did to Travis. What Lauren did to you.
Fair.
I just know.
Verbalize it, but I got the drift.
Shingun's going to piss me off tonight.
I mean, this has got Reed. Big night from Reed, too, now.
Yeah. If Shingun does Shingun, boy, he going to wear his good shoes tonight. I want Udoka to cut his minutes. Now, you're not going to do this against them. Carl Anthony Towns punked him all through that fourth quarter. All right, coming up.
Tough watch.
T-Mill's best bets. Let's see if we can get the week started off right. We'll get you in there to make a little cash. And some other news from a former Texan who finally landed in the NFL as well. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, nobody out there.
7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a few minutes. To this person who texted in, not surprised, Ron. You're on the fence on how good Montgomery can be. I don't know. Got to think this one through a little bit. I think obviously he was sharing carries with Jahmyr Gibbs over the last couple of years. So obviously he wasn't just getting all the carries, but this is a guy who has been, 700 yards the last couple of years. This is a guy that is going to be 29 in June, so he'll be 29 during this season. He's not a home run hitter, not an explosive player, not to say that that's exactly what they needed. I'm not sure that David Montgomery fits the level of, like, the type of backs we were talking about hoping they would get. I think he makes them a lot better in their backfield. I think you take Nick Chubb out and insert David Montgomery. I think he's a much better player than that. But I don't know, man. He was behind a great offensive line and a very, very as Clint would say, cutting edge coordinator, play caller with Ben Johnson, and I don't know. I don't know if he's going to immediately. If I'm sure that he's going to come in here and be exactly what the Texans are needing, that big time level back.
Well, when you look at the conversations we've had, I'll agree with you. The level of aggression I was talking about was find a way to move up and get Jeremiah Love if he slips at all, right? The level of aggression I'm talking about is go get the best free agent on the market, which I'm guessing would have been Breece Hall and maybe Kenneth Walker at this point in time. I don't know. I think who else was that? There was one more out there, but I think he's who did he say? He signed. He went back home. There you go,
Cowboys.
But there's a handful of guys that I think that are probably more explosive. They're younger, less mileage, but I think David Montgomery. I think if you really look at what was going on in Detroit, you are correct. He's playing behind, and I think these are parts that we won't know until the Texans put the team around him together. Like, yes, he's going to be running behind a lesser offensive line.
That's what the odds are, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be dealing with a lesser play caller, no question. Now, I would argue that his game and his production is less of a product of all of the above when you look at the two running backs that were in Detroit. I think when you look at Jahmyr Gibbs, he was the one that they got real creative with. He was the one that did more with Ben Johnson, where to me, I look at David Montgomery as a little bit more vanilla, a little bit more downhill, a little bit more your everyday back that just gets it, right? So I don't disagree with the point. I just think he is a much better back than folks are giving him credit for. I don't believe he is an elite top back in this league, but I think he is a big time improvement for what the Texans have had over the last, this last season at the very least.
Yeah, text line coming in, why don't we have honest guys on the radio in Houston? How can you hate on Montgomery? Running backs come like mail in week. I don't know what the hell he finishes. I don't know who is hating. Who is hating on David Montgomery? I'm just telling you, I don't. I just know what I said. What I said last week, I said, I think they should bring in someone at the running back position who is clearly their number 2 weapon right now, the way the team is. Somebody who can come in that I believe is a better weapon than Dalton Schultz and Woody Marks, who I think were their 2 weapons. And for me, it's not 100% clear with that. Breece Hall, been 100% clear, right? Like some of these other guys that we have been talking about. It's not 100% clear. I'm not hating him. As I said, I think he is somebody that gets them much closer to what they want to do and how they want to play football. And I think that's like, is this off? I feel like I would put him in the Tyler Algier camp of the Falcons, like but just a little bit older, a physical back that, he had Bijani, he had Gibbs. I like he feels like that more than. I'm not saying I don't want to say he's not a difference maker, but he does feel different than the top of the guys that are available. At least like those top ones that are.
I mean, here's the deal. I think to me, and I would probably say the guys that are available, guys we discussed, Breece Hall is the only one that far and away I would say is in a different level.
And you wouldn't put Walker in there?
No, I mean, I think Walker
with everything he can do.
No, Walker did a lot for himself in the last 3 games, no doubt about it. But a month ago, if you would have been ranking backs, I believe that majority of people would have had Montgomery over Kenneth Walker.
I don't know about that. Not with his ability to catch the football, I don't know about that. But your point.
Yeah, I think Trevor Etienne, I think he's a better athlete. I think he's more of a home run hitter. But I think a month ago or 2 months ago, hell, it didn't matter with him. They were up. I think people would have had David Montgomery in the same category as him. It was a more productive back. And he was having to split time, having to give up time. So I don't know. I just we'll see what they put around him. But I think this is a really good move for the Texans.
Yeah, I think it's a good move for the Texans. I'm just still kind of on the how good is this? How good is David Montgomery to this group? All right, let's get to T-Mill's best bets. See if he can make a little cash tonight. I'm not gonna lie, these Mondays have been
they've been rough,
a little iffy.
Yeah,
a little iffy. Let's see if we can turn it back and get on a real good. I think if you get this Monday in. You get us a 3 for 4, 4 for 4 on Monday, woo! You're off to the races.
Yeah, it sets us up the right way. Would be very ideal. So let's give it our best shot.
Let's do it, baby. Set it off.
Once again, there are 4 games going on tonight around the NBA. I got action for you in 3 of these 4. First, the Bucks, they host the Celtics, and it is the return of Giannis tonight for the Milwaukee Bucks. I got the Bucks +8 hosting the Celtics. That's your first bet tonight. Within that game, I have your second bet. I have the over between the Celtics and the Bucks. Over 214 is what I locked in at. Over 214 Celtics.
There you go,
and
Giannis
Milwaukee.
back. I like that.
That's right. Third bet tonight, Clippers. LA Clippers money line. I got the odds at -120. I like anything around that. They're going to be at the Golden State Warriors. I like Clippers to win this game. And then your fourth and final bet on a Monday to get us started right does involve your Houston Rockets. The Rockets are going to be in Washington taking on the Wizards. I'm on the under in this game, 225.5. Under 225.5 for the Rockets and the Wizards tonight in Washington. Those are your 4 best bets.
That Rockets-Wizards has a real chance to become a real solid AAU-type game. Break out in the middle of that bad. Well, maybe Udoka may not. He may not. The Washington over there, hey man, they in there just hooping.
Yeah,
they got Jordan Poole over there. He's just gonna start jacking them up. Yeah, that is that's interesting. I like the Clippers money line on the Warriors. The Warriors have been just struggling without anybody, and you can clearly see that Steph's not even playing, and he's over Draymond.
So over Draymond.
He should get an award. You got
to get old, man.
I mean, got to. This is what they've got to be working. They're absolutely double-digit years. He's having to deal with this. for 10, 12 years. But I will maybe I feel like Draymond, maybe it took him a couple years to really come into his own.
Well, I mean, if you're playing, it's probably a little easier to deal with because you got a lot going on in your mind, especially if you're Steph. It's the Steph not playing that's got to listen to it every time he comes to the sideline and really get a good shot of what Kerr typically gets.
I don't know, Clay. It's even when you're out there, man. A lot of Draymond's, he just completely stops traffic of the game, and you have to sit here and just, what's what I gotta say? Like I feel like Draymond. I know Clay definitely got there. I mean, not Draymond, Steph. I feel like they about 5 years ago got to the, all right, man, that's our brother, man. We just got to fight with him.
Just got to let it go.
I think they got way past that. I know some of y'all got a friend that you like, that's my dude, but nah, man, I'm letting him get his ass kicked himself because he done had us in 15 fights. All right, coming up as we'll continue here, which to you of the two moves, the David Montgomery and then the Titus Howard, which one do you think is the bigger one that affects the team? We'll discuss coming up next.
Let the wheeling and dealing begin. By Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As we are reacting on this Monday, we appreciate you rolling with us on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Also callers, man. It was good early in the 3 o'clock hour hearing from you all's thoughts on this big day for the Texans. It's not only a big day for the Texans, but now we also know there are going to be other big days for the Texans, for them to fill out the rest of this roster. We would expect that there'd be some big moves coming up after us to continue the conversation. Texans All Access, as they were at the Combine, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they will take over, and I'm certain we'll continue to discuss how Nick Cacerio, the GM, moving and shaking, making moves throughout the early morning. As they will discuss these moves with David Montgomery arriving and Titus Howard moving on to the Cleveland Browns. So that's coming up behind us. And then after them, 7 to 11, Area 45, I'm certain Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton have their thoughts on everything that is happening throughout the day. They'll also keep you, as Tyler would love me to say, abreast.
Like you knew it was coming, man.
Of the Rockets and Wizards ass kicking that shit come about. And we'll see. Maybe Şengün goes for 30 tonight. A empty calories 30. I've got. What is going on here?
He's got you hot and bothered, dude. Rightfully so.
It's starting to get personal. I've got to figure this out.
What happened?
Well, if he would just stop sucking.
Şengün, it's becoming personal. I don't know what is. I can't stop myself. It's not Jim Nance personal, obviously. Not that jackass.
Not that personal.
Hey, Jim, just want to let you know, hope you have a bad call at your next golf tournament.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Hope you screw up a rules thing or you're not happy with your call. You know, Jim, when he doesn't have a good call, he takes that back to his hotel room with him.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
Damn it, James. He calls himself James, too. Damn it, James.
Her mother would be so disappointed.
She's going to leave me.
Be better, James.
But, yeah, I got to get over the Şengün thing. Just give me 25 against a good team. Against a good big. All right. So that's the latest coming up behind us. Also, tomorrow, remember, get yourself ready. It's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. You got a chance to win tickets in the 3 and the 5 o'clock hour on our show. You can win them on all three shows starting in the morning on Payne and Pendergast, in the Loop, and then the Drive. But in particular with us, you got a chance to win 3 and 5 o'clock hours. So stay tuned for that as we get through. Remember, if you missed, by the way, Tyler's Best Bets, T-Mill's Best Bets, you can go to @T-Mill-Real-Deal, catch all of those bets. And get ready here. That Rockets game starts at 6 o'clock, so you want to place those bets in. I believe that Bucks and Celtics game does too, so stay tuned. Or go in there and check that out so you can get those bets in. All right, I did want to get this across before we look at which was bigger. Which is in your mind more, Titus Howard moving on or them adding David Montgomery? Former Texans quarterback coach Gerard Johnson, Clint, is joining the Eagles. He interviewed there twice for the OC job and ended up going to Sean Mannion. But he is going to be there as Johnson and the Texans. They mutually parted ways here. So he could seek other opportunities is what that was. They wanted him to be able to seek other opportunities.
Yeah.
But he is going to be working with the Eagles. You'd assume he's probably going to be working with Jalen Hurts himself.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have a relationship, already being around this, being in this Houston area. But I think it's exactly what Gerard Johnson needed. I think he needed to get away from here, and I think allow other people to see what he can do outside of this system and this space. And I don't know how realistic upgrade opportunities were going to come out of outside of being the quarterback coach here. I don't know if he was going to be able to get a promotion to OC in that. So I do think it was good for him to get away from this, because if he has another so-so year with CJ, I think people will start to look at him. What in the hell happened from year 1 to year 4 with you? So I like the move for him.
Yeah, no, I love it for him. I said it, a while back. I think it'd be in his best interest for his career to get out of here and get back into one of those other systems. I mean, clearly not being a John Carroll guy and not being in the New England pipeline, it's not going to serve him well. I mean, if anything, the negatives and the downfalls are going to be pinned on you more so than anybody else. So, I think it's a good move, man. I mean, get out of here, get in. He spent some time, I believe, with Nick Sirianni back in the Indianapolis days, I think. So there's a history there.
And he'll probably have some say so. That's a young. I mean, Sean Manion's never called plays. When did he last play?
I think it was a couple years ago. Seriously, I think it was 2022 or 23, something like that. So, yeah, I mean, just a new start, new offense, new opportunity. I would think. Like I just, I mean, 2 years ago, my man was getting a raise, getting a bump because he was so hot, and then all of a sudden, when things don't go according to plan, boy, you fall out of grace real quick, and so. I'm not surprised that he chose to go a different route.
All right, so that's the latest there with him. All right, as we close up things today here, the two big stories today. First was Titus Howard, 29-year-old guy. You drafted him, and he's gotten a second contract with you, but it was maybe time for him to get something re-up, and they elected to trade him to the Browns for a 5th-round pick, and he immediately gets a new contract, 3 years, $63 million, $45 guaranteed. And then off of that, David Montgomery, the Texans are able to execute a trade for a 4th, a 7th, and Juice Scruggs, and get David Montgomery and solidify their backfield. Which for you is the one that is on your mind in terms of affecting the team the most right now?
Oh, I think it's the running back. I've said this for a couple of months now. I think the quickest way that this run game gets better, the quickest way that this offense gets better, the play caller gets better, is if you get a running back that can do some things. And I was okay, if it were a 1A or 1B to Woody Marks, all the way up to being, one of the top guys that would be a bell cow and difference maker that way. I wanted the Texans to be aggressive and go get that guy. And this David Johnson. Whoa, sorry about that. David Montgomery came available, a few days ago, and the Texans, went out and got him. And I love what David Montgomery, not David Johnson. I love what David Montgomery brings to the table for this offense. Love it.
Yeah. I think David. I almost said it. I think David Montgomery is going to be a fit for them, and they're going to love what he does if he can stay healthy. For me, it's just the offensive line now means big moves to me. Like, now means even more, because right now you look at their offensive line, it's Ursery. And then I don't think I'm just saying on the roster right now, it's Ursery, and then I don't think guys that you would want to start on purpose if you have a quest to try to get to an AFC Championship game in a Super Bowl.
Well, Ursery's the only one that fits the mold. If you want, like, the David Montgomery mold, right? I mean, if you're going to bring David in here, he's a downhill back that is a perfect fit for what Nick Cacerio and Nick Caley want to do. Great in pass protection. I think where he helps you the most is where you struggled the most last year, which is short yardage and goal line type situations. I mean, he's been as good as anybody on the goal line from a score and touchdown perspective. So I think he helps you there. But if this is the back that you're going to bring in here, if any back's going to bring in here, then obviously, the only guy that you got up front right now that screams, yeah, we're going to run the football better, is Ariante Ursery, a rookie from last year. And so, they've got their work cut out on the offensive line, and the work that they had when Titus Howard was here was 3 positions. Now that Titus is gone, there's 4 positions on the offensive line that you've got to upgrade in a big way. Look, you mentioned a key part here too. I think the Texans I think you look at it, and this is the kind of conversation I don't mind having. I don't like penny pinching, but this is the kind of conversation I don't mind having. If you're not going to be willing to go spend $14.5 million on a running back for one or two of those top, the top guys up there, then make a trade and get a guy that's on an existing contract that you fully expect to exceed what the contract he's playing under. Right? I mean, that's. I think top of the line. Would you say earlier the top of the line, $6.5 million max
this year? And
this
then
year
it goes up some.
Yeah, I mean,
second year of the contract.
Like if he just plays average, and this guy's averaged more than 5 yards a touch and over 4.5 yards a carry for the last 3 years. If he does that again, you will be more than happy to pay him